Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Rimuru Tempest. About my reincarnation in the slime world. Part 1. Name. Chu Shi. Identity. College student. Age. 21. Gender. Female. Height. 166. Bio. A bit silly, dense as a brick, always thinking about slacking off. Chu Shi stared at the line of text on the screen, her brow furrowing deeper and deeper. A bit silly. Dense as a brick, always thinking about slacking off. She reached out a finger and poked the bio line on the screen hard, as if trying to scrape the words off. The screen didn't budge at all, and those words kept shining brightly, as if mocking her. Who wrote this? This is slander. Chu Shi placed her hands on her hips, her voice echoing in the empty space. How does any of this fit me? This isn't me at all. I'm clearly. She paused, seriously trying to think of how exactly it didn't fit her. Forget it, not going to think about it. Anyway, it just doesn't fit. HMPH. Welcome to the Isekai Transit Station. This is service area number 10,086. A mechanical voice rang out from thin air. Chu Shi was startled, shrinking her neck back. Who's there? What is this? I am the person in charge here, triple A250. You are about to head to the world of that time I got reincarnated as a slime. As your person in charge. Wait. Chu Shi raised her hand in a stop gesture, her eyes already starting to wander around. Stop talking for a second. This space was about the size of 2 living rooms, surrounded by a faint, glowing white halo. The material she was stepping on was of unknown origin, neither too hard nor too soft, feeling like a gym mat. There was no ceiling overhead, only a soft, gentle light. Chu Shi took a few steps on the mat beneath her feet, then bent down and tapped it. Thump, thump, thump. It felt very real, and there was even an echo. Whoa. She stood up straight, a strange expression on her face like she had discovered a new continent. This dream feels pretty realistic. She walked a few steps to the left and reached out to touch the glowing white wall of light. A cool sensation came from her fingertips, as if she were touching a piece of jade soaked in moonlight. Tisk, tisk, tisk. She shook her head and marveled, this texture is really nice. I wonder if I can scrape some off to take a closer look. My dear Chu Shi, no. Chu Shi, please stop what you are doing. Chu Zai's footsteps came to a sudden halt. She slowly turned her head to look around, the expression on her face shifting from curiosity to a dangerous smile. What did you call me? Chu Shi. No. She took 2 steps back and spoke up into the air, since she had no idea which direction triple A250 was in. You said, promising, or something just now. I heard it loud and clear. No, you misheard. My hearing is perfectly fine. Chu Shi put her hands on her hips. Were you trying to call me, Miss Promising? Huh. You're the promising one. Your whole family is promising. Your ancestors for 8 generations are all promising. She unleashed a torrent of abuse into the air with full vigor, perfectly displaying the noble qualities of a college student. Feeling like she hadn't vented enough, she added, what kind of trash name is triple A250 anyway? You're a 250. Your whole family are 250s. Miss, please refrain from personal attacks. I am an AI and do not have a family. Oh, then you're just a 250. The mechanical voice fell silent for 2.5 seconds. If it had a face, it would probably be taking a deep, expressionless breath. Chu Shi, let's get back to the point. This is not a dream, this is the Isekai Transit Station. According to system records, you have passed away in your original world. Since you met the conditions for reincarnation, you have been brought here. How did I die? Chu Shi looked completely disbelieving. I literally just finished my pinhao fan and was about to lie in bed and scroll through my phone. This dream of yours is quite the trickster, but you can't just talk nonsense. Another 2.5 seconds of silence. That pinhao fan of yours contained a large amount of toxins. Chu Shi froze. Her expression shifted from anger to confusion, from confusion to contemplation, and from contemplation to a subtle sense of guilt. That pinhao fan, she muttered softly, it did taste a bit weird. I thought they just put too much sauce. What was she thinking back then? If it tastes weird, just make do and eat it. It's not the first time I've had weird tasting takeout. Besides, I'm eating Pin Hao Fan, why expect high quality ingredients? So, she looked up, her voice much softer than before. I'm really dead. Yes. Because of the Pin Hao Fan. Yes. Chu Shi took a deep breath, feeling incredibly frustrated. Why? It was only 1 yuan and 90 fen after coupons. How did it poison me to death? She crouched down, clutching her head, curling into a ball. I haven't even finished watching last week's anime updates, I haven't checked out the clothes in my shopping cart, and I haven't even enjoyed post-graduation life yet. Truly a touching cause of death. Triple A250's voice carried a hint of mischievous amusement. You are not the first human to die from trying to save money, but you are indeed the first to get yourself killed over 1 yuan and 90 fen. Can you stop rubbing salt in the wound? Chu Shi suddenly looked up, her eyes rimmed with red, though it was hard to tell if she was fuming or genuinely aggrieved. That was thriftiness. It's a traditional virtue of the Wagwo nation. Very well, Miss Thrifty deceased. May I ask if you are ready to listen to the rest of my introduction now? Chu Shi opened her mouth, wanting to say something to retort, but swallowed her words. She took a deep breath, stood up, dusted off the non-existent dust on her knees, and said with a straight face, "Fine, go ahead." The mechanical voice rang out again, sounding much more serious this time. The world of, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, is your destination. You may have a special affinity with this world in certain aspects. Therefore, you will enter this world as a reincarnated soul. Certain aspects. Chu Shi raised an eyebrow. What aspects? Being silly. Dense. Slacking off. Triple A250 didn't respond but continued reading. You will retain your original memories and personality, while gaining a new body and abilities. As a newcomer, you will be given a tiny bit of benefits, which will unlock once you arrive. Triple A250 paused after reading the last sentence. That is all. Do you have any other questions, Chu Shi? Chu Shi sat cross-legged on the floor, resting her chin on one hand. Her expression looked as if she had just finished a boring lecture, half understanding, yet too lazy to ask for details. Yes. She raised a hand, like answering a question in class. Can I choose a powerful identity? Like, someone who can destroy heaven and earth right from the start. No. Why not? An identity suitable for you will be automatically matched once you cross over. Then can I bring some gear with me? Like, the most badass equipment in that world. No. Then. Chu Shi. Triple A250's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Do you think you are ordering from a menu? Chu Shi pouted. Then you at least have to tell me what I'll turn into, right? What if I turn into some low-level creature? You will naturally find out once you arrive. Chu Shi pouted, then slowly lay flat on her back with her limbs splayed out like a cat sunbathing. Fine, I'm giving up. Since I'm already dead anyway, it's not like things can get any worse. Your attitude indeed matches your bio perfectly. Shut up. Well then, if there are no other questions, I am about to teleport you. I wish you a pleasant life. Wait. Chu Shi sat up abruptly. One more question, just one. She held up a finger, her expression uncharacteristically serious. That Pin Hao fan of mine, which shop was it from? Help me file a complaint against them. Triple A250 fell silent. You are already dead, so you cannot file a complaint. That's why I'm asking you to do it for me. We do not offer that service. Well, you do now. I have filed the complaint for you. According to your order history, it was a restaurant called Shi Jian Shang. Shi Jian Shang. Chu Shi narrowed her eyes. What an ironic name. Alright, thanks, 250. She stood up straight and stretched, her joints letting out a few crisp pops. I'm good now. Start the teleportation. Well then, I wish you a pleasant journey. As soon as Triple A250 finished speaking, the ground beneath Chu Shi suddenly lit up. It wasn't the blinding white light of a light bulb suddenly turning on, but a very gentle, dawn-like glow that crept up from the soles of her feet, first wrapping around her ankles, then washing over her knees, and finally enveloping her entire body in a warm, cozy halo. Hey, Chu Shi looked down and instinctively pulled back her feet. What is this thing? It wouldn't be dangerous, would it? It won't be. That's good. Probably. What do you mean, probably? Explain yourself clearly. Before Chu Shi could scold it further, the floor mat beneath her was suddenly pulled away, and she plummeted downwards. Ah! She let out a miserable shriek, her voice quickly fading from high-pitched to distant, as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button. The pearly white space became quiet once again. Triple A250's mechanical voice echoed faintly, carrying a hint of imperceptible emotion, sent off another one. The monthly quota has been met. After a pause, it muttered to itself. Because of Pin Hao Fan, she ended up getting herself erased. The little girl is quite interesting, time to tidy up and get off work. The moment the ground vanished, Chu Shi felt as if she had been shoved into a high-speed washing machine. Everything was spinning. There was a rushing wind in her ears, no, not wind, but a pop 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 sound, as if she were passing through countless layers of bubble wrap. She wanted to open her eyes, but they were pressed down by an invisible force, her eyelids as heavy as if they had weights attached to them. She wanted to open her mouth to curse the 250, but she couldn't even open her mouth. Her whole body felt like it had been poured into wet cement, sealed tight from her fingertips to the strands of her hair. What kind of crappy teleportation is this? She ranted frantically in her mind. So much for, have a pleasant journey, this is clearly, travel motion sickness. She didn't know how much time had passed when the crushing sensation suddenly vanished, replaced by a very strange feeling. Light. Very, very light. It was as if she had turned into a feather, carried by the wind, drifting and floating downwards. Then, thump. A muffled sound. No, it should be a very soft, muffled sound. Like a ball of cotton falling to the ground. She tried to wobble and reach out to push herself up, but where were her hands? She looked down. She didn't see any hands. She looked down again. Still none. Chu Shi was stunned, then tried hard to look down, or rather, to look down, hard. Her neck could move, but within her field of vision was a round, pink, jelly-like thing. She tried to raise her hand. A small, lighter, translucent, tentacle-like appendage immediately popped out from the front of the pink, jelly-like mass. Chu Shi fell silent. Based on this, she probably, possibly, maybe, had turned into a slime. No, that's not right. To be precise, she should be a slime in the world of, that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Her silence continued, and the pink, jelly-like body trembled slightly, like a bowl of strawberry pudding being gently shaken. Ah! A scream erupted from that blob of jelly, the sound waves causing the surrounding air to tremble. How did I turn into a slime? No, it bounced twice on the ground, like a rubber ball thrown onto the floor. Each time it landed, it made a squish squish sound, sounding soft and bouncy. Triple A250. You get out here. Chu Shi hopped around in place in anger, her whole body bouncing like a piece of heated rice cake. Didn't you say I'd know once I got there? Tell me, then. I turned into a slime. A blob. A pink slime. What if I get snatched away or killed by a wild beast? She stopped and tried to poke her own body with that pink hand. Squish. Her finger poked into her body. It was soft, bouncy, and had a slightly cool sensation to the touch. It's actually quite bouncy. She paused, then suddenly came back to her senses. No. That's not the point. The point is, how do I be a person? How do I eat? How do I scroll through my phone? How do I? She paused, her voice suddenly becoming quieter. How do I survive? Everything around her went quiet. At this moment, a mechanical voice rang out. Host, welcome to the other world. Now opening the newcomer benefits for you. Wait. Before Chu Shi could react, flashes of light streaked before her eyes. It wasn't the gentle dawn-like color from when she was transported, but specks of golden light, like crumbled sunshine, emerging from every corner of her body, illuminating the entire slime until she was translucent. Newcomer benefits have been opened. Please open your personal panel to confirm. Chu Shi stood there, stunned. Personal panel. She muttered. How do I open it? Do I shout, open sesame? You can open the personal panel by silently thinking, personal panel, in your mind. Oh, personal panel. As soon as she finished speaking, a translucent light screen suddenly appeared before her. Name: unnamed. Race: slime, pink. Gender: none. Unique skills: contractor, elementalist, truth seeker, idealist. Other skills: dragon power, dragon's hockey, spatial shift, absolute defense, magic shield, pain nullification, appraisal eye, teleportation, magic sense, absorption, self-regeneration, system shop, etc. Items: Demon Lord Seed X1, Human Soul X9999, Plot Book X1. Magicals: 10 million. Chu-Shi stared at it for quite a while before closing the personal panel. That voice from just now, come out and explain why my name is gone, why I turned into a slime, where do I look like a slime? And what kind of thing are you? Host: I am the system residing within your skill, contractor. You can treat me as your intelligent AI skill. I can help you manage the use of skills, items, plot introductions, and so on. Since you were reincarnated into this world after death, your previous name is no longer useful. You can rename yourself. You turned into a slime because you might be highly compatible with slimes, and don't underestimate slimes. You are an excellent slime with a bunch of cheat-like skills. You can first open the system space, check the plot book inside, and get to know this world. Huh. Oh, okay. With that, Chu-Shi took out the plot book and began to read. A while later, Chu-Shi had roughly understood a bit of the plot. So, the protagonist of this world, is also a slime. Yes. So my turning into a slime has something to do with this. It's just a coincidence. I don't believe it. She looked down at her chubby pink body. Why am I pink? What am I here for? To be cute. What am I supposed to do? Pink suits you quite well. Being cute is also an option. The system's voice sounded serious. According to the plot description, everyone will be drawn into the Great War later on. You can stay by Rimuru's side to assist in his growth. Besides, it's quite safe around Rimuru, and you can push any troublesome matters onto him. Assist. Chuzai's body shivered. You mean be someone's lackey? You can interpret it as partners fighting side by side. That's just being a lackey. You can also interpret it that way. Fine. In that plot book, his growth really does seem absurd. He became so incredibly powerful in just a few years. Following him is indeed suitable for me to slack off and retire. By the way, do I have to follow the plot line all the time? Following the plot line is so troublesome. And some plot developments make me really want to complain. You can change some plot points yourself. Furthermore, the development of this world is not necessarily the same as the original work. There are several versions of the original story's development. You can understand it as different timelines having different paths. Moreover, since you have reincarnated here, you belong here, interfering with the plot's development won't have any impact. As Chu-Shi listened to the system's babbling introduction, she only understood one thing: she could change the plot, and it wouldn't have any impact. So, Chu-Shi rested her chin on her small, pink hand. Where am I now? Inside the sealed cave in the great forest of Jura. Then what should I do now? Should I go find Rimuru? Is it here right now? Yes, Rimuru has already swallowed Veldora and is currently inside the cave fighting monsters to level up and find an exit. Once you arrive, you can ask it to give you a new name or continue using your previous one, and while you're at it, you can mooch off the Storm Dragon brand power bank. That sounds pretty good. So, how do I find it? Teleportation portal opened. A vortex appeared before her eyes. Again, Chu-Shi looked at the vortex that had appeared out of thin air, her body instinctively springing back 2 steps. The pink jelly bounced twice on the ground. The trauma from the last teleportation had yet to fade. Wait, she raised her hand and made an X gesture. Is this teleportation the same as the last one? It won't make me motion sick again, right? It won't, host. This is a skill-based teleportation, the previous issues will not occur. That's FNE then. Chu-Shi breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her hand. Then, squish. She dove headfirst into the vortex. A few seconds later, with another squish, she landed on something soft. Rimuru was in a very dazed state. It had just finished fighting monsters to level up, so how did it suddenly have a slime astrophy fall upon it? It looked up with its small eyes. A lump, no, a slime, one size smaller than itself, was riding on its head. It tried to shake its body. Its jelly-like form trembled, but the pink thing on its head didn't budge, even swaying along as if it were riding a kiddie ride. Are you a sentient slime? Rimuru asked. Can you get off my head? Chu-Shi looked down. What met her eyes was a blue, round, and just as bouncy slime as she was. The two slimes just stared at each other. Oh, oh, oh. After realizing what happened, Chu-Shi shook her body and jumped down from Rimuru's head. Sorry, I didn't mean to, hey. Rimuru's small eyes looked her up and down, its tone filled with curiosity. Are you a slime too? Yeah, and a pink one at that. Chu-Shi pointed at her own round body. What, never seen a pink slime before? I really haven't. Rimuru answered honestly. I thought slimes only came in blue. Besides, I should be the only slime in this cave. Then you aren't very well traveled. Chu-Shi nodded solemnly. I died in my original world, so I was reincarnated into this one. You were reincarnated too. Rimuru was a bit excited after hearing this. It had met a fellow countryman. Me too. Please treat me well, fellow countryman. Oh right, what is your name? I'm Rimuru, Rimuru Tempest, not an evil slime tilde. Why so excited? In my previous life, I was Japanese, named Satoru Mikami. I was attacked by a criminal and reincarnated here after I died. What about you? You just said you came here after dying too, did something happen? How did I get here? How should I put this? Chu-Shi used the wisdom in her head to think it over, then decided to give up thinking. You might not believe this, but I ordered takeout and ran into a shady vendor who actually fed me poisonous food. I was eating and the next thing I knew, I was dazed and ended up here. PFF tilde. That's a strange way to die. You aren't lying to me, are you? Who dies from eating takeout? Why would I lie to you? I'm just that unlucky. As for my name, you can call me Chu-Shi. Chu, as in the specialty of Great Chu, and Shi, as in hope. I'm from China. Oh, Chinese, huh? Please take care of me, fellow Earthling. But you can't use your old name here. Do you need me to help you pick a new one? Then I'll trouble you. If possible, I'd still like to be called Chu-Shi. Chu-Shi felt that since this name had been with her for so long, it would feel strange to suddenly change it. Rimuru thought for a moment. How about Chu-Shi Tempest? It keeps your original name while adding an otherworldly flair, and the last name is the same as mine. As soon as it finished speaking, the voice of the world rang out. The individual name slime has been successfully named Chu-Shi Tempest. At the same time, a large amount of magicals vanished from Rimuru. The storm dragon in the stomach pouch complained. Why am I getting weaker and weaker? My magicals keep drifting away. Where are you going? Come back. Chu-Shi felt the changes in her body. Not bad, though it feels like I've been adopted by you. Well, you have been adopted. Just kidding. Rimuru's blue body swayed. Let me tell you, I have another good friend named Veldora, whose name is like ours, though he is currently in my stomach pouch. I'll tell you how I met him in a bit. Alright, so what do we do now? Chu-Shi poked the ground with her hand. Look for an exit and leave. Yeah. Rimuru hopped toward the depths of the cave. My magic sense found a path over there. We should be able to get out if we go this way. Just like that, Chu-Shi followed Rimuru, chatting as they walked, and took the opportunity to check her current status. Name: Chu-Shi Tempest. Race: Slime. Gender: none. Unique skills: Contractor, Elementalist, Truth Seeker, Spacetime Traveler. Other skills: Dragon Power, Dragon's Hockey, Dragon Magic, Spatial Transfer, Absolute Defense, Magic Barrier, Pain Nullification, Appraisal Eye, Teleportation, Magic Sense, Absorption, Self-Regeneration, Ability Grant, System Shop, etc. Items: 1 Demon Lord Seed, 9,999 Human Souls, 1 Plot Book. Magicals: 50 million. Oh wow, it feels like I have a few more skills. They look pretty impressive. Veldora really is a great dragon. Veldora. Along the way, after receiving permission, Rimuru used Great Sage to appraise some of Chu Zai's information and felt shocked. What the heck is this kid? Her skills don't look like a slime's at all, and her magical count is so high, it doesn't fit a slime in the slightest. But Great Sage was 100% certain that Chu-Shi was a slime, and Rimuru didn't know how to refute it. But no matter how it looked, Chu-Shi appeared frail and listless, and she didn't seem too bright, looking like she had been rendered stupid from eating some bad takeout. These stats couldn't be fooled, though. Chu-Shi was completely unaware of Rimuru's opinion of her as a dimwit, otherwise, she would have definitely shown it what the resilience of a college student meant. They didn't know how long they had walked, but just as Chu-Shi was about to complain to Rimuru, a large door appeared before them. The two stood in front of the door, studying how to open it. Just as Chu-Shi was pulling Rimuru to blast the door open, it opened with a rumble. Seeing that someone was about to come in from the outside, Rimuru hurriedly pulled Chu-Shi, who was beside it, and hid behind a large rock. A group of 2 men and 1 woman entered, talking as they walked. Right in front of Chu-Shi and Rimuru, the trio used an invisibility magic that would make countless people from their past lives envious, and walked toward the depths of the cave. Chu-Shi thought this magic was interesting, it would be useful for doing bad things. She would have to build a good relationship with them later and learn it. Rimuru looked at the demonic expression on the young girl before it and felt sweat dropped. Just as it was about to lecture her, it was defeated by the sentence, "I'll teach you after I learn it." Having exited the cave, Chu-Shi was holding a fruit plucked from who knows where, eating it with a heart full of grievance. Saying she was eating was a stretch. In reality, she was just opening her mouth to envelop the fruit, then absorbing the magicules within, bit by bit. There was no joy of chewing, no sweet or sour flavor, and she couldn't even perceive the texture of the fruit flesh, the entire slime was just a mobile digestive sac. Things went in, the magicules remained, and the rest, well, it probably just vanished into thin air. This life is impossible to live. Chu-Shi discarded the fruit residue and slumped onto the ground, the entire pink jelly looking like a puddle of strawberry ice cream melted by the sun. Not having hands or feet is one thing, but what's with having no sense of taste? In my past life, I at least managed to send myself off by eating a 9-item combo meal, and yet, after arriving in another world, I can't even eat food. She rolled around in place, face up, and thought, system, hurry up and think of a solution. Otherwise, how am I supposed to eat delicious food in the future? What is the meaning of my life? No, my slime life. Host, you can obtain a human form by consuming humans. Once you have a human form, these problems can be solved. Chu Zai's rolling motion came to an abrupt stop. If only consuming humans could grant a sense of taste, then finding someone who had just passed away would be most appropriate, but where to find such a person was the real problem. Or should she just toss aside morality and find just anyone? Anyway, she wasn't human anymore, so what did morality have to do with her? But she still missed her previous body. Could the system find a way to send her previous body over? I can try to submit an application. I will notify the host upon success. Thanks, system. Rimuru looked at the pink ball stopping and rolling about, a look of helplessness on its face, and then placed it on its head to continue the journey. It didn't know how long they had been walking, but before them appeared many goblins. They were wearing ragged clothes, their weapons were pitted and uneven, and they were looking at the two of them with great fear. When Rimuru put down Chu-Shi and prepared to speak, the young goblin leading them spoke first. Oh, 2 powerful beings, may I ask if you have any important business while traveling this way? Listening to the other party, Rimuru used a voice imbued with telepathy to reply. Nice to meet you. My name is Rimuru, and this is Chu-Shi beside me. We are both slimes. Hearing Rimuru's response, the group of goblins seemed even more frightened. Oh, 2 powerful beings, we only sensed your powerful aura and wanted to check it out. We had no intention of offending you. Looking at the goblins' fearful eyes, Rimuru continued. We don't have any agenda. We just want to find a place to rest. Also, we are not evil slimes. After the young goblin leading them heard this, it lowered its posture even further. Rimuru, you seem to have scared them. Also, don't infuse so much magicule into your voice when you speak, it's too loud. Okay, okay. After saying this to Chu Shi, Rimuru turned to the goblins and said, sorry. We really have no agenda. Please believe us. Understood, two great ones. If you don't mind, please come to our village to rest. Seeing that the goblins were still trembling, Rimuru felt puzzled. Just as it was about to ask, Chu Shi, who was beside it, quickly retracted her aura. Rimuru tilde learn from me and restrain your aura. Our auras are leaking out, and it's too scary. Ah, so that was it. No wonder they were so scared. Rimuru followed suit and tucked its aura into its stomach. With these two powerful auras gone, the goblins' state improved significantly, and they weren't as scared anymore. After the system's explanation, Chu Shi finally understood. It turned out that her magicules were too vast, and combined with Dragon's Haki, the pressure leaking from her was quite severe. As for Rimuru, after consuming Veldora, it also possessed massive amounts of magicules. In the eyes of the goblins, the two of them were walking killing machines. Just like that, the two arrived at the beginner village. In a luxury villa, an old goblin sat opposite them. On the table sat a pot of tea, which was very scarce for them, and a few red fruits. I am very sorry that I cannot bring out anything decent to entertain you. I am the village chief of this village. As soon as that goblin finished speaking, 2 cups of tea were brought before them. So goblins drink tea too, that's a bit rare. Chu Shi drank the tea while watching Rimuru converse with the goblin. After Chu Shi finished eating a fruit, their conversation concluded. The situation was roughly this. The storm dragon had disappeared, its aura was gone, and the monsters of the great forest of Jura had begun to fight amongst themselves. The goblins were too weak, forced to fight, and many had died. They wanted to seek their protection, and in return, they would offer their loyalty. Rimuru patted Chu Shi and sent a mental link, saying, "What do you say? Should we intervene in this matter?" Chu Shi thought for a moment. It seemed Rimuru built its nation here. I think we can help them, and they will pledge their loyalty to us. Think about it, this is Veldora's territory, right? We can build a village here or something and develop it, and we won't have to wander around anymore. Rimuru thought about it and felt it made sense. It looked at the goblin chief. We accept your request. After talking for a while longer, the two arrived at the place where the wounded were kept. Because it was a bit late, a few goblins were in a near-death state, but under Rimuru's high-level operations, they were all saved. The old village chief led the goblins to kneel and thank them. Chu Shi felt it was very strange to be knelt to by a bunch of people, so she hurriedly pulled Rimuru along to tell them to get up. After saving the goblins, the two's status in the goblins' hearts became even higher. Just like that, Chu Shi watched Rimuru carry out strategic deployments and create traps, while she chatted with a certain goblin on the side, slacking off. Rimuru looked at Chuzai's state, sighed, and went back to work. Night. All the goblins capable of fighting stood behind the traps to face the enemy, while the goblins unsuited for combat were protected within the village. Awoo! A howl broke the silence, and a pack of direwolves appeared not far away. Rimuru stood in front of Chu Shi and the goblins and said, "If you leave now, I won't do anything. If you continue moving forward, then life or death will be out of my hands." Listening to Rimuru's statement, the direwolf leader basically said, "What gibberish is this? Brothers, follow me." Then, a pack of direwolves charged over, but they were all taken out by Rimuru's traps. Seeing its underlings easily taken out, the Wolf King was enraged. It leapt directly over the traps and rushed over, preparing to kill Rimuru, but it was caught by Rimuru's sticky steel thread skill and finally taken out by a single water blade. Direwolves, listen up. Your leader is dead. You have 2 choices now, submit or wait for death. The direwolves remained silent. Seeing that they were still silent, Rimuru devoured the corpse of the direwolf leader, mimicked the form of a direwolf, let out a loud roar, and unleashed menace. Listen well. I will spare you this time. If you are unwilling to submit, you are allowed to leave immediately. Under Rimuru's menace, the direwolves surrendered immediately and came before Rimuru and Chu Shi. We are willing to follow both of you. Just like that, the battle was easily resolved, and what followed was the cleanup work. The next morning, After counting the number of goblins and direwolves, Rimuru, just like in the original story, paired them up and had them live together. Seeing that the goblins and direwolves were paired up, Rimuru continued, Village Chief, it is quite inconvenient to call you without names, and the same goes for the direwolves. I would like to give you names, how about that? When Rimuru said this, the surroundings suddenly became excited, and all eyes focused on him. Why you are willing? The goblin village chief and the direwolf asked with trepidation. I am willing. If you have no objections, I would like to name you. When Rimuru finished this sentence, the goblins and direwolves, who had been holding their breath, immediately cheered. Chu-Shi thought, why were they so excited? Isn't it just giving a name? Host, naming transfers magicals from your body to the monster being named. The monster becomes a named monster and grows stronger. Didn't you feel the increase in magicals when you were piggybacking on the naming? Also, giving too many names at once will cause you to fall into a deep sleep. After the system's explanation, Chu-Shi finally remembered this. After Rimuru had been naming for a while and was preparing to drag Chu-Shi into it, Chu-Shi made an X with her hands. Oh Rimuru, it is better to leave such a sacred task to you. Besides, I am illiterate, so you cannot expect me to come up with any names. I will just cheer for you here, go tilde. Looking at Chu Zai's expression that clearly said, I'm just going to slack off and I'm not doing any work, what could Rimuru do? He could only indulge her, and the result was that he fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Rimuru, who had turned into a puddle of liquid, Chu-Shi didn't know what she was thinking, but she walked over with a mischievous grin. 3 days passed quickly. Chu-Shi not only witnessed the evolution of the goblins and direwolves but also took the opportunity to learn how to use some of her own skills from the system. During these 3 days, she often went out to find ill-fated bad monsters to experiment on. Now, the male goblins evolved into hobgoblins. The female goblins evolved into goblinas. The direwolf clan evolved into Tempest starwolves due to the name of their new leader, Ranga. After Rimuru woke up, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but his body seemed to be a little smaller. When he questioned Chu-Shi if she knew anything, he was brushed off by Chu-Shi saying, I don't know, where is it smaller? Aren't you still this big? It must be because you're too tired. When he asked the goblins and direwolves, they also unanimously stated they didn't know. After holding a simple party using the prey Chu-Shi had hunted, while out, Rimuru announced 3 rules. 1. Do not attack humans. 2. Do not fight among yourselves. 3. Do not look down on other races. After listening, Chu-Shi modified the first rule. Do not initiate fights with humans, but if humans strike first, then fight back. Your own safety is the primary goal. We do not look for trouble, but that does not mean we are easy to bully. When Rimuru was about to say something, Chu-Shi blocked his words with points like the greed of human nature. She continued, we were humans too, and we know what humans are like. I understand the feeling of not wanting to attack humans, but if this leads to our own people sacrificing themselves, it will be too late to regret it. After listening, Rimuru thought about it seriously and felt that Chu Zai's words made sense. He shouldn't favor humans just because he was one before, and certainly shouldn't let those around him get hurt because of such things. After establishing the rules, Rimuru began to assign work, guards for the perimeter of the village, teams to collect materials for production, and people to organize the homes or tools. The village's guard work was handed over to the Tempest starwolves and some goblins, and the assignment of detailed work was given to Rigard. After all, he was the former village chief. Simply put, everything was dumped on him. A few days later, when they were preparing to build new houses, they encountered a problem. No one knew how to build houses. There were no construction workers here, so what could they do? After hearing that the dwarves could solve this, Rimuru decided to head to the dwarf kingdom. When he asked Chu-Shi if she wanted to go along, Chu-Shi replied that she would stay behind to watch the house. Having previously learned that this young girl had some overpowered skills, he didn't say anything, as there shouldn't be any safety concerns. So, he took Ranga and a few goblins who knew the way and set off, instructing Chu-Shi to watch over the village. After Rimuru left, Chu-Shi began her leisurely life, either lying on a rock basking in the sun or eating fruit in the straw hut. Since her little brother was taken away, there was no one to slack off with her. Lord Chu Shi, is there anything you would like to eat for dinner today? Oh, it's Rigard. As for dinner, let's just eat whatever we can catch. Chu Shi felt that she didn't even have a sense of taste anymore, so what difference did it make what she ate? After Rigard left, Chu Shi continued to slack off. Hey system, can the body issue be solved? I really want to eat delicious food. Host, the application regarding this matter has been submitted and is being processed. It is highly likely to be achievable, so please wait a little longer. After hearing this, Chu Zai's eyes lit up instantly. Really? That's great. I'm about to get rid of this miserable life. Thank you so much, system, love you. Host, please act normally. If people knew you were like this, it would be quite embarrassing. After all, you are a leader now, you should learn to act like one. What do you mean? What do you mean? What's wrong with being a leader? Chu Shi expressed resistance. Look at Rimuru, isn't he the same? I was infected by him. This is our unique leadership style. You can't expect much from a useless college student, so anything goes for me. Indeed, this is very consistent with your personality and style. By the way, system, in the plot, aren't there those ultimate skills? They look quite powerful. Can I learn them? Host, these are abilities that have a chance to be acquired when a monster evolves into a demon lord or a human evolves into a saint. They evolve from unique skills. By integrating other skills and meeting certain conditions, it is possible, such as Wisdom King and Beelzebub, that Rimuru obtained after integrating skills when evolving into a demon lord. I see. What about me? My skills should work too, right? Yes, host. Due to your own limitations, your skills are temporarily remaining unchanged. Once you evolve into a demon lord, it can be resolved. Besides, the opportunity for you to evolve into a demon lord is not far off. When the kingdom of Falmouth invades, you can evolve alongside Rimuru. In the original plot, 3 malicious foreigners appear in the Jura Tempest Federation. You can use them as nourishment for your evolution. Plus, the human souls you possess are sufficient for you to evolve into a demon lord. That settles that, then. However, speaking of evolving into a demon lord, I've interfered with a few things now. Will Rimuru still evolve into a demon lord? In the original plot, Rimuru evolved into a demon lord due to the death of those around it. In another timeline, it was because the Eastern Empire attacked later, causing the deaths of Rimuru and its companions, and Rimuru became a demon lord upon taking revenge after being resurrected. Host, you can guide Rimuru during the time the kingdom of Falmouth invades. This will not only prevent the deaths of Xian, Gobta, and others, but also allow Rimuru to successfully evolve. Just like that, several more days passed idly. During this time, Chu Shi set up an array in the Ogre tribe village to prevent heavy casualties when the orc disaster invaded. The source of the array was the system store. Upon learning that the system store carried seasonings, the daily meals became even more delicious. Chu Shi cooked to improve some of the food and taught a few goblins simple cooking methods. Some crop seeds from the system were also planted in a few fields developed around the village. Thus, while slacking off, things were also developing. This evening, Rimuru returned. It had been nearly half a month since they left. Rimuru looked at the village's current appearance with some surprise. The village looked much better than before. Although they were still thatched huts, the village's scope had expanded by about double. Traces of cultivation could be seen nearby, and there was a small field in the distance. The new fences around the village were also much better than the rotten wood from before. Walking into the village, it happened to see Chu Shi and the others in front of a large pot. Seeing Rimuru return, Chu Shi said, Oh, Rimuru, you're back. We're making dinner. Since you're back, we can eat in a little while. Wait a moment. After saying that, Chu Shi continued to instruct the goblinas. Rimuru looked at this large pot that appeared from nowhere and the seasonings on the wooden table, feeling a bit confused. I was only gone for a short while. How did things develop so quickly? A large iron pot is one thing, but what is up with these seasonings? Rimuru let Kaijin and the others look around the village freely. They would live here in the future, so it would be better to get to know the village first. Then, Rimuru walked over to Chu Shi, reached out, and pulled her away. Not far from the large pot, it started chatting via thought communication. What's going on with our village? What have you done? Chushi looked at Rimuru's unworldly appearance, shook her head, and her whole body swayed along with it. Rimuru, don't be so surprised. Our village is still the same as before, just patched up, and waiting for you to bring people back to renovate it. I think there's a big change. Where did that big pot come from? It wasn't there before I left. I made this using the magic ore from the cave before. How about it? It's big enough, right? Then, what about those things planted outside? Where did you get them? Oh, I created those using my skills. You have this ability. How come I didn't know? And what about those seasonings? Of course you didn't know. I developed this after you left. Those seasonings were also conjured using my skills. How about it? Impressive, right? Rimuru looked at the smug-looking slime in front of it and just patted her head, saying, impressive, impressive. But why did you develop so many things as soon as I left? Did I hinder your performance while I was here? And since we both have skills, why doesn't my skill have this function? Pushing aside Rimuru's hand, Chushi stepped back 2 steps. Sigh, you can't say it like that. It's just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Besides, your skills are different from mine, how could they have this function? You should reflect more on yourself. Is it because you haven't been working hard enough? Also, you've been gone for so long, why didn't you use thought communication to report that you were safe or something? I thought you had been detained. Rimuru automatically ignored the previous teasing. Can thought communication be used over such a long distance? Yes, otherwise what? Notification. Thought communication can ignore distance. As long as it is not blocked, it can be achieved. Listening to the words of the great sage and Chushi, Rimuru fell silent for a moment, then opened its mouth a bit guiltily. Then why didn't you use thought communication to report the situation here to me? I forgot. Hey, let's not talk about that. You should also learn how to use your own skills. A slime that doesn't properly develop its own abilities is not a good slime. Oh. You're not qualified to say that to me. We're the same in this regard. You bad slime, you should reflect on yourself. Hey, enough, enough. Dinner is almost ready, let's go eat first. You still need to introduce the newcomers you brought back to our village. Just like that, Chushi pulled Rimuru to the dining table to prepare for dinner. At the dinner table, everyone ate roasted meat and stew while listening to Rimuru talk about what happened in Dworgen, and introduced Kaijin and the 3 dwarf brothers to us. Kaijin, a famous blacksmith from Dworgen, skilled in forging weapons. Garm, the eldest of the 3 dwarf brothers, skilled in armor making and leatherworking. Dold, the second of the 3 dwarf brothers, skilled in crafting artifacts. Mild, the third of the 3 dwarf brothers, skilled in construction and architectural design. After the meal, Rimuru let Rigurd take them to the arranged rooms to rest. By morning, Chushi was dragged out of her grass nest by Rimuru for a meeting. The meeting content was similar to yesterday's introduction of Kaijin and the 3 dwarf brothers. Kaijin was responsible for weapon production, Garm for armor making and leatherworking, Dold for artifact crafting, and Mild for construction and architectural design. Everyone else remained as they were, and then they began to renovate the village. In the following days, more goblins came to seek shelter. Rimuru bestowed names upon them one by one and appointed Rigurd as the highest person in charge of the goblins, Goblin King, followed by the 3 goblin lords, Rugurd, Rigurd, and Rogurd, who were responsible for assisting Rigurd. In addition, a goblina named Lilina was also appointed as a goblin lord and served as Rigurd's secretary, assisting in handling various affairs. She was the only female among the 4 core members. In the future Jura Tempest Federation, they were all Rigurd's capable assistants. Because of their assistance to Rigurd, the daily affairs and logistics of the Jura Tempest Federation could run smoothly, and they were also an indispensable part of the Jura Tempest Federation. Leisurely times would just continue like this, yeah right. One day, Rigurd came to report that they had caught a few suspicious individuals, so Chushi, who was sunbathing, was dragged away by Rimuru once again. After some investigation, the suspicious individuals caught were humans, specifically, 3 elves and 1 Majin. When the 2 arrived in front of a certain hut, inside, it was happening. Hey, that's mine. You're being way too mean. That's the meat I carefully took care of. Big brother, he never gives an inch when it comes to stealing food. Nom, nom, nom. It seemed quite noisy, and the scene was incredibly lively. Rigurd replied, no, my apologies, the two of you. It seems their luggage was stolen by a swarm of ants. They also said they hadn't eaten in a while, so I prepared a meal for them. No, this is fine, you handled it very thoughtfully, Rimuru said, offering praise. He felt that Rigurd was starting to get the hang of things, knowing how to handle leadership tasks without needing to consult with him or Chu Shi. Haha. I will continue to work hard in the future, hoping not to trouble the two of you anymore. That rigid personality hadn't changed at all. It was definitely still the same Rigurd. Upon entering, several gazes fell upon Rimuru and Chu Shi. Several adventurers were seen stuffing their mouths with vegetables and meat, their cheeks puffed out. They stared at us with wide eyes, looking quite comical. Rimuru felt like he had seen some of them somewhere before. Only after Chu Shi reminded him did he recall that they were the trio he had met at the cave entrance, though there was one new face. After showing us to the main seats, Rigurd stepped forward and said, guests, we only have humble fare to offer, I hope it is to your liking. These two are our masters, Lord Rimuru and Lord Chu Shi. After the introduction, he took a seat to the side. Then, a slime is the boss. For real. Nom, nom, nom. The adventurers were all taken aback in unison. One of them had a subtle reaction, but that didn't matter. Then, the one wearing the mask was made to spit out their food by Rimuru's line, nice to meet you. I am the slime, Rimuru, and this is the slime, Chu Shi. We aren't evil slimes. Because of the mask, the food didn't explode outward, but what was happening under the mask was anyone's guess. Chu Shi looked at Rimuru as if he were an idiot, then said, sorry. Please don't mind this brain-damaged slime. Rimuru. The group seemed to recover from their shock. That was very rude of us just now. We didn't expect Imogen to save us, you've really helped us a lot. We are human adventurers. This meat is so delicious. We've been fleeing for the past 3 days and haven't had a decent meal. Thank you so much. Thank you for your help. We didn't expect to find a village built by high goblins here. Cough, cough, gulp, cough, cough. Seeing them choking, Chu Shi said, you guys keep eating. Let's talk after you're finished. With that, we left and returned to our own house to wait. And so, time passed. During that time, Rimuru and Shizu chatted on the hillside for a while. We returned to the place where they were resting. Nice to meet you, I am Cabal. I'm basically the leader of this party. She is Ellen, and he is Guido. Is this introduction okay? We are B-ranked adventurers. Nice to meet you, my name is Ellen. Hello, I'm Guido. Nice to meet you. And this is Miss Shizu, who is traveling with us. I am Shizu. Listening to their introductions, we confirmed their identities and learned during the subsequent conversation that they had been commissioned by the branch manager to investigate whether there were any anomalies nearby. Next. But he's the one who said there were anomalies, how are we supposed to know what's weird? Exactly. What exactly are we supposed to be investigating? I wish he'd be clearer. We're very good at investigating, sure, but there are limits. And so on, they started bad-mouthing the branch manager. Watching these guys complain, we began to sympathize with that branch manager we had never met. When asked why they went to investigate near the cave, the answer was, the disappearance of Veldora seemed to have caused an uproar in the human world. Consequently, our friend Rimuru acted a bit guilty. When they complained that there were strong monsters in the cave but no treasure or magic ore to be found, Rimuru felt even guiltier, his little eyes darting around. The floor was truly, remarkably floor-like. Then, they asked if building houses here would have any impact, or if anyone would come to interfere. If someone did, they could just move the village. No, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yeah, this isn't the Free Guild's business. As for the nations, who knows? Well, I'm not sure either. Seeing Rimuru starting to act foolish, Chu Shi used thought communication. Rimuru, have you forgotten where this is? This is the Great Forest of Jura, Veldora's territory. Do you think any blind human would dare to interfere here? And even if they did, I could make them pay dearly. After hearing Chuzai's words, Rimuru felt he had indeed asked a silly question. To him, Veldora was just a nice dragon, though it seemed his reputation in the human world was quite poor. Just as Rimuru was about to continue asking questions, the masked lady who had been listening to the conversation suddenly had an issue. She lost consciousness and collapsed on the spot. Just as Rimuru and the others were about to go over and check on her. Ah, goo, ah. A sudden change descended. The moment Shizu collapsed, Chushi used teleportation magic to move everyone to the outskirts of the village and deployed an absolute defense and spatial barrier. Cracks appeared on Shizu's mask, and demonic energy drifted out. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet. It was clear that the situation was dire. It's summoning magic. Ellen exclaimed. Hey, no way. Why did this all of a sudden? What level of summoning spell is this? Let me see. Judging from the scale of the magic circle, it's a monster of B+ rank or higher. Big brother, don't just stand there chatting, we have to stop her quickly. Oh Earth. Bind her. Mud hands. Take this. Heavy impact. Chushi felt they were indeed veteran adventurers, but dealing with that thing was likely unrealistic. System, I remember that Miss Shizu dies in this plot. Is there any way to save her? Host, with our current abilities, there is no way. Furthermore, this plot is crucial for Rimuru to obtain a human form. Although we cannot save her, we can use the skill Truth Seeker to protect Miss Shizu's soul so it doesn't dissipate like in the original plot. We can resurrect her later once we obtain the corresponding abilities. Then I'll leave it to you, system. Understood. While Chushi was conversing with the system, Rimuru and the others had already been fighting for a while. Thanks to absolute defense and spatial lockdown, the village was not destroyed as it had been in the original storyline. As the summoning formation vanished, 3 fire lizards and the super high-ranking fire spirit, Ifrit, came into view. It's just as I thought. It's the blazing controller. The one who commands the flame giant, the strongest spirit user. You said the flame giant. Isn't that a high-ranking spirit above A rank? Whoa. It's my first time seeing one. Wait, we can't possibly win, can we? We can't win. We're going to die here. Life is so short. Ellen and her group were already feeling a bit discouraged. With Chuzai's absolute defense in place, the 3 of them hadn't suffered any serious, fatal injuries, though they hadn't realized it. Water Ice Great Magic Spear. Ellen aimed at one of the fire lizards and fired an ice magic spell. A single water ice great magic spear wasn't enough to defeat the fire lizard, but it did knock it back. After being knocked back, the fire lizard lunged at the 3 of them again. The moment the fire lizard reached Ellen and the others, an ice pillar crashed down from the sky, finishing it off instantly. Before Ellen and the others could react, Chushi used an ice chain technique to restrain the remaining 2 fire lizards and Ifrit. Rimuru, what are you doing? Didn't I teach you some elemental magic? Wouldn't it be better to use those to deal with them? Ah, sorry. Just now, Great Sage said that using water magic would cause a huge explosion, so I was thinking of other methods. Plus, doesn't fire counter ice? So I just. Rimuru, our stats are above its. You don't need to worry about that. Besides, even if fire counters ice, aren't there other types of magic? Just restraining it is enough. And in this world, those who play with fire aren't necessarily stronger than those who play with ice. You're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? So now, how do we deal with them? The one who lost control is Ifrit, who is inside Miss Shizu. You just need to devour it, and that will save Miss Shizu. After listening to Chuzai's explanation, Rimuru used Predator to devour Ifrit. When he prepared to deal with the remaining 2 fire lizards, he discovered that they had already been smashed into nothingness by Chuzai's ice pillars. After the battle, Ellen and her group's equipment was updated by Kaijin and the others, and the 3 of them were so moved they almost shed tears. Wow! What is this cloak made of? It's light, sturdy, and beautiful too. Whoa! This is the shell-scale armor I've dreamed of. Isn't this Master Garm's work? I'm going to keep this as a family heirloom. Are you sure I can take this? It's too wasteful for me, and it even uses direwolf fur. In short, they were being very dramatic. Since Miss Shizu was still unconscious and needed rest, she stayed behind for us to take care of. The three of them had to rush back to report their findings, and they told us they would handle the explanation to the Free Guild branch, letting the branch manager know that we were harmless and coexisting peacefully with humans. 1 week passed. Shizu woke up. The events unfolded as they did in the original story. She talked with Rimuru, entrusted her students to him, and finally had Rimuru devour her. Shizu's mask was also handed over to Rimuru. During Shizu's sleep, Chushi had already set up defenses with her skills, so Shizu's soul slept within Rimuru without her or Rimuru knowing. Of course, Great Sage discovered this later when it evolved into Wisdom King and told Rimuru. Just like that, Rimuru obtained a human form and could eat delicious food every day, which made Chushi incredibly envious. Rimuru comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. Maybe you'll get a human form soon, too. For now, let me taste the delicious food for you. Wahahaha tilde. Chushi. To celebrate Rimuru obtaining a human form, a banquet was held that night. The village returned to peace and began developing into a town. Chushi told Rimuru about her idea to go wandering for a while. After agreeing to Rimuru's terms, to use thought communication every few days to report that she was safe, and not to do anything dangerous, she set off on her journey. During her journey, Chushi hopped along while lost in her thoughts, not knowing what she was thinking about all day. Either she was admiring the scenery from high mountains, sunbathing on rocks or trees, or occasionally making barbecue that she couldn't taste, and she would use magic sense to capture all the beautiful scenery she encountered and send it to Rimuru to admire. Because she didn't have a human form, she couldn't go to many places and could only wander around the great forest of Jura. That afternoon, after Chushi finished gnawing on a fruit in a cave and was getting ready to leave, the system spoke up. Host, your previous request has been approved. Your body has been delivered here and is stored in your stomach. You can devour it directly using your skill. After hearing this, Chushi stopped her swaying body, her eyes shining. Oh ho, I can finally have a body. I can finally have a sense of taste. Hurry, hurry, devour, devour. I want to see if there are any changes in my human form compared to before. Devour successful. Human form acquired. Chushi used ice to create a full-length mirror in front of her. A 7 or 8-year-old child's figure appeared in the mirror. Her black hair from her previous life had turned pink. It was neither long nor short, reaching just to her shoulders. Her already pretty face had become that of a child, but even more tender and beautiful. Her eyes had changed from black to gold. After spinning around, Chushi was quite satisfied with her current self. Though she was a bit sad that she had become shorter, the former youthful beauty had turned into a little lowly. After using magicules to conjure clothes and putting them on, she pinched her own cheeks. The texture was great tilde. Host, you look quite cute now. It matches your personality better. Really. Thanks for the compliment. Now that I have a human form, just watch me go back and prank Rimuru. He's been showing off in front of me for too long. I meant that your female brat personality matches this look perfectly. What are you saying? What do you mean, female brat? What do you mean, goofy? No system talks about its host like that. Besides, other female brats were always shouting small fry. Look, where do I look like one? My personality is so good, my brain is so smart, and I'm so sunny. Where do I look like a female brat? Retract your statement immediately. Alright, host. You are truly as beautiful as the moon and flowers, as captivating as a sunken fish or falling goose, devastatingly beautiful, national beauty and heavenly scent, and your fragrance is mesmerizing. Stop, stop, stop. You're talking too disgustingly. I feel like a villain after hearing that. You can shut up now. After complaining to the system, Chushi picked some edible food from the system store and started eating. Having a sense of taste is truly great. Now everything she eats is delicious. By the way, the evacuation formation near the Ogre Tribe village has been activated. You can go back now. After hearing this, Chushi swallowed the corn sausage in her mouth and clapped her hands. Have we been out for that long? Time passed so quickly. It's only because you never paid attention to the time and were idling away all day that you couldn't feel how much time had passed. Fine. By the way, host, there is a monster in this cave that has been watching you since a moment ago. However, since it poses no threat, I didn't mention it. Do you need me to handle it? What monster? Let me see. A small spider, hiding behind those rocks behind you. Chushi turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared from her spot, reappearing behind the rocks. She glanced down and saw a small, all-white spider. It was the size of a normal human palm and looked quite cute, except for being missing two legs, as if it had been blasted by magic. Hello, hello, can you understand me? The little spider nodded and made a chi friction sound. Why are you here? There don't seem to be any spider-type monsters in this vicinity, right? The little spider kept gesturing at Chushi with its spider legs. Chushi indicated she couldn't understand at all. How about you write it on the ground? The little spider understood Chuzai's words and began drawing and writing on the ground. The general meaning was, it was a monster that ran over from the east. Because of Veldora's disappearance, some bold monster traffickers from the Eastern Empire had entered to capture monsters. A large number of monsters were killed or captured. It was a monster born not long ago. While fleeing, it was caught in the crossfire when the other party used magic to capture other monsters. After running here, it hid in this cave to heal its wounds. I see. Sorry about that, I'm occupying your home for the time being, but I'll be leaving soon, so don't worry. The little spider nodded after hearing this and started scribbling again. The general meaning was that it was fine. It had initially thought it was discovered by a human or monster and was afraid of being captured or killed, so it had hidden. Seeing how spiritual, cute, and interesting it was, Chushi got the idea to abduct it. She looked at the little spider and said, Nah tilde look, it's fate that we met here. Do you want to come with me? Don't look at me like this, I'm actually very strong. A round of sweet talking. After finishing, before it could react, Chushi touched its two broken legs with her small hand. A flash of green light passed, and the two legs were restored. Then she continued to sweet talk it. Aren't I awesome? There's a great future following me. If you follow me, you'll get 3 meals a day, and the benefits are super good. Just like that, the little spider was successfully sweet talked away. Chushi named the little spider Shiroori. After being named, the little spider grew from the size of a palm to over a meter, and then spat out spider silk to wrap itself up. Chushi found it strange. Shouldn't it evolve successfully right after being named? Why did it wrap itself up? And didn't it grow bigger? Host, perhaps every monster is different. Generally, low-level monsters don't possess this kind of intelligence. It should be a special entity born with B-rank combat power right from birth, much stronger than general low-level monsters. It just isn't skilled with its own abilities, so it looked weak. Then how long will it take for it to finish evolving? According to estimations, the evolution will be completed by tomorrow morning. Then let's rest here until tomorrow before leaving. Rimuru shouldn't be in a hurry anyway. After all, the current Rimuru is much stronger than in the original plot at this point. The cave quieted down, leaving only the faint rustling sounds occasionally coming from Shiroori's white cocoon. Chushi found a spot next to the cocoon, spread out a mat, and sat down. She casually pulled out pieces of beef jerky from her stomach pouch and started gnawing on them. After finishing the jerky, Chushi looked toward the cave entrance. It seemed to be night already. She clapped her hands, washed them with water magic, pulled a quilt out from her stomach pouch, and fell fast asleep under the covers. Early morning, the insect cocoon made a cracking sound. Chushi was woken up by the noise, rubbed her eyes, and looked at the cocoon. The half-human-sized spider was gone, replaced by a young girl with long white hair. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with a standard beautiful face. A pair of eyes, just like in her spider form, were looking around. Why don't you put on some clothes first? I'm feasting my eyes, but be careful not to catch a cold if you don't wear clothes. Looking at that capital, Chushi reminded her with a hint of jealousy. That capital really made her a bit envious. Although it was in the normal range, it was still bigger than her previous self, especially since she had become human now and didn't have that stuff at all. No, that's not right, she had a little bit, but just a little, which was negligible. She asked the system, and the system replied that because a slime is asexual, she was also asexual. Maybe because she was a girl in her past life, her human form had a few more characteristics. As for Rimuru's kind, it wasn't clear. Chushi thought this was worse than not giving it to her. What did she have more of than other slimes? Just that tiny bit of meat. The girl, no, it should be Shiraori, listened to Chuzai's words, looked at the broken cocoon, fashioned it into clothes, and put them on. Then she walked in front of Chushi and knelt on one knee. Thank you for the name, Master. Chushi looked at Shiraori. Hey, calling me Master is weird. My name is Chushi, you can call me Chushi. Then, Lord Chushi. Fine, as long as you don't call me Master. Now get up quickly, no need to kneel. By the way, see if you need to pack anything. After you're done, follow me. Lord Chushi, I have nothing to pack. Let's go directly. Shiraori shook her head. Fine. After walking out of the cave, Chushi opened a teleportation portal. The two crossed the portal and arrived near the village. Chushi prepared to give Rimuru a scare. Through magic sense, she discovered Rimuru was discussing something with Rigard and Kaijin in a room, so Chushi pulled Shiraori and walked in swaggeringly, emitting some pressure. The patrolling goblin saw the two and was about to come over to stop them when they were suppressed on the spot by the pressure, unable to move, but they were unharmed. Lord Chushi, Shiraori spoke softly, her face showing some confusion. It's fine, just scaring them a little. Chushi curled her lips into a mischievous smile and continued walking forward. Inside the room, Rimuru's magic sense had clearly detected the abnormality. With the great sage's reminder, he understood that Chushi had returned. Just as Chushi pulled back the straw curtain and was about to step into the room. Splat tilde. A blue jelly-like object ejected from the room, flying towards them at high speed, and then, precisely plastered onto Chuzai's face. The air froze. Shiraori stood frozen in place, blinking her eyes, at a loss. The goblins were even more dumbfounded. Their beloved Rimuru, actually turned into slime form, sticking to the intruder's face like a rag. Rimuru, get off me. Chushi grabbed the slippery slime on her face with both hands and pulled hard, but the blue jelly stuck like chewing gum. Oh ho ho, isn't this Chushi? You came back without saying a word. How did you obtain a human form? You were just a tiny slime, and now you're the same. Rimuru gestured on her face with his hand. Chushi stood there with a look of despair, still wearing a slime on her face. The same your head. Get down first. Chushi grabbed Rimuru by both ends and pulled, stretching him into a blue noodle, but the guy's body was incredibly resilient and simply wouldn't break. Lord Chushi. Shiraori spoke up cautiously. Do you need any help? No. Chushi gritted her teeth. This guy is doing it on purpose. Hehehehe. Rimuru let out an annoying laugh, finally bouncing off Chuzai's face, and with a pop in midair, transformed back into human form. A silver blue-haired boy-girl landed steadily. Their golden eyes were filled with amusement as they looked Chushi up and down, though they paused for a moment upon seeing her appearance. Not bad. The human form is actually quite good-looking, it's just. His gaze lingered on Chuzai's chest for a few seconds, and one could tell from his expression that he was a bit confused. He remembered that slimes were genderless, so why did she feel a bit different? He asked Great Sage, but Great Sage indicated that it didn't know either, replying that it might be individual variation. Just what? No, nothing. Rimuru quickly changed the subject. Anyway, why did you suddenly come back? I thought you were going to be wandering around outside for a long time. HMPH. Chushi rolled her eyes. I came back when I was done playing. I also brought a new companion. As she spoke, Chushi pulled Shiraori toward the house. The people inside were clearly startled by the commotion just now. Rigard was the first to react, standing up and bowing respectfully. Lord Chushi, welcome back. Kaijin and a few dwarves also stood up to greet her, but compared to Rigard's respectful demeanor of an old retainer meeting his lord, Kaijin and the others were much more casual, grinning. Yo, Miss Chushi, congratulations on obtaining a human form. Looking good. The group gave a thumbs up. Just like that, in the midst of casual conversation, Chushi introduced Shiraori to everyone and caught up on the recent situation. After chatting, our Rigard activated one of the two strongest skills in the series, Party King. To celebrate Lord Chushi obtaining a human form and Shiroori joining, a large banquet was to be held in the evening. During the banquet, Chushi ate with great seriousness. Compared to the things in the system shop, the food here was much better. The items in the shop were fine for satisfying a craving occasionally, but a proper meal cooked by everyone was much more delicious. Chushi checked Rimuru and Shiroori's status panels while eating. Name: Rimuru Tempest. Race: Slime. Gender: none. Unique skill: Great Sage, Predator, Deviant. Other skills: Black Serpent Mimicry, Shell Lizard Mimicry, Direwolf Mimicry, etc., Pain Nullification, Physical Attack Resistance, Electricity Resistance, Paralysis Resistance, etc., Magic Sense, Heat Source Perception, Super Olfaction, Thought Communication, Coercion, etc. Magicals: 3.31 million, slowly increasing, plus the endurance from having Beldora as a power bank. Name: Shiroori. Race: Arachnite Spider Demon. Gender: female. Unique skill: Weaver. Other skills: Mimicry, Concealment, Body Strengthening, Magic Sense, Poison Fang, Thought Communication, etc. Magicals: 910,000. Magicals are not equal to existence value. After the protagonist evolves into a demon lord, existence value will replace magicals in the panel. Weaver ability introduction: Fate thread spinning, can weave threads of fate, invisible to the naked eye, and entangle them on the target. The threads themselves have no attack power but can be used to track and perceive the target's status, as well as perform minor guidance through the traction of the threads at critical moments, e.g., deflecting the target's attack by a few centimeters, or making the target happen to step on a certain position at a critical moment. Thread domain perception constructs a domain through scattered threads, where every movement, airflow, temperature, vibration, magical fluctuation within the domain can be perceived by Shiroori. The denser the threads, the more precise the perception. Cocoon regeneration: when severely injured, can wrap oneself in a cocoon using threads and consume magicals to recover rapidly. The defense of the cocoon is directly proportional to the amount of magicals invested. What made Chushi unhappy was that she wanted to taste the alcohol but couldn't. Although her own alcohol tolerance didn't seem great, she just wanted to try it. Rimuru wouldn't let her drink, and even if she snuck a drink, it would be nullified just like Rimuru's. She asked the system if it could be solved, but the system didn't make a sound. It seemed she would have to wait until later to find someone to learn how to solve it. Chushi looked around and felt strange. Why couldn't she see any sign of the ogre tribe? Because I only said the formation started, I didn't say they had already met Rimuru and the others. Based on the situation, it will take a few more days for them to arrive as refugees. Oh, alright. Chushi thought if she had known, she would have played a few more days before coming back. You're playing a few more days doesn't seem any different from slacking off here. It's the same basking in the sun and spacing out. It's better to come back than to sleep in the open outside. Here, there are people to take care of you. If you were left alone, Rimuru and the others would be very worried. How is it no different? Didn't I take so many beautiful photos? And that wasn't basking in the sun and spacing out, that was absorbing light energy for photosynthesis. You don't understand. Besides, I am so strong that I won't be in danger. Aren't you aware of what you're like? Whispering to self. What? Can you speak louder? I didn't hear you clearly. No, nothing. Please continue resting. Right, the current timeline is the orcs attacking, right? Why didn't I run into them? I remember their numbers seemed quite large. The location we were traveling in before was the southeast side of the Great Forest of Jura, which is close to the territory of the three demon lords and the Eastern Empire. They wouldn't be stupid enough to go there. Moreover, the direction of their attack is our central area, and then they expand outward. Also, you really should read the plot more. Chushi felt wronged. She did read the plot, she just couldn't remember that much content. Besides, some things were written so confusingly that she couldn't understand them anyway. It was better to take it one step at a time. As long as she didn't lose points at critical moments, it would be fine. At the banquet, Shiroori quickly hit it off with everyone. After the banquet ended, she took out sleeping supplies for Shiraori, arranged for the village before going out to wander. The items were from the system shop, but the quality was definitely not as good as what Shuna and the others would make later. She instructed her to rest early and to use thought communication to call her if there were any problems, then returned to her own thatched hut. Built of mud and wood, here collectively referred to as a thatched hut. Like the original work, the houses will be upgraded after the war with the orcs, but the current houses are still better than the kind the goblins had at the beginning. Of course, our Lord Rimuru also lives here, with one person sleeping on each side. Chu-Shi picked up the quilt and pillow by her mat, lay down, and prepared to go to sleep. Do you still have these? Give me a set. After returning, Rimuru saw Chu-Shi preparing to fall asleep instantly and quickly stopped her. Didn't I take out a lot before? Where is your share? That's Gobta's fault. A few days ago, we went outside to sleep and watch the night view, and Gobta and the others were playing with fire there, and accidentally burned the things. You were playing too, don't pin the blame on the little brother alone. Chu-Shi narrowed her eyes. And it was probably you who led it. Ahahaha tilde don't be like that. How is that possible? I wouldn't do such a thing. Chu-Shi, right pointing arrow underscore right pointing arrow. Fine, I was the ringleader. So, can Lord Chu-Shi take pity on me? Rimuru. Watching Rimuru go from sad to acting cute to gain sympathy, Chu-Shi sighed and took out another pile of quilts and pillows. Here, keep one set, and take the rest to those who don't have any. It's easy to get diarrhea if you don't cover yourself with a quilt when sleeping. I'll give them to them tomorrow. Those few who sleep with others have quilts to share. Rimuru took the quilt and grinned. Then if you didn't ask, were you going to share mine? Is that okay? I don't mind, what's the matter? We're both slimes anyway. It's nothing. Then what have you been covering yourself with these past few days? Yours. Oh. Rimuru. I regret it, family. A few days passed in a flash. Chuzai's life remained enviably leisurely. She would wander around the village during the day, occasionally overseeing the patrol team's training, but spent most of her time lying on rooftops or rocks, photosynthesizing. After integrating into life here, Shiraori took charge of intelligence gathering in the surrounding area, using spider silk to weave small spiders and injecting them with magicules, placing them all around to monitor for any anomalies at any time. Chu-Shi felt that her slime form was the most comfortable. When tired, she could be carried around, which perfectly suited her philosophy of just coasting through life. Just as Chu-Shi was wondering what to have for dinner, she sensed Magicule's fluctuations from a battle. Then, Rimuru's thought communication arrived. Gobta and Ranga have encountered danger. I am going to support them. I'll leave the home front to you. Rest assured, with me here, the home front is guaranteed to be safe. Lord Chu-Shi, should we send someone to provide support? It is too dangerous for Lord Rimuru to go alone. Rigurd ran over to ask immediately upon seeing Chu-Shi. No need, leave that side to Rimuru for now. Have the other patrol teams return first, in case anything else happens. After giving instructions to Rigurd, Chu-Shi looked at Shiraori, expand the reconnaissance range. If there are still enemies, we can set up an ambush in advance. Yes. ×2. Oh, and Shiraori, come see me after you've expanded the reconnaissance. After Rimuru arrived at the battlefield, screams immediately reached his ears. It was Gobta. He was fighting a white-haired ogre, but the opponent was far too strong for him. Logically, his age should have left the ogre tribe member with insufficient stamina and slow movements, but his footwork and sword handling were not that of an amateur. There was no sign of aging at all. Conversely, although Gobta had acquired a little foundation through training, he was still an amateur. He dodged with large movements, trying to find a way to stall the enemy, but ultimately, he was no match. The white-haired ogre approached Gobta in the blink of an eye and struck with his sword. Gobta was hit, and while a large gash was cut across his chest, it did not hit any vital points. Ah, it hurts. I'm going to die. If this continues, I'm definitely going to kick the bucket. Gobta rolled on the ground in pain, wailing loudly. Rimuru saw that he could still make such a racket, so he figured it wasn't anything too serious. Although that attack was powerful, it didn't seem intended to kill Gobta. After pouring recovery potion on Gobta, Rimuru looked at the battle situation. Many goblin warriors and direwolves were lying around. It seemed no one had lost their lives. Suppressing so many people without causing any injuries was no easy feat. It was likely that someone was using magic from the shadows. In the distance, a purple-haired ogre was fighting Rigyur, and the situation looked dire. Ranga jumped back to his side upon seeing Rimuru. Lord Rimuru, I am terribly sorry. Even with me accompanying them, the situation has become so dire. Ranga, who was about to apologize, was stopped by Rimuru. This is not your fault, the opponent is simply too strong. They are a high-ranking race living in the great forest of Jura, the ogre tribe. Hey, stop fighting. Let's sit down and talk about whatever is going on. Rimuru shouted toward Rigyur and the purple-haired ogre. Hearing Rimuru's voice, Rigyur finally noticed him, immediately lowered his sword, and retreated to his side, while the purple-haired ogre showed no intention of stopping, merely standing in place and staring at them. After using recovery potion on Rigyur, Ranga told Rimuru that everyone seemed to have been hit by a sleep spell. Those who couldn't resist simply fell asleep, and they were generally unharmed. Upon hearing this, Rimuru breathed a sigh of relief. It would be terrible if something had happened to everyone. There were roughly 20 or so ogre tribe members around, and the white-haired and purple-haired ogres from earlier had now retreated to the front of the ogre group. A pink-haired ogre was being protected in the center by the group. It seemed she was the one who had used the sleep spell. Those protecting her were quite severely injured, and the three ogres at the very front, along with the white and purple ones, were staring intensely at Rimuru. This monster looks so evil. Everyone be careful. The pink-haired ogre spoke first. Hey, pause for a second. I'm not some evil monster. Trying to confuse us. You can even command those evil creatures. How could an ordinary person have such ability? You've donned human skin, suppressed your aura, and are playing some amateur tricks. You think you can deceive our eyes like this? Don't think you can escape the princess's discerning eyes. Show your true form. The pink-haired ogre, referred to as the princess, spoke up, sternly interrupting Rimuru. As soon as those words were uttered, it became a flashpoint. The red-haired and blue-haired ogres chimed in unison, and it appeared they were not willing to listen to any explanation. Subsequently, Rimuru tried to clarify, saying it was all a misunderstanding, but they still wouldn't listen. Enough. Since he doesn't intend to tell the truth, we will use force to make him speak. We must make him reveal his relationship with the evil orcs that attacked our tribe. The red-haired ogre shouted furiously and approached Rimuru and his group. Lord Rimuru, what should we do now? Ranga asked. Rigyur and Gobta had only just treated their wounds and probably couldn't help much. Currently, only he and Ranga could take the field, and it seemed like it would take quite some time to take them down without causing injury. Just as the ogres were preparing to attack, a pile of small spiders pounced toward them. The small spiders burst with a pop, and a large amount of spider silk suddenly appeared, binding them. The silk had a paralyzing effect, rendering them unable to break free for a moment. Lord Rimuru, Chushi sent me to support you. Seeing that you were just chatting, I didn't take action. Shiraori appeared behind Rimuru. Oh, it's Shiraori. Arigato, you've been a huge help. I didn't even notice your concealment effect, that's amazing. Rimuru breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to settle down and talk. You flatter me. Less than notice, because they are our own people and pose no threat, I did not inform you. Greater than. Alright. So, everyone from the ogre tribe, can we chat now? I really am not some evil monster. Why did you mistake me for an evil monster? Shut up. Being able to control so many goblins and direwolves, plus this one who uses spider silk, I am even more certain that you are the source of the disaster. The ones who manipulated those evil orcs to destroy our tribe's village must be your accomplices, right? How could we have lost to mere orcs? It must be you demon folk pulling strings in the shadows. Rimuru was confused and still hadn't figured out the situation. At this moment, Shiraori reminded Rimuru that it might be better to take off his mask to talk. Rimuru nodded, took off his mask, and even demonstrated a wave of his strength to show them that he was truly innocent and that he knew nothing about the things they were talking about. That pink-haired princess, who seemed to be the brains of the group, quickly sorted out the situation and realized they had mistaken him for someone else. Wait, brother, perhaps we should calm down and talk. The demon who controlled us earlier did not attack us after doing so, which suggests they truly have no malicious intent. Moreover, the strength of this demon before us is likely above that of the one from earlier. It would be easy for him to kill us. Therefore, they should have no connection to the demon who attacked our village. Look at the mask in his hand, it is also different from that demon's. Yeah, I said from the beginning that we could sit down and talk, and I really don't know about any evil orcs or demons you mentioned. Shiraori, please let them go. Understood, Lord Rimuru. Shiraori then retracted the spider silk and looked at the ogre tribe. The paralysis effect on your bodies will last for a little while. You can sit down and rest for now. Just like that, the ogre tribe members sat on the ground, and the red-haired ogre lowered his head toward Rimuru. I offended you just now, we misunderstood you. I am very sorry. It's alright. You all rest for a bit, this isn't the place to talk. Come to our village in a while, I'll treat you to a meal, and we can talk while we eat. While Rimuru and the others were chatting, the fallen goblins and direwolves were awakened. On the way back, Rimuru handed the mask to them for inspection. They confirmed that it was indeed different from the one the evil demon had, and they apologized to Rimuru and the others once again. Chushi checked the time and said to Goblinas, let's start preparing dinner. Rimuru should be finishing up soon, and I'll handle any situation in the surroundings immediately. Understood, Chushi. Goblinas acknowledged her and turned to prepare the ingredients. Chushi stretched, completely unconcerned about Rimuru having any trouble. Besides, she had sent Shiraori over as well. With two high combat power individuals present, nothing could go wrong. Even if something did, she could simply use teleportation to get there in an instant. She had previously snuck a taste of Rimuru and gained a new skill, similar to Veldora's ability to teleport directly to someone's side. Chushi, is everything really fine on Lord Rimuru's side? Rigard still felt somewhat uneasy. Rest assured. Look, the commotion over there has ceased, so it must be over. They should be back in a little while. After saying this, Chushi walked over to the large cauldron that had been set up. We have guests tonight, so cook everything I caught at noon. Half for soup, half for barbecue. Let me know if you need anything. Yes. Times N. Meanwhile, as soon as Rimuru and the others arrived near the village, they smelled the delicious aroma. Rigard was waiting at the entrance with his people. Upon seeing Rimuru and the others, he immediately stepped forward to welcome them. Lord Rimuru, it is wonderful that you have returned safely. Oh, Rigard. We've finished up on our end. Did you encounter any danger back home? Answering you, Lord Rimuru, everything is fine in the village. With Chushi here, everyone is very at ease, and we are already preparing dinner. Just like that, everyone returned to the village. Watching Rimuru walk over, Chushi said, Yo, you're back. Dinner is just about ready to be served. Quickly, take a seat and eat. Everyone behind, find a place to sit as well, we can talk about anything else later. You really are laid back, not worried about us at all. Rimuru tapped the pink slime on its head. Why would I worry? I'm well aware of your strength, and Shiraori was there too. Yeah, thanks to Shiraori, the matter was resolved quickly. Hehe, leaving it to Shiraori was definitely the right choice. You two are too kind, I only did what I was supposed to do. Thus, the banquet began. Everyone ate with great relish, and soon, they were getting along well with the ogre tribe, drinking and chatting through the night. The next day, both sides held a discussion in a small log cabin built by Kaijin using blueprints. A large table was prepared in the reception room, with several wooden chairs arranged around it. Rigard and the other 4 goblin lords had gathered there. Kaijin appeared as the representative for the dwarves. Including Rimuru, Chushi, and the 6 ogre tribe representatives, the 6 from the original work, there were 14 people in total. Haruna, Goblinas, served tea for everyone. She skillfully finished serving the tea, then bowed and exited the reception room. Everyone chatted while drinking tea. Chuzai's side learned the following information. A group of orcs had suddenly attacked their village. Their village was defeated in the confrontation, and just as they were about to be slaughtered, the orcs seemed to be restrained by something, a magic formation. They gained a moment to catch their breath, and after retreating with their people, they encountered even more orcs on the road. Because of this, the chieftain, father of Benimaru and Shuna, took a group of people to stay behind and delay the enemy, allowing them to escape. The reason they suspected Rimuru was that there seemed to be a Majin behind all this. They had seen that Majin, who wore a pointed beak mask, and later saw another Majin wearing an angry-looking mask. As it happened, Rimuru was also wearing a mask at that time, which led to the suspicion. That group of orcs was numerous, and several of them were on par with the ogre tribe in strength. The elites of the ogre tribe were no match for them. Furthermore, the orcs were wearing full steel armor used by humans. Looking across the entire forest, it was filled with armored soldiers, perhaps there was an external force backing them. Rimuru originally thought they might have joined forces with some human nation, but Kaijin believed it might be a faction under a demon lord helping them. The goal of the orc army was likely to dominate the entire forest. After the discussion, Rimuru asked what they planned to do next and proposed that they become subordinates to him and Chu Shi. After consulting with those outside, the six agreed to the proposal. Rimuru named them one by one: Benimaru, Shuna, Hikuro, Soe, Shion, Kurobe. Because Rimuru was stronger than before, he fell into a deep sleep only after naming everyone. Benimaru and the others were very worried when they saw Rimuru suddenly turn into liquid, but they breathed a sigh of relief after Chu Shi explained the situation. The ogre tribe evolved into the Kijin. Then, Chu Shi began to examine them. After confirming there were no issues, she started chatting with them. As for Rimuru, Chu Shi sent him back to his room. The next day, Rimuru woke up and went to find them, only to see Chu Shi being held in Shuna's arms, with several people sitting together discussing something. Upon seeing Rimuru, Shion, who had lost the battle, beamed with excitement. Consequently, Rimuru ended up in Shion's arms. The reason being, Rimuru had been returned to his nest, leaving only one Chu Shi. The two had competed for her, Shion lost the engagement, and Shuna emerged victorious. Since Rimuru had just woken up, it was perfect, one for each. Your weapons are quite strange, aren't they? Rimuru asked curiously. Hikuro answered as follows. About 400 years ago, a group of warriors wearing armor came to the ogre tribe village. They seemed to have met with disaster in the forest, covered in wounds and looking disheveled. The ogre tribe was already an armed group at that time, closer to monsters than the current tribe. However, they would not attack the weak. As the ogre tribe sat at the top of the forest's food chain, they didn't worry about food, so they took good care of the warriors who came to the village. In gratitude, the warriors taught the ogre tribe combat techniques and gave them their equipment. One of the warriors knew how to forge swords and taught the technique to the ogre tribe. After several failures, they were able to mass-produce swords. One of those warriors was my grandfather, and all my skills were passed down directly from him. I know the warrior's forging techniques. Hikuro had lived a long time and had inherited his grandfather's true teachings long ago. As for Kurobe, he inherited the forging techniques passed down through his family for generations. Thus, Hikuro would serve as the sword instructor, guiding the combatants in swordsmanship and physical training. Kurobe would serve as the blacksmith specializing in forging weapons, guided by Kaijin. Benimaru would act as the general and combat commander, organizing the combat personnel. Shion would become the secretary to Rimuru and Chu Shi, as well as Rimuru's bodyguard. Soe would take over from Shiraori to handle intelligence gathering, while Shiraori would be responsible for monitoring the surrounding intelligence and acting as Chu Zai's bodyguard. Shuna would be in charge of logistics, managing supplies, healing, tailoring, and supporting the team's operations from the rear. A few days later, Benimaru and the others had become accustomed to their evolved abilities. Shion carried Rimuru while inspecting the town still under construction. Although the human form was quite good in many respects, turning back into a slime was more comfortable. No need to walk, someone to carry it, and there were often perks to it. Although it was called a town under construction, its actual scale had long since surpassed that of a village, and to prepare for the future, they were actively developing the land. A densely built-up block had been planned within the town to serve as an industrial zone, where collected materials were stored in warehouses, and small cabins for manufacturing weapons, armor, and clothing were lined up row upon row beside them. Shuna had acquired the unique skill Analyst, which was specialized for Rimuru's analysis abilities. Inheriting thought acceleration, analyze and assess, cast cancel, and all of creation from the unique skill Great Sage, her appraisal abilities were exceptionally developed. Even without the predation ability, it could complete analyses using magic sense. Using Shiraori's spider silk and monster materials, they could produce all sorts of clothing. The appearance of Chushi and Rimuru in their slime forms was not only cute to look at, but also very comfortable to touch. Shuna and Xian often engaged in PK to compete for the right to hold them. One was great, but two were even better. A few more days passed, and after Rimuru finished training with Hakuro, it received a report from Soe that some lizardmen were visiting. By the time Rimuru hurried over, Rigard had already been waiting there for quite some time. The emissary had not yet appeared, and according to Rigard's explanation, the other party had just sent someone to give advance notice, but the person had already left, specifically leaving behind an arrogant order for the entire village to come out and welcome them. Rimuru pondered for a moment. The other party were warriors riding giant lizards, lizardmen, a unit composed of knights. Destroying the goblin village would be easy for them, so it needed to respond cautiously, try to avoid conflict, and first see what they wanted. Thus, Chushi, Rimuru, Rigard, Benimaru, and the others gathered at the village entrance, and Rimuru told everyone to remember to be polite, to first see what the other party had to say, and if they showed hostility, they would then take action. Xian was the last to arrive, and it was carrying a teapot from which skulls were clattering out. It was obvious at a glance that it was something truly terrible. Seeing her diligently performing her duties as secretary, Rimuru was just about to praise her, but froze when it saw the teapot. Is this tea? With so many skulls popping out, this definitely isn't something for people to drink, right? If one were to drink this, they would probably have to go report to the underworld immediately. Rimuru was just about to ask what was going on and have someone explain it. Rigard rolled its eyes and immediately looked elsewhere. Benimaru desperately closed its eyes, having no intention of looking at it at all. Soe simply cast a concealment spell and vanished. Hakuro even masked its presence, assimilating with the air. Seeing them looking like they knew what was up but didn't dare to say it, Rimuru opened its mouth but couldn't utter a sound. The culprit, Xian, hadn't noticed the abnormal atmosphere at all and smiled at Rimuru. Lord Rimuru, I prepared this specially. Please, have a taste. Watching the skulls getting closer and closer, Rimuru quickly threw its teammates under the bus. Xian, isn't Lord Chushi here too? Why should I be the only one to drink it? Good things should be shared with everyone, right? Lord Rimuru, what nonsense are you spouting? Hasn't Lord Chushi not arrived yet? Xian wore a puzzled expression, looked around, and couldn't see Lord Chuzai's shadow anywhere. Rimuru quickly turned back after hearing this and discovered that Lord Chushi was gone, and even Shuna and Shiraori had disappeared. Rimuru. Taking a risk, Benimaru whispered a reminder, and only then did Rimuru realize that Lord Chushi had dragged the others away as soon as it saw Xian bringing the stuff out. Lord Rimuru, please hurry and have a taste. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Benimaru and the others moved further and further away, preparing to abandon Rimuru. Better it than me. At the moment of Rimuru's despair, as it closed its eyes and prepared to drink it all in one go, a miracle occurred. Ah, is that tea? I just happened to be thirsty. Having said that, Gobta, who had just returned from patrolling, picked up the teapot and drank the tea in one gulp, a real man. Seeing this, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Gobta from the bottom of their hearts for his spirit of self-sacrifice. Well done. Rimuru cheered for it in its heart and decided to give Gobta a huge credit. Yet Gobta didn't notice at all that Xian was staring at it with a terrifying expression. After downing the whole pot of tea, with a thud, Gobta collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and began to convulse. It looked a bit dead. Seeing this tragic state, Xian wore a puzzled expression and tilted its head slightly to look at everyone. Her beautiful face paired with that playful action was quite cute, but everyone unanimously agreed not to fall for it. Rimuru thought to itself that from now on, it must forbid Xian from interfering with anything related to food. It was too dangerous, and one slip-up could lead to disaster. Subsequently, it remembered its hateful teammates and prepared to retaliate. By the way, Xian. In the future, before you cook food or prepare drinks for others, you can let Benimaru taste them first and give some feedback. Rimuru wore a devilish smile as it looked at Benimaru not far away. Hearing this, Benimaru suddenly opened its eyes wide and looked over, with an expression of, why am I the only one getting hurt? And also, you can go ask Lord Chushi to guide your cooking. Lord Chuzai's cooking is excellent, and the delicacies it makes are truly praiseworthy. Before Rimuru could finish throwing its teammates under the bus, Lord Chushi appeared behind it with Shuna and Shiraori, no one knew when, and casually delivered an elbow strike that knocked it to the ground and back into its original form. Lord Chushi crossed its arms and stared at that blob of slime with eyes looking at small fry. Is that really okay, Lord Chushi? Then I will trouble you. Facing Xian's highly expectant expression, Lord Chushi couldn't refuse, and after thinking for a moment, prepared to punish someone. No problem. When I have time later, I will teach you some simple dishes, and Rimuru will also help taste them and give advice. I think. The blob of Rimuru on the ground extended a tentacle, just about to speak, when it was ruthlessly interrupted by Lord Chushi. Shut up. You are not allowed to speak. You do not have the right to refuse. Everyone messed around for a while before a group of about a dozen or so lizardman warriors appeared in the distance, slowly approaching. One of the lizardmen arrogantly dismounted from its riding lizard and walked over. You have come to welcome me, thank you for your hard work. I shall now bestow upon you the opportunity to serve me. That is a kind of honor, a supreme glory. The moment he opened his mouth, he spouted nonsense that no one could understand. Everyone was left feeling depressed by him, not knowing how to respond. Rigurd responded on behalf of everyone. Pardon my rudeness, but for you to suddenly ask us to join, it is truly HMPH. You must have heard, haven't you? Those orcs intend to attack this place. Now, only I can save you weak monsters, you should be grateful. The foolish lizardman interrupted Rigurd. Rimuru and the others were waiting for the investigation report from Soei's clone. Considering the threat posed by the enemy, they could cooperate during this period, but, with the other party's representative acting like this, it was very unsettling. I heard that you have someone here who can tame the direwolves. Bring him here. I want to promote him to an executive. Benimaru signaled to Lord Chushi and Rimuru, can we slaughter this guy? Rigurd's mouth was wide open, and it was completely stunned. Hikuro placed its hand on its waist, preparing to draw its sword, its eyes tightly shut. As for Xian, it was already rubbing its hands and cracking its knuckles. Perhaps the next second, its fist would land on that fool's face. Shuna and Shiraori were whispering about something, but it certainly wasn't anything kind. To save that fool, Lord Chushi had no choice but to pacify them one by one. And Rimuru went to converse with that thing. Excuse me, it's not about taming the direwolf. I'm the one who actually made them our allies, and I am. What? A lowly slime like you? Are you kidding me? Show me proof. If you have proof, I'll believe you. Rimuru felt a bit annoyed by his arrogant attitude and said, Ranga, a lizard is looking for you. Yes, I am here. Ranga appeared from Rimuru's shadow. It's this guy. He seems to have something he wants to talk to you about. Go hear him out. Rimuru pointed at the lizardman. My master has ordered me to deal with you, so I'll listen. Say whatever you want. Ranga walked up to him, applying coercion while speaking. The lizardman warriors froze in place due to the pressure, but that arrogant bird brain was fine, so it seemed he might have some strength after all. Oh. Are you the leader of the direwolf? I am the great lizardman warrior chief Gabble. Remember that well. As I said before, I am a named monster. Join forces with me, and ignore that slime. Our great Gabble was spouting nonsense again, and just as Ranga was getting annoyed and preparing to kill him, little brother Gobta woke up, saving his life. What are you guys doing? Gobta, fully revived, stood up. You're actually fine. Rimuru was a bit surprised, its vitality was so strong. I'm the one who wants to ask that. What was that tea? I was just swimming in the river, and when I thought I was going to die, I suddenly heard a gentle voice saying I had acquired poison resistance. Then my body felt comfortable, and I woke up. Gobta scratched his head and explained. Is that so? Poison resistance, huh? Even I don't have that skill. I'm a bit jealous of you. By the way, since you're awake, go have a fight with that lizard over there. Rimuru pointed at Gabble. Huh? Why? I just woke up. Stop talking nonsense, go. If you lose, I'll punish you by making you Xian's food taster from now on. If you win, I'll reward you with a new weapon. Rimuru whispered, coercing and bribing Gobta. Hearing that losing meant eating Xian's cooking, that was out of the question. Gobta's bloodline erupted, turning him into Super Gobta, and his combat power skyrocketed. Gabble looked at Gobta with a disdainful expression. Oh, so you're my opponent. A goblin, huh? Compared to us, the great descendants of the dragons, the lizardmen, you are simply. The battle had already started, but Gabble was still trash-talking. Gobta threw his spear directly at him. Gabble calmly knocked down the incoming spear. In that brief moment, Gabble's attention was focused on the spear, and Gobta took the opportunity to dive into the shadow. With a shadow step, he emerged from the shadow behind Gabble, spinning horizontally while unleashing a back roundhouse kick, knocking him flat onto the ground, unconscious. Rimuru and the others watched Gobta win and praised him. Hikuro watched his maneuver and thought that this little brat seemed to have talent worth training. Poor little brother Gobta, it seems he has been targeted by an Oni who loves to train people. I hope you can hang in there, your potential is incredibly high. Hey, it's over. We refuse to be his subordinates. The proposal to work together to fight the orcs can be considered, but you should take him back today first. After praising Gobta, Rimuru said to the lizardman warriors. Just like that, they took Gabble away. Back in the village, a meeting was held to determine the next course of action. More than a dozen people gathered at the meeting place, and Soe reported the results of the investigation. The content was roughly divided into 3 items. 1. The situation of the various goblin villages. 2. The situation of the wetlands. 3. The progress of the orc army. Soe used 6 clones to gather information. Currently, several clones were still left in various places, continuing the investigation. First was the goblin village. They seemed to have gone to work for the lizardman warrior chief Gabble. Looking at his behavior just now, Rimuru and the others felt they should get their eyes checked, they would believe anyone. The goblins who didn't join the lizardman faction fell into panic and fled to all parts of the world. Many fled toward the lands of humans, where they would likely be targeted for extermination. As long as they lived in the forest, humans wouldn't attack them, but entering human territory would result in attacks. After all, everyone wants to defend their home. It was only natural for things to turn out that way, and the relationship between monsters and humans seemed very tense. Although it wasn't clear how much combat power the human world had, if they were to fight them, it would most likely be a bitter struggle. Everyone only understood a part of Chu Zai's strength. The current Chu Shi could rival an awakened demon lord and could trade blows with the likes of Milam and Guy Crimson, but because she didn't yet have an ultimate skill to confront existences like Milam, she would still be defeated. After evolving into a demon lord, her strength would be on par with them, and then she would continue to grow stronger. This town was not yet completed, and everyone could not easily give it up. If they let the orc army attack, the forest in this area would become desolate, and even finding food would become a problem. To maintain their current quality of life, they had to repel the orc army in the wetlands. Orcs, here collectively referred to as orc, later after evolution they are called orcs. The orc army, their numbers, about 200,000. The main force set off from the south, advancing along the Amito River, choosing wider attack routes. Although this was estimated based on road width and troop length, plus there were troops attacking various parts of the forest, it would be dangerous to underestimate the number of enemies. The orcs intended to cross the wetlands around Lake Sisu and break through the lizardman territory, but further ahead was the human residential area. It was currently unclear what the orc army was targeting, but if they continued to advance like this, they would definitely clash with human nations. When Rimuru asked Soe if there were any auxiliary tools like maps, he was told that he didn't know what that was. Asking others, they didn't understand either. Kaijin and the others didn't have that stuff either. It was said that in this world, maps were military secrets, possessed only by national leaders and high-ranking officials. Chushi saw everyone in a predicament and asked the system if it could create a map. Subsequently, under Chu Zai's operation, a paper map of the Great Forest of Jura appeared on the table. Watching Chu Shi create the map, Benimaru, Rigard, and others were shocked but didn't say anything. After all, they already understood that this slime was a bit overpowered, and it seemed reasonable for her to do anything. Rimuru thought that Chu Shi had figured out the terrain during the time she went out messing around. After Rimuru finished explaining to everyone how to read the map, the meeting continued. When it came to how so many soldiers solved their food problem, everyone shook their heads. They had no idea how they solved it, and there were no clues to find. Perhaps they are using corpses as rations. Monster corpses and their own corpses should be enough for them to eat. Chu Shi, who knew what was going on, expressed her opinion. I agree with Lord Chu Zai's view. When I went to investigate the previous battlefield, there wasn't a shadow of a corpse there, and I didn't see any corpses on the route back to our village or the escape route. Listening to Chu Shi and Soe, everyone felt it was very likely. Rimuru thought for a moment, feeling they weren't that terrifying, it shouldn't be that bad. Those guys eat everything, that's nothing, but eating corpses is too much. Rimuru, if you don't explain it this way, then how do you explain how they solve their rations? And the other side can lead so many orcs, perhaps an orc king has been born. You have to be careful. With such an intelligent monster born, he should have a unique skill similar to ours. Relying on this skill, those previous problems were solved, weren't they? I know of a skill called Starved, which is somewhat similar to your predator. After Chu Shi finished speaking, she began to explain the scope of the Starved skill. There was silence in the meeting room. The atmosphere grew heavy. As Chu Shi had said, if an orc lord were born among the enemy, the danger would increase significantly. Lord Chu Shi, are you certain this information is reliable? Benimaru asked. Even if it isn't reliable, we don't have any other information right now, do we? Besides, my abilities are rather special, and I can obtain certain information. Given what we know now, my assessment fits quite well, doesn't it? Furthermore, the person behind the scenes should be the masked Majin you mentioned earlier. Then what is his goal? To occupy the great forest of Jura. It doesn't look like it, though. Rimuru, after Veldora disappeared, this forest became ownerless land. Some demon lords might have set their sights on it. Our forest borders the territories of several demon lords. That Majin is likely a subordinate of one of those demon lords, following orders to control that group of orcs. Judging by the situation, perhaps they intend to cultivate a monster capable of rivaling a demon lord. Can a subordinate of a demon lord really rival a demon lord? Rimuru felt it was strange, though you'll have plenty of those later. Still, these conjectures make a lot of sense. Let's proceed with the assumption that an orc lord really exists as a precaution. We should also send someone to pass a message to the adventurer trio, Cabal's group, and inform the Free Guild to see if they can help. Understood. XN. By the way, Chu Shi, according to what you said, there is a demon lord involved behind the scenes. Does that mean we will directly clash with that demon lord, and how should we prepare against that? We shouldn't need to worry about that. The demon lords keep each other in check. None of them want the others to increase their influence. The demon lord interfering in this matter can only engage in minor schemes. If they actually take the field, I will hold them off. Hey, the opponent is a demon lord. We can't be so careless. What if your life is in danger? That's right, Lord Chu Shi. We cannot underestimate a demon lord, and how could we let you take such a risk? Please reconsider. If the opponent truly appears, we should be the ones to hold them off. You must not take such a risk. Everyone was worried about Chu Zai's safety and tried to persuade her. Don't worry. I was just speaking hypothetically, that's all. For now, all we need to do is prepare against the Orc Lord and the interfering Majin. Just as everyone was about to say something else, Soe interrupted the conversation. My lords, someone has made contact with one of my clones, insisting that I help introduce them to you both. I wonder what you think. Contact. Did they say who it was? Rimuru asked. They didn't give a name, only saying they wanted to meet you both. The visitor claims to be a dryad. Soei's words caused everyone present to exclaim. It was clear that the visitor was a very famous monster. Rimuru looked at Chu Shi, wanting to ask for her opinion. Chu Shi simply nodded in response. Understood. Bring them here. Not long after agreeing, that dryad was led into the conference room. She was a great beauty with beautiful green hair. It is a pleasure to meet you, the two monster rulers and your servants. I am the dryad trainee. Please treat me well. Trainee smiled like a blooming flower as she greeted everyone. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. My name is Rimuru, and this beside me is Chu Shi. We aren't any monster rulers, that's too exaggerated. You wanted to see us, is there something you need? Yes. I have come to visit today because, as you all know, of the recent anomalies occurring in the forest. As one of the forest's managers, I cannot ignore this incident, which is why I have appeared before you. I hope you will allow me to participate in your meeting. There should be races stronger than goblins in this forest, right? Why did you choose us? Benimaru asked skeptically. Currently, the largest power in the area is this town. Other factions have joined forces with the Lizardman Gabble, there are no other powers left. Treants cannot move on their own and have little interaction with other races. Once invaded by external enemies or struck by natural disasters, they have no way to resist. We dryads can manifest spiritual bodies to act outside to some extent, but our numbers are too few. The culprit behind this incident is preparing to attack the Treant villages. Relying on as few dryads, there is simply no way to defend against them, which is why I have come to seek your strength. Moreover, I can sense that the two rulers possess great power, especially this young lady. We noticed you when you were out exploring some time ago. Trainee said to the group, then looked at Chu Shi. Did you do something outrageous after you went out? Rimuru asked, looking at Chu Shi. I didn't do anything. I just strolled around, soaked up some sun, and fought some monsters. I didn't do anything illegal, oh. After saying this, Chu Shi put on an expression of being wronged, looking quite pitiful. Tilda, this young lady did not do anything bad, it is just that the monsters she defeated were rather powerful, which is why we noticed her. Trainee smiled at Chu Shi, then looked at Rimuru and the others to explain. You mentioned the culprit behind this incident earlier. Could it be that you know what is happening in the forest? Hikuro went straight to the point. Yes. The Orc Lord is leading a great army to attack. Once the Orc Lord sets his sights on the Treant villages, we will be sitting ducks. Treants cannot move. Even if we use magic to fight, the Orc army does not fear death at all, and illusion magic is hard to make effective. Flame-type magic that can burn corpses to ash is a double-edged sword for Treants, so it cannot be used, nor does anyone know how to use it. Furthermore, powerful magic used to deal with armies might end up consuming our own side as well. Furthermore, this time, there is a high-ranking Majin lurking behind the Orc Lord. When we dryads deal with the Majin, there will be no one left to stop the Orc army. We are not yet sure whose pawn they are, but we dryads will absolutely not allow them to run wild in this forest. When she finished this sentence, the gleam in her eyes intensified. One could only say that she was worthy of being the highest existence in the forest. Not only did she have the words, but her entire being radiated an aura of dominance. Trainee's information was basically the same as Chu Zai's, and just like that, Chu Zai's status in everyone's hearts skyrocketed. You said you need to borrow our strength. What exactly do you want us to do? I hope the two of you will help subjugate the Orc Lord, and the enemy should be heading toward this place as well. Miss Trainee answered without hesitation and winked. Now Rimuru was dumbfounded. Hey. Such a troublesome guy, why do we have to be the ones to deal with him? After hearing this, Miss Trainee tilted her head and looked at Rimuru with an expression of disbelief. Although you say that, the ogre tribe intended to fight the Orc army, didn't they? Aren't you going to help them? You even saved the humble goblins. Such a merciful person as yourself will surely save us dryads and treants. I have great confidence in that. Having said this, Miss Trainee put on a look of innocent smiling. Chu Shi patted Rimuru on the shoulder and said, don't overthink it, let's accept this mission. Besides, looking at her like this, don't you think she resembles someone? Who? Rimuru asked, looking puzzled. Veldora, of course. Miss Trainee has been managing the forest for him for so long, right? It's only natural that her personality would get a bit warped after spending so much time around Veldora. It could also be Ramirez's fault. Now that you mention it, she really does seem a bit like him. Rimuru nodded thoughtfully. Her way of speaking was somewhat familiar, yet slightly different. To think that you two know Lord Veldora, it truly is a fated encounter. When we were still wandering, it was Lord Veldora who took us in. As repayment, we have been managing this forest for Lord Veldora ever since. Trainee continued, speaking incessantly. Rimuru interrupted her, ahem, well, we accept this commission. Yes. That is wonderful. Then I leave the matter of the Orc Lord to you all. Trainee bowed to the two of them. After accepting the commission, the meeting continued. Deployments were laid out on the map. It was decided that cooperation with the Lizardman tribe was still necessary, though Gabble's demeanor was truly concerning. Soe proposed that he be the one to negotiate with the Lizardman chieftain, a suggestion that was met with agreement. Rimuru summarized the plan. The battle strategy is divided into two phases. Chushi and I will go with the vanguard to rendezvous with the Lizardmen and engage the Orc army. Our goal is victory, but if victory seems hopeless, we will move to the second phase. We will abandon this town, gather at the Dryad settlement, and help defend against the external enemy. If we enter the second phase, we will need human assistance. We must contact Cabal and his group to help kill the Orc Lord. The Orc army will eventually pose a threat to humans, so they will surely have to find a way to deal with it. To realize this two-phase strategy, we must first form an alliance with the Lizardmen. Regarding that, Soe, success or failure depends on you. It's in your hands. Rimuru said to Soe after explaining the plan. Understood. Soe replied, then vanished into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. I am truly grateful that you were willing to accept my selfish request today. I hope both sides can continue to maintain a friendly relationship in the future. Miss Trainee said, then bowed deeply to Chushi and Rimuru again. Rimuru responded, not at all, we look forward to working with you as well. Then, until we meet again, monster lords. No, Lord Rimuru, Chushi. Leaving those words behind, Miss Trainee activated return magic and departed. After sending Soe as an envoy to the Lizardmen, Chushi and the others began organizing the personnel for the expedition. There was no need for the entire army to mobilize this time, the composition prioritized speed. The enemy's capabilities were still unknown, so if the situation turned sour, they could retreat immediately. Subsequently, the contents of the meeting were explained to the monsters in the town, and the combatants were announced. Benimaru would lead the troops, taking only 100 of the Goblin Riders and 40 of the Kijin. The vice commander would be Hakuro, with Shion and Shiroori serving as skirmishers. Soe would join the battle after completing his mission, followed by Rimuru's mount, Ranga. Including Chushi and Rimuru, these were the combatants, the forces available for deployment at the moment. Because of Chu Zai's intervention, the Ogre tribe was not wiped out. As mentioned earlier, the additional numbers are refugees from other tribes, and this will increase later. In the original work, the Kurenai had hundreds of members, all of whom were Kijin. Shuna helped lead the remaining people and assisted Rigurd in negotiating with the Triants and Dryads. Rigyur commanded the other members of the security force, strengthening the security system around the town. Thus, preparations for the war began. Kijin worked overtime to prepare equipment for the Goblin Riders and the Kijin. Kurobe handled the weapons for Benimaru, Hakuro, and the others, as well as Rimuru. Shuna and Garm prepared clothing and armor. As for Chushi, when Rimuru asked, she stated that she didn't need weapons, as she could conjure them herself. Then, in front of Rimuru and the others, Chushi conjured 2 kitchen knives out of her own magicules, which shocked them quite a bit. Who goes to war wielding kitchen knives? What kind of girl uses kitchen knives to hack people? This was just too strange. Watching Rimuru and the others with that expression, Chushi pursed her lips, put her hands on her hips, and said in a cocky manner, you guys just don't get it. Kitchen knives are divine artifacts. Let me tell you, I know someone who managed to hold 3 powerhouses hostage with just a single kitchen knife. If it weren't for the fact that one of them died a bit too early, the set would be complete. As for me, I have 2 kitchen knives, double the power. Just you wait and see. Hearing Chuzai's statement, the others wanted to try and persuade her otherwise, but they opened their mouths and then gave up. After all, Chuzai's train of thought was sometimes truly outlandish. But most of the time she was quite normal, reliable, and possessed considerable strength, making her one of the pillars of support for everyone. Rimuru sighed, alright then, just make sure to keep yourself safe. You absolutely cannot do anything dangerous. After dealing with the weapon issue, Rimuru remembered that the goblin riders needed a captain. His gaze accidentally met Gobta's. He was the deputy of the security force, which made him a perfect fit, so Rimuru looked at Gobta. Huh. Me. The little guy pointed at himself, looking very confused. Yes, that's right, brother Gobta. Besides, you were going to participate in the battle anyway, right? Why yes, that's right. That settles it then. Also, didn't you beat that lizardman before? I've already asked Kurobe to craft you a great weapon. You can have it once this war is over, so make sure to do your best in this operation. I remember it was a hoe, used for farming in the diary, pity for the little guy. But in the novel, it seems to be a short sword, so let's go with that for now. Upon hearing about a new weapon, Gobta's eyes lit up, and he became fired up. Really? I'm so excited. Lord Rimuru, I will complete this mission well. And just like that, Gobta fell into Rimuru's trap again. Someone once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at lying. One must be careful of such people. Perhaps Rimuru is like that. After all, as the recognized princess of the monster kingdom, why can't she be a girl? After appointing Gobta as captain, Soe flashed out from the shadows behind Benimaru to report on the mission situation. It was time to prepare for departure. After putting on the clothes specially made by Shuna and equipping the weapons from Kurobe, and seeing the fully armed troops, Chushi and Rimuru declared that everyone's safety was the priority. They told them not to push themselves, not to get bogged down in fighting, to use recovery potions if injured, and that they should return with the same number of people who departed. After finishing, they led the troops toward the wetlands battlefield. The weapon Rimuru used was a sword with a straight blade. The one with the 3 jewels later on. Benimaru received a beautiful long sword. Hikuro received a katana that looked like a cane. Soe had a pair of ninja swords. Shion had a large and heavy tachi. Shiraori had a pair of retractable sleeve swords. The blueprints came from Chu-Shi. I want to give her a different weapon, does anyone have any suggestions? Chuzai's weapons were 2 kitchen knives. She gets a signature weapon after evolving into a demon lord. The attributes of the battle attire were the same as in the original work, it incorporated Shuna's ingenuity and was her masterpiece. If damaged, it could be repaired using the wearer's own magicules. Provided they still had the energy and hadn't been beaten half to death. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Rimuru Tempest. About my reincarnation in the slime world. Part 2. After leaving the town, I didn't know how much time had passed, but the vegetation became sparse, and after walking a bit further, we should arrive at the wetlands. We arrived earlier than expected. The team had streamlined their luggage, prioritizing speed during the march. Furthermore, there were no places to get water along the way, but the water issue was resolved by Chuzai's skills. The food issue was the same. Items from the system shop could satisfy temporary resource replenishment. The troops' fatigue was eliminated, preserving a large amount of stamina to handle the battle. After walking for a while, everyone found an open space to rest. Soe volunteered to go scout, and Shiraori was responsible for the safety of the surroundings. While Chushi and Rimuru were chatting, Benimaru spoke to the two of them, hoping that this battle would allow them to give it their all. Both agreed to this request, but cautioned them not to be careless. Not long after, Soe sent back intelligence that someone was fighting a group of orcs, appearing to be the Lizardman chieftain's attendants. After ensuring Soe could handle it, I told him to try his best to save that lizard man. Afterward, we stopped resting and continued our journey, rushing to support Soe. When we arrived at Soe's side, he was clashing with an orc general. There were over 50 enemies surrounding them, including 2 of the general rank. Aside from the one in front, the remaining one saw Chu Shi and the others, mocked us, and then attacked. Xian blocked in front of the 2, wielding a great sword that appeared from nowhere. After parrying a slash, she sent it flying with a single blow. The orc general stood up and was just about to give an order, but received no response. Looking around, that group of orcs had already been dealt with, and the orc general that had been clashing with Soe was also finished off by him, decapitated. After obtaining some information, he also died by Hakuro's blade. Under the effect of a recovery potion, the fallen lizardman woke up. Upon asking how many days were left until the meeting and what had happened, we learned she was the daughter of the lizardman chieftain and served as the captain of the chieftain's personal guard. Before she could form an alliance with us, her older brother, Gabble, rebelled, and the chieftain was locked up. Gabble intended to fight the orc army, but Gabble underestimated the orc army too much. If things continued this way, they would definitely lose to them, and the lizardmen would face extinction. The chieftain wanted her to come and deliver the message so as not to cause trouble for us, their allies. After speaking, this lizardman knelt before Chu Shi and the others again, wanting to beg for help to save them. After Rimuru told her to get up and had a short conversation, he agreed to the request. Soe would go to save the lizardman chieftain. If anyone tried to hinder the alliance, he was to deal with them directly. The rest would continue forward to support Gabble. After arriving at the battlefield, Chushi and Rimuru watched from the air. On the battlefield, Gabble was already a bit exhausted, but it was clear he was a remarkable warrior. Aside from that small issue with his personality, he was quite good in other aspects, but because of the gap in strength against the orc general, he was soon going to be defeated. At the moment Gabble was about to be beheaded, Gobta and Ranga jumped out from his shadow and saved him. Others also launched their attack. The Goblin Rider troops used Shadow Step to support Gobta and Ranga, while the remaining Ogre tribe troops, led by Hakuro, attacked from the periphery to encircle them. Benimaru, Xian, and Shiraori launched attacks from other directions. Elsewhere, Trainee faced off against Laplace, and the two were also clashing intensely. Xian raised her great sword and swung a heavy blow. The orc army crowded in front had no idea what was happening and fell in droves. Then she raised her great sword again and swung it toward another spot, mowing them down row after row. A black fireball appeared in Benimaru's right hand. The black fireball expanded to about 1 meter in diameter and was thrown into the pile of orcs. The black fireball expanded while accelerating, its speed surpassing the gale. The clumsy orc army couldn't escape at all. Enemies that touched the orb were ignited instantly, burned until not even ashes remained. The orcs facing Shiraori were tightly bound by spider silk before they could even react. The spider silk was laced with a large amount of poison, and the bound orcs gradually lost their vitality. A large number of small spiders were thrown out by Shiraori, creating small explosion zones wherever they passed. Anyone who got close had their life cut away by sleeve blades. Hakuro led the Ogre tribe troops to break through the encirclement and approach the central battlefield, leaving orcs decapitated wherever they passed. After completing his mission and returning, Soe also joined the battle, moving like a ghost as enemies fell one after another. After Gobta saved Gabble, Ranga used a black lightning storm, instantly carbonizing the orc general, and the surrounding orc army was also successively killed by wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. There wasn't a shadow of a single orc left on the scene. Benimaru and the others who had attacked, along with Ranga, nodded in understanding. Our army had victory in hand. This battle was an absolutely overwhelming victory. Somewhere in the forest, that man, Gelmid, looked at a crystal ball, rebuking with an unhappy tone. He was consumed by rage and even smashed the crystal ball against the ground, shattering it. Seeing that his plan was about to fail, if he continued to let it be, his ambition would go down the drain. Not only that, but only destruction awaited him. Gelmid immediately chanted a flight spell and headed in a certain direction, preparing to deal with the heretics himself. In the sky, Rimuru watched this overwhelming battle, feeling a bit dumbfounded. He had thought of many possibilities, but he hadn't expected them to just steamroll through everything. It was simply unreasonably strong. Chushi patted Rimuru on the shoulder. What are you so surprised about? Everyone has evolved, so their strength will definitely grow by a fair bit. Look over there, the Orc Lord has entered the field. It's time to deal with him. Where is this? A fair bit. This is just ridiculously exaggerated. After saying that, Rimuru looked in the direction Chushi pointed, where the Orc Lord was facing Benimaru and the others. I'll go deal with that guy. I leave the surrounding situation to you. Okay, stay safe. Just like that, Rimuru landed from the sky and stood not far from the Orc Lord. Benimaru, Ranga, and the others gathered by Rimuru's side, and they started to stand off. Just as Rimuru was preparing to act, he received a telepathic message from Chushi. The culprit was flying over. Screech. A harsh sound came through. A man in strange attire, looking bizarre, landed in the center of the wetlands. He seemed to be a high-ranking Majin. What the hell are you guys doing, actually letting the great Gelmud's, plan go down the drain? As soon as he landed, he was clamoring, talking about how his plan was this and that. Gabble, having recovered, saw Gelmud and walked toward him, asking if he had come to help him, but was scolded by the other party. Then, the other party continued to shout a bunch of nonsense while feeling agitated. From this, Gabble also learned that he was a pawn of Gelmud, an abandoned piece meant to be devoured, and food for the Orc Lord. Gabble stood dumbfounded in place. Gelmud fired a magic bullet at him, which was easily blocked by Rimuru. Seeing someone hindering him, Gelmud laughed loudly, a look of pleasure on his face, wanting to kill everyone in one go. He then fired an extra-large magic bullet, which split into several pieces in the air, forming a ring. The destructive power of each one was equivalent to the previous magic bullet. It looked like they were marching in formation, falling one after another toward Rimuru's side. Unfortunately, Rimuru's strength was above his. He extended his small hand forward, and all the incoming magic bullets were absorbed by Predator. At the same time, analysis was performed, and the skill was immediately stolen. Hey, is this all the strength you have? You want to kill me with this level of power? Let's use you as a demonstration to see what happens when one gets hit by your own skills. After saying this, Rimuru infused magic power and fired a basic Magicul's bullet straight out, instantly severing the opponent's arm. Gelmud let out a shriek and used his remaining arm to continue firing Magicul's bullets in retaliation, but Rimuru devoured every single one of them. Then, a water blade slashed across, performing a chest opening exercise on him. Following that, Rimuru walked over and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. When Gelmud was beaten so badly that he couldn't even recognize his own mother, he started begging for mercy. Don't hit me. Wait, I have a demon lord backing me. If you do this, you will be punished sooner or later. The demon lord will never forgive you. While spouting threats, he tried to crawl away, but he didn't get far before Rimuru bound him up with sticky steel thread. Feeling that wasn't enough, Rimuru had Shiroori and Soe add their own threads as well. Stop! Don't come any closer. Hey, Orc Lord! Hurry up and come over here. Come help me. Why are you just standing there, Orc Lord? No, Geld. Gelmud called out the Orc Lord's name. Upon hearing his words, the Orc Lord Geld slowly walked toward him. Seeing Geld move, Gelmud thought he had hope and continued his arrogant bluster. This idiot finally moved, yahahaha. Although I don't know where you came from, now you'll get to taste this guy's power. Go on, Geld. Make them regret crossing me. Thud. A certain sound cut off the rest of Gelmud's words, and a head rolled onto the ground. Geld had severed Gelmud's head with his greatsword. The sound of the blade swinging continued as Gelmud's body was chopped into several pieces, followed by a crunching sound. Gelmud was completely devoured. After finishing, a powerful aura erupted from Geld's body, and a massive amount of Magicules began to spread outward. At the same time, the voice of the world echoed, confirmed. Individual name, Geld Orc Disaster, has had a massive increase in Magicules. Evolution into Demon Lord Seed has begun, evolution successful. Individual name, Geld has evolved into Orc Disaster. Listen well. I am the Orc Disaster, and I will devour everything in this world. My name is Geld, the Demon Lord Geld. The newly evolved Orc Disaster announced his name. The battle then began. Benimaru and the others launched their attacks, but the damage caused by Hell Flare, katanas, and even the head severed by Hekuro were all negated by the Demon Lord Geld's terrifying regenerative ability. His injured body recovered in moments, it was practically an immortal body. Ranga's ultimate technique, Black Lightning, could only make him feel a slight sting. Except for one, the remaining orc generals all ran to Geld and begged him to devour them. Thus, Geld grew even stronger, but he was not satisfied. Yellow demonic aura transformed into living tentacles that struck out at the surrounding corpses, eroding everything they touched and devouring them. Just as the tentacles approached Rimuru and the others, two kitchen knives flew in, spinning, and sliced those tentacles into nothingness. Seeing Geld preparing to attack again, the dragon's haki on Chu-Shi crushed down upon him. Geld was pinned to the ground, forced to his knees, unable to move. At this moment, black mist began to rise from Geld, and his eyes turned blood red. The magicals on his body were rampaging like crazy. He looked as if he had lost control, but he still couldn't resist the dragon's haki and was kept contained within a certain range. Rimuru, something has been implanted inside this guy. That's likely what caused him to go berserk and lose control. It seems the mastermind behind this was afraid they couldn't control him, so they took these measures. Chu-Shi landed beside Rimuru and explained. Chu-Shi herself was a bit confused. Why did the plot feel different? But it wasn't a big problem, everything was under control. Open double angle bracket report. Just as individual name Chu-Shi said, the Demon Lord Geld has lost control. If he is not eliminated, there is a high probability he will cause a massive explosion. Close double angle bracket. The words of Chu-Shi and the Great Sage made Rimuru panic. If he exploded, what would happen to everyone? Then how do we deal with him now? Should we retreat immediately? Why run? Just use your predator to eat him. Your stomach is so big, it's more than enough to devour this thing. Chu-Shi patted Rimuru on the shoulder, indicating there was no need to panic. It's that simple. Report. Individual name Chu-Zai's method is feasible, this result can be achieved using Predator. Subsequently, Rimuru took action. Predator and Starved clashed, but because Geld was suppressed, Rimuru quickly devoured him completely. Although the development of events was not quite what Chu-Shi had expected, it was still resolved satisfactorily. Now that she thought about it, perhaps the development of the same event in different worlds might differ slightly. For instance, one's self in a parallel world might not necessarily do the same things one has done. There are differences in experiences between the two sides. After Rimuru finished devouring the Demon Lord Geld, he understood his past and inherited his will. Rimuru told him that he could stop and rest now, to sleep soundly, and that he would bear the sins of him and his kin, the orcs. Rest in peace, Orc Disaster Geld. A man sat casually in a luxurious room. He wore a mask engraved with a smile on his face. He waved his hand elegantly, and his attendants, moving with efficiency, bowed without a word before leaving the room. This masked man was one of the current world's 10 great demon lords, the Demon Lord Clayman. Sitting opposite Clayman was another man wearing a joyful mask, the Majin Laplace. Gelmid is really useless. I've already helped him so much, and in the end, he still fails at the critical moment. He died without revealing our relationship, so it doesn't matter. That's true, I suppose. But, we went to all that trouble to arrange it, and a new Demon Lord wasn't born. Isn't that a huge loss? That Demon Lord wasn't just supposed to join forces with us, but also be obedient to our every command. Wasn't that the whole point of this operation? Clayman nodded affectionately at Laplace. That is correct, but if you were willing to become a Demon Lord, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, would we? No way. Being a Demon Lord is a hassle, and I don't want to take on such a mess. The Demon Lords are all monsters. If I'm not careful, I'll face danger too. That Demon Lord who was supposed to be born was Demon Lord Leon. The Demon Lord who evolved from a human, Leon Cromwell. Our enemy. Yeah, that's him. The temperature around the two suddenly plummeted, and gusts of cold air blew. Outside the window, several bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, emitting a deafening sound. Let's put the matter of Leon aside for now. The problem this time is that we had already notified several other demon lords, yet I didn't expect the plan to fail at that critical juncture. Yeah, take a look at these images. It's absolutely ridiculous. After saying this, Laplace took out 4 crystal balls. 3 of them recorded the perspectives of the orc generals, and the last one recorded Gelmud's perspective. Watching the unknown monsters in the footage wreaking havoc, as well as the Majin who appeared before Gelmud, Clayman fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand when these monsters had been born in such a place, there hadn't been a single report. Well, pretty impressive, right? Yes, this has certainly become interesting. However, what should we do next? Clayman smiled and began to ponder further. Well then, do your best. If you need any help, I'll give you a discount. Take care, Clayman. After saying this, Laplace left the place. Clayman replayed the footage several more times, remaining immersed in his own thoughts. I'll leak the information to the cooperating demon lords and let them test the waters. For the sake of that person's plan, I must prepare for the next move. I must obtain power. The war had ended. Informed by Great Sage, Rimuru learned that their predator had evolved into gluttony after devouring starved, followed by a series of unfriendly conversations with Great Sage. The day after defeating the Orc Lord Geld, a tent was set up in the wetlands where representatives of the various races involved in the war gathered, with Hakuro presiding over the post-war negotiations. Chushi and Rimuru transformed back into their slime forms and sat on Xian's lap, with Xian petting one with each hand. The meeting then began, with the Lizardman chieftain reporting on their tribe's casualties. The orc representatives listened with heads bowed, remaining completely silent. After confirming the extent of the damage, they began discussing appropriate compensation measures. Once the Lizardmen considered it, they waived any compensation. Besides, the orcs basically had nothing of value to offer as compensation, and the orc representatives kept their heads pressed against the ground, continuously repenting. Rimuru then spoke, expressing their thoughts. They did not intend to hold the orcs accountable, pointing out that the orcs had invaded due to factors like famine, and that the real culprits were Gelmud and the demon lord behind him, who had exploited the orcs. If any other race were in the same position, they might have made the same choice. This was Rimuru's stance, a promise made to the orc lord Geld. Rimuru would bear all the sins of the orcs, and anyone with objections was free to speak up. After Rimuru finished, Chushi added, "My thoughts are the same as Rimuru's. If anyone has an issue, feel free to come to us both, and we will take it all on. Besides, this world is inherently survival of the fittest. Our enemy is the demon lord manipulating all of this. Rather than venting anger, it is better to unite and face the outside together." The orc members looked at Chushi and Rimuru with astonishment. Having prepared to die to atone for their sins, they were actually being pardoned. The two asked for the opinions of Benimaru and the others, who stated, as Lord Chushi said, survival of the fittest is the only iron law among monsters. When they chose to face the war rather than flee, it meant they had already prepared themselves. The true culprits were the demon lord and his subordinate Majin. Although most of their kin had died, the remaining survivors would inherit their will, and surely the deceased would feel the same way. Furthermore, they would have no objections to whatever decisions Rimuru and Lord Chushi made. The two looked toward the Lizardmen, and the Lizardman chieftain also expressed no objections, then asked if they intended to accept the orcs as part of the forest. Rimuru replied affirmatively, stating the hope that all the tribes within the forest could live in harmony and help one another. The moment Rimuru finished speaking, the other races began to stir, except for those close to them, while Trainee watched it all quietly. Quiet! Hakuro shouted, and the venue finally returned to silence. Then, Rimuru continued to explain the idea of establishing an alliance. The Lizardmen will provide high-quality water resources and fish, the Goblins will provide living spaces, our town will provide processed goods, and the Orcs will provide tireless labor as compensation. Everyone will live in different places, but we can designate someone as a messenger. There is no place in the forest that can accommodate over 100,000 people at once. We can let them live scattered, such as in the mountainous regions, foothills, by the streams, or in the forest. We will be responsible for providing technical support for housing construction and the like, but they must build their own houses and take charge of their own affairs. The original ogre tribe area is currently empty, so we can build a town there another day, and there are many places that can be developed. There is a vast forest near the foothills where rich resources can be gathered, so I hope all the races of the Great Forest of Jura will form a great alliance and help each other. It would be very interesting if we could create a nation with diverse races. After Rimuru finished, the previous atmosphere vanished, and the scene was filled with a very different, excited atmosphere. We are going to build a town. Is it really okay for us to join that alliance? The remaining orc general asked fearfully. Rimuru answered him, of course you can. But you must work hard and not be lazy. You must earn all this through your own labor. Yes. Of course, we will absolutely not be lazy. We will work ourselves to the bone. The orc members rose together and knelt before Chushi and Rimuru on the spot, appearing tearful and deeply grateful. The lizardman chieftain also nodded vigorously, indicating no objections, and said to please let them join this Jura Forest Alliance to help. Then, they followed the orcs and knelt before the two. Just as Rimuru thought this was a ceremony for forming an alliance and prepared to kneel as well, Chushi elbowed him with her slime body and used thought communication to tell him not to move. Sit still. Successfully preventing Rimuru's embarrassing behavior. Xian was momentarily confused by the movement of the two slimes on her lap, but then reacted, placing Chushi and Rimuru on chairs separately, and then knelt before them with Benimaru and the others. Very well. I, trainee, as the forest manager, swear to recognize Lord Rimuru and Lord Chushi as the new leaders of the Great Forest of Jura, and in the name of the two, establish the Jura Forest Alliance. Trainee declared loudly. After speaking, she knelt before them without hesitation, representing the joining of the Treant race. Thus, Rimuru and Chushi became the leaders of the Great Forest of Jura. On this day, the names of Rimuru and Chushi first appeared on the historical stage. The world situation would also undergo tremendous changes because of these two. After the Jura Forest Alliance was established, Rimuru began naming the over 100,000 orcs, a task that took many days. With the Veldora brand power bank and Chuzai's magical support, Rimuru completed the naming task very easily. Thus, the orcs evolved into the orc race, with their names sponsored by Great Sage and System. During Rimuru's naming period, Benimaru and the others went to the Treant settlement to transport food with everyone. Although they could get plenty of food by relying on Chuzai's skills, that alone would not do. One must work to reap rewards, and cannot get something for nothing. After the naming was finished, the food distribution was also arranged, and the orcs set off for their respective settlements, leaving only the orc general and his subordinates, who expressed that they wanted to stay and work by Rimuru and Chuzai's side no matter what, to repay the debt of gratitude they could never fully repay. Rimuru named him Geld, hoping he would inherit the legacy of the orc lord the demon lord Geld. After being named, Geld also successfully completed his evolution and acquired the skill Gourmet. The effects of Gourmet were stomach, absorption, and supply. The targets of absorption and supply were limited to their own race, but he could share stomach with 2,000 subordinates. This skill could facilitate the transport of supplies and military provisions over long distances, and in the near future, Geld would become a capable general of the Jura Tempest Federation, and together with his subordinates, they would become the shield and rampart of the Jura Tempest Federation, and the strongest shield, the Yellow Core, would slowly come into being. You ask why Chushi wasn't allowed to help with the naming. Does Chushi look like the type of person who would help? Besides, she was already providing magicals to Rimuru, and Rimuru didn't pass out like before, did they? So Rimuru shouldn't be too greedy. Gabel's father was given the name Abel by Rimuru and successfully evolved. Subsequently, some lizardmen evolved into Dragonutes, becoming an indispensable aerial fighting force for the Jura Tempest Federation. After the war, Gabel was thrown into a dungeon. Now, he was brought before Abel. Following a series of executions, Gabel was sentenced to exile and could no longer call himself a lizardman. The treasure of the lizardman tribe, the magic weapon Vortex Spear, was also tossed to Gabel, and several loyal subordinates accompanied him as he left. Thus, they embarked on their journey. Inside the castle of the Dwarven kingdom, Gazel, the dwarf king, fell into deep thought as he recalled the reports from his spies. Monsters were building a large-scale town, an army of orcs had begun to riot, the ogre tribe had perished, the lizardmen were preparing for battle, and the orc disaster had been confirmed to appear, a series of events. Upon hearing about the orc army and the orc disaster, the armed superpower Dworgen quickly entered a state of martial law, quietly preparing for war and contemplating how to counter such a massive army. As the tense time passed, news finally arrived here that the orc army and the orc disaster had been annihilated. Several high-ranking Majin participated in the battle, and the war ended. The surveillance operation was discovered and obstructed, the specific details remained unknown. In the eyes of Gazel, those high-ranking Majin must have been subordinates of that slime. He had only ever seen one slime, Rimuru. Because he still did not believe the news before him, he immediately ordered the Pegasus Knights to remain in a state of combat readiness, standing by at all times, while the rest of the national army lowered their alert level to a quasi-martial law state, just in case. 3 months passed after that. The high-ranking officials of the Dworgen kingdom had confirmed that the news was true, the war was over. The investigation results indicated that the group of orcs had not gone out of control but had scattered everywhere. Furthermore, the orcs had evolved into a higher form of orcs, which was too unusual and had already exceeded their scope of understanding. The town built by that slime was constantly expanding. The monsters living in the town were mostly hobgoblins and goblinas evolved from goblins, as well as some Kijin members and orcs. All of this evolution certainly had a close relationship with that slime. According to the report, the leader of that group of monsters was not just Rimuru, there seemed to be another, and that person's strength was likely even above Rimuru's, and a series of other uncertain factors. In order to clarify all of this, and because one wrong step could potentially lead to the destruction of the nation, Gazel left the country with his trusted aides and set off toward Rimuru and the others. While Dworgen was mobilizing, on the side of Chushi and Rimuru, the town was built even more beautifully than expected, and the timeline was also faster than anticipated. Buildings such as toilets, water supply systems, pest control equipment, bathhouses, and cafeterias were also under construction, and some were already usable. The supply of hot water had been realized, and sanitary handling was guaranteed. The food warehouses stored meat, fruits, and vegetables from the forest, while another specially made food warehouse was piled high with modern food, the ordinary kind, such as dried rations that Chushi had brought out. Chushi had finished building her own house, located right next to Rimuru's home. According to everyone, it was easier to find the two of them that way. The others' dwellings were also completed, each with its own unique characteristics. As things progressed to this point, new problems also emerged, happening to the residents. Compared to before the evolution, the birth rate of the monsters had dropped to the same level as humans. Previously, they would give birth to 5 to 10 at a time, but after evolving, they only gave birth to 1 or 2. However, the goblins born were already hobgoblins or goblinas, which were higher-ranking races, proving that they had become superior monsters. After a series of events, Rimuru learned that ordinary people would not easily name others, except for an anomaly like itself. Then it worried whether its previous actions would cause any problems. Upon learning this, Chushi gave it a pep talk, telling it not to worry about that aspect. If others did such things, there might be consequences, but not for it. As for the reasons, it could guess them itself. Rimuru didn't quite believe it, but after facing Chu's eyes, powerful explanation, it believed it. The exiled Gabble also arrived at this town. About a month ago, he ran into town as if nothing had happened and naturally ate the food here. Oh my, ha 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 ha. I am Gabble, and I wish to become an asset to Lord Rimuru and Lord Chushi, so I have come specifically to pay my respects. Gabble said with his usual familiar speech. The result was that he and his few subordinates were taken in. Several members of the Lizardman tribe also came, Abel's daughter and 4 other lizardmen. Rimuru named them Soka, Tuka, Seika, Nanka, and Haka, respectively. It used Wa for the females and Gun for the males. Under the override of Rimuru's renaming, Gabble evolved into a Dragonute, and so did the other lizardmen. Because Soka wanted to work under Soe, the 5 of them were dispatched to Soe to assist him with tasks such as gathering intelligence. One can only say that she is indeed Gabal's sister. From her conversations, one can see that they both have quite strong personalities. As expected of siblings, their personalities are quite similar. Dragonutes are demi-humans who have inherited dragon blood. In terms of appearance, there is a huge difference between males and females. The males do not look much different from lizardmen. They grow wings and horns that resemble dragons, and their scales become harder. The color of their scales changes from greenish-black to purplish-black. This should be the biggest change. The females' appearance becomes very human-like and looks quite beautiful. They grow dragon horns and wings, and they also gain the dragon scale skill, which allows their skin to transform into dragon scales. As for the few exiles including Gabal, they remained the same, but it was evident that they were much stronger than before. Under the advice of the great sage, he and his subordinates were dispatched to the sealed cave to cultivate hippocute herbs. He looked full of drive, and there should be good results. After a month, Gabal and the others seemed to have grasped the essentials. They would not encounter any danger when moving inside the cave. Coupled with the equipment newly crafted by Garm and Kurobe, their overall strength had improved significantly. Bringing the time back to the present, Gabal and the others were working hard to plant hippocute herbs inside the cave. The members working did not need to patrol inside the cave. They were only responsible for observing the cultivation of the hippocute herbs. In order to investigate under what conditions they would have better quality, different planting methods were adopted for each section. Using the hippocute herbs cultivated in this way to make recovery potions and then selling them to the human world to earn currency was one of the ways of making money here now. When Chushi and Rimuru asked Gabal to bring up the results, a weed appeared before them. Isn't this just a weed? What on earth are you growing? Rimuru struck him into the ground with a bolt of black lightning. Don't say that, Rimuru. To be able to grow weeds in a place with such dense magicules, Gabal is actually quite talented, okay. This is not something an ordinary person could do. Chushi still thought highly of Gabal. Although he was a bit thick-headed, he was a good person and had a lot of potential. What? My apologies. In my pursuit of fame, I was a bit too hasty. I will definitely not make this mistake next time. After climbing up, Gabal hurriedly promised. Then, Rimuru began to teach Gabal how to distinguish weeds. Chushi also gave him some extra coaching to help him master a new skill. Of course, other executives had also been taken care of, and their strength had improved. Peaceful days continued just like that. Shion and Shiraori were leisurely inspecting the town, each holding a slime. Two lords, an emergency has occurred. Hundreds of Pegasus riders are flying towards the town. Soe calmly transmitted the message through thought communication. Rimuru immediately issued an order. There is an emergency. Shion, go call Benimaru and the others to gather at the square. Shiraori, go tell Rigard to issue emergency instructions to the villagers. Don't ask why thought communication wasn't used, maybe it's troublesome with so many people. Yes. The two responded in unison and left immediately. After the two left, Rimuru expanded magic sense and looked towards the sky. A troop of nearly 1,000 people was coming from the direction of Dworgen. It's the king of the dwarf kingdom bringing his troops. There are 800 soldiers, with strength between A and A. There are a few stronger ones who must be the high-ranking officials of their country. They are likely here to ask you about the orc disaster. Let's head to the square first, Chushi said, looking at Rimuru. Ah, okay. Although Rimuru was used to Chuzai's over-the-top behavior, he was still a bit shocked. After the executives gathered at the square, the Dworgen troops arrived above the town. Ignoring us as we watched with vigilance, they flew a few circles in the sky and then landed in an open space outside the town. There was also open space in the town intended for future central facilities, but from the perspective of politeness, it probably wasn't convenient for them to trespass. Chushi used teleportation magic to transport everyone to outside the town, and the two sides stood in a standoff. So it is King Gazel. Long time no see. This is quite an impressive formation. May I ask what brings you here today? Kaijin stepped forward, knelt before King Gazel, and asked. Long time no see, Kaijin. And the slime as well. No, do you still remember me? And who is this pink slime beside you? King Gazel replied. Kaijin seemed extremely surprised to hear King Gazel's jaw-dropping response. Benimaru and the others looked displeased upon hearing the word, slime, but they did not act out, adhering to the orders of the two lords. Ha 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 ha, your brain is still as stubborn as before, Kaijin. Can't you tell? I have come here today as a private individual. The pageantry is just for show, I wouldn't be able to leave otherwise. Let's just chat normally today. King Gazel laughed heartily, and the warriors and confidants behind him stood quietly. Normal chatting is fine. Then let me introduce myself first. My name is Rimuru. Although calling me a slime is correct, you really shouldn't call me by that title. This slime is, after all, one of the leaders of the Jura Forest Alliance. My position is different from before. As for the person beside me, I am Chu Shi, and like Rimuru, I am a leader of this Jura Forest Alliance. The two said one after another and transformed into human form. The subsequent events unfolded just like the original story, this and that. Rimuru accepted King Gazel's challenge, and Miss Trainee appeared with her two sisters. Miss Trainee smiled slightly, glanced at King Gazel and the others, and then said, "You are too impolite to our forest's two leaders, Dwarf King. To dare call Lord Rimuru a braggart, are you prepared to become an enemy of the forest residents? However, since Lord Rimuru has accepted your challenge, I, as a subordinate, have nothing to say. I will pretend I didn't see it this time, but if you do not keep your promise, I will not show mercy." At this, the dwarves looked grave, began whispering to each other, and some even wore tragic expressions. Chu Shi walked up to Trainee, stood on tiptoe, and whispered, "You were just watching from the side the whole time, weren't you?" Tilde Lord Chu Shi, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Trainee blinked innocently at Chu Shi. Tilde you also don't want. Just as Chu Shi was about to continue saying something, she was interrupted by Gazel's voice. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. So you are not just bluffing as forest leaders. Also, sorry for calling you a braggart earlier, Rimuru. I have roughly guessed what happened, but that is a separate matter from testing your character. Since there is already a referee, this fight must happen. As for that young lady over there, I will spar with her after we finish. King Gazel said to Rimuru, unmoved. The square was silent. Seeing that Rimuru and King Gazel were ready, Miss Trainee, having escaped Chu Zai's clutches, shouted, "Start." Rimuru and King Gazel began their contest. In terms of sword skills, Rimuru was no match for King Gazel intended to be overwhelmed, but with great sage, it was impossible to lose. Clang! A clear sound rang out, and the winner was decided. King Gazel's sword was knocked away by Rimuru. After the two finished their match, they heard King Gazel say that his sword skills were inherited from a sword demon. Soon after, Hikuro arrived and began to recognize him. Subsequently, a nostalgic conversation began. After the conversation ended, King Gazel proposed the idea of sparring with Chu Shi. Rimuru was just about to stop it, but Chu Shi agreed with a grin. Unlike the sparring method with Rimuru, the two used a clash of hockey. The two stood in their respective positions, and the hockey from each of them began to surge forward, colliding with each other. In the confrontation between Heroes Hockey and Dragons Hockey, which was holding back, King Gazel was quickly forced back several steps. The dwarves were quite shocked. Unlike when Rimuru had just won, they could feel the terror of that pressure. From this battle alone, it could be seen that Chu Zai's strength was higher than their king's. This was too terrifying. After the match ended, both sides changed locations to talk. After the dwarves understood what had happened, everyone started talking until it turned into a banquet. At the banquet, the two sides concluded an alliance. The contents of the alliance were roughly as follows. 1. Conclusion of a non-aggression pact. 2. When a country encounters a crisis, they must help each other. 3. Construction of a road to the armed nation of Dwargan, with the Dwarf Kingdom providing funding. 4. Guaranteeing the safety of dwarves in the Great Forest of Jura, and the Dwarf Kingdom also guaranteeing the safety of the town's residents in the Dwarf Kingdom. 5. Providing technology to each other. After the alliance was established, King Gazel's reconnaissance captain, Anrietta, immediately took action to send notification to the Dwarf Kingdom. King Gazel looked at Chu Shi and Rimuru and asked, By the way, now that we have established an alliance, what do you plan to call your country? This question left Chu Shi and the others stunned. Everyone looked at each other and began to think. Rimuru thought that this place hadn't reached the level of a country yet, so he replied, not really. It doesn't count as a country yet. Although it is the Jura Forest Alliance, currently only various races that recognize me and Chu Shi as leaders are participating. Besides, there might be people who aren't happy with me and Chu Shi being kings. Hearing Rimuru's discouraged words, their own people present collectively bombarded him. Whoever dares not to acknowledge the two lords as kings, I, Xian, will slaughter them immediately. Following capable people is indeed an instinct of monsters. But, the two lords are very different, right? Anyway, the followers here are all voluntary, no one will object. If anyone objects, they can taste whether my great sword is sharp. If anyone objects to the two lords, I will make them understand what it feels like to be torn apart. Under the current situation, the forest territory controlled by the two lords is about 40%, and other high-ranking races in the forest have chosen to wait and see. However, mid-tier high-level monsters have expressed obedience, and low-tier intelligent monsters have gathered in this town to seek protection. Although we are currently united under the name of the Alliance, everyone is of one mind, and I think this can be considered a country. And the core leaders are none other than the two lords. Trainee's words made everyone quiet down. As the forest manager, she had both powerful strength and sufficient authority. With her strong support, this country was officially established. The forest guardian Veldora had disappeared. Before greedy humans and hegemonistic demon lords could make their move, the forest monsters had to unite and cooperate. If they couldn't unite and cooperate, everyone would only be exploited or destroyed. Those races that had not joined were left with only two options: cooperate or wait for death. After a night of deliberation, the name of the nation was decided: Jura Tempest Federation. The nation was abbreviated as Jura Tempest Federation. Regarding the name of the town, Benimaru and the others intended to use the names of Rimuru and Chu Shi. Both of them initially opposed it, feeling that using their names was too embarrassing and shameful. They felt that having their names partially represented in the nation's name was already enough, but they couldn't overcome the group's persuasion. After a series of naming selections, it was finally decided to name it Tempest. Thus, as the capital of the Jura Tempest Federation, the central city of Tempest was born. Not long after King Gazel left, he returned a few days later, bringing along Vesta, the minister who had previously had a conflict with Rimuru and Kaijin, and gifted him to the Jura Tempest Federation to develop his skills there. After Rimuru and Kaijin forgave him, they began arranging work for Vesta. Since the cultivation of hippocute herbs was nearly complete, the next step was to start producing recovery potions, a task assigned to Vesta. The workplace was in the sealed cave, with Gabble and the others ensuring Vesta's safety, although there wasn't much danger there anymore. Over the next period, various visitors came to the town, conducting trade and promoting the development of the area. When monsters sought refuge after being harassed by vicious beasts, Benimaru organized troops to suppress them. Merchants established headquarters here. The monsters that joined were all assigned work. Those suited for farming did agricultural work, those who could weave went to the weaving room, and so on. One day, Gobta took Chu Shi and Rimuru out to slack off. While exploring the forest, Rimuru picked up two dying insect-type magical beasts, one beetle-type and one bee-type. Rimuru named them Zejin and Apito. In the vicinity where the two insect magical beasts were found, Chu Shi also picked up an arm-sized cocoon and brought it back. After being irrigated with magicules, the cocoon broke open a few days later. Emerging from it was a butterfly-type magical beast with dreamy blue-purple wings that shimmered with a metallic luster. Chu Shi named her Ruri. Chu Shi asked Zejin and Apito if they knew Ruri, and the answer was no. Later, when asked, Ruri stated that she was just an ordinary monster that had evolved from a larva into a butterfly, which was confirmed by the system's check. However, after meeting Chu Shi, she would no longer be ordinary. Thus, the three insects joined the Jura Tempest Federation family. A few days after the three insects joined, the Shadow Queen, Milam, arrived at the Jura Tempest Federation. A powerful orb of magic descended toward the town. Upon sensing it, Chushi immediately teleported with Rimuru to an open space outside the town. Sensing their departure, the massive orb of magic immediately changed direction, pursued them, and landed in front of them. Judging by the cracks in the ground, the opponent was no ordinary person. Appearing before the two was a loli who looked about 15 or 16 years old, with blue eyes and pink twin tails, though her style of dress was truly indescribable. The girl puffed out her already flat chest and spoke in an arrogant tone. Wahahaha, nice to meet you. I am the demon lord Milam. I sensed that you two are the strongest here, so I came over to say hello. A demon lord. Rimuru looked at Milam and tentatively said, nice to meet you, I'm Rimuru, one of the managers of this town. You were actually able to tell that we are the strongest here, that's amazing. He. Of course. Let me tell you, with these dragon eyes, I can see through how an opponent hides their magicals. So, nobody can pretend to be weak in front of me. Milam pointed at her eyes triumphantly, then looked at Chushi. Especially you, with the same hair color as me. You have a power on you that I can't see through. I'm very interested in you. Through conversation, they learned that she knew about Gelmid being beaten up by Rimuru and the Orc Lord potentially evolving into a Demon Lord seed. Rimuru asked if Milam had come for revenge. Milam looked completely bewildered. Revenge. I just came to say hello. What happens to Gelmid and the orcs has nothing to do with me. The situation fell into an awkward silence. After Benimaru and the others rushed over and prepared to attack Milam, Chushi stopped them. Don't be impulsive. If you start a fight, none of you will be her match. She just came to say hello, don't worry. Wahahaha. Looking at you all, do you want to play with me? Then let's have a fight. Milam laughed happily, her fighting spirit ignited. You attack first, let me see your. Before Milam could finish, Chushi pulled out a small piece of jam bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Milam's brain stalled for a moment, but her mouth reacted first. She chewed the bread, and her eyes lit up. This is so delicious. The crust is soft and the inside is sweet. Is there more? Another piece. Another piece. Milam jumped up and down on the spot. As long as you don't fight, I'll give you more. How about that? Chushi took out another large piece of jam bread and waved it in her hand. This. Milam showed a troubled expression. Fighting for fun or eating for pleasure, it was such a hard choice. If you don't want it, I'll eat it myself. After saying that, Chushi opened her mouth, ready to take a bite. No, don't. I won't fight. Give that thing to me. Seeing the delicious food about to be eaten, Milam didn't care anymore and lunged directly at Chushi. Since they were already close, they both fell to the ground. Chushi was pinned underneath, with Milam happily sitting on top of her, eating the bread and munching away. Watching their every move, the people around were dumbfounded, especially Benimaru and the others. 1 second they were worried about a fight, and the next second, this happened. The two stayed in that position for a while. After Milam finished the bread, Rimuru finally reacted, hurriedly pulling them up, then checking Chuzai's whole body to see if there were any issues. Seeing that Chushi was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing the bread, an unsatisfied Milam clung to Chushi again, saying she wanted more and would make a fuss if she didn't get any. Watching Milam start her acting routine, Chushi rubbed her head and took out a few corn sausages and a small box of gummy candies for her. Milam was overjoyed. After being taught how to eat them, she started immediately, revealing a, "This is delicious," expression while eating. Seeing how she looked like she hadn't eaten much good food, it was quite pitiful, so Rimuru took some of his private stash of honey and shared it with her. It seems that apart from when Walpurgis is held, Milam usually eats raw meat and doesn't eat normal food. Seeing the honey Rimuru took out, Chuzai's eyes rolled around. Ingredients for new delicacies, aren't they right here? Tilda. Afterwards, after agreeing to a series of conditions, Milam followed the group toward the town while eating. On the way, Milam became close friends and besties with Chushi and Rimuru. After returning to the town and introducing Milam to the gathered crowd, they took her on a tour. Milam looked around as if she had discovered a rare treasure, looking here and there, but she never stopped stuffing things into her mouth. To celebrate Milam's arrival, a welcome banquet was held in the evening. At the banquet, Milam ate and ate, unable to stop. She simply couldn't stop. This place was practically heaven. After the banquet, Milam's stomach had grown a whole circle. Seeing her lying on the ground with a smile that she couldn't close, Chushi and Rimuru shook their heads, one lifting her arms and the other her feet, and carried her back to her room to rest. Having eaten and drunk to her fill, Milam lay on the bed and fell fast asleep. After Milam fell asleep, Chushi and the others went to the lounge for a meeting. I really didn't expect a demon lord to come knocking on our door. We shouldn't have to worry, right? Milam promised us she wouldn't cause trouble in town. Seeing Rigard muttering to himself while shaking his head, Rimuru felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that Milam was going to cause chaos? Well, it doesn't mean much to us, but it's a different story for the other demon lords. What do you mean by that? Rimuru didn't quite understand Kaijan's words, feeling like they weren't on the same wavelength. Well, Lord Rimuru, you know there are several demon lords, and they keep each other in check. Since Lady Milam declared that she is friends with you and Lord Chu Shi, it means this town is now under the protection of the demon Lord Milam. Normally, this would be something to wish for. Lord Rimuru, you and Lord Chu Shi are the leaders of the Jura Forest Alliance, as well as the rulers of the Jura Tempest Federation. In the eyes of other demon lords, it's equivalent to the Great Forest of Jura forming an alliance with the demon Lord Milam. With this, the demon Lord Milam, who has never taken any subordinates until now, suddenly gains a faction, and the balance of power among the demon lords will be broken. When that happens, if we are not careful, this forest might be engulfed in the flames of war. Kaijan, Hakuro, and Benimaru explained it to Rimuru one after another. But we can't stop the demon Lord Milam, can we? That's true. Honestly, that girl is absurdly strong. We don't have a single chance of winning. Exactly. Rather than opposing the demon Lord Milam, it would be better to fight other demon lords. The demon Lord Milam is practically synonymous with a natural disaster. Benimaru and the others discussed it back and forth, and eventually decided that Rimuru should be fully responsible for this matter, a decision that received everyone's approval. Hey, why am I the only one responsible for this? Rimuru was dumbfounded. This wasn't right. That goes without saying. Lord Rimuru is Lady Milam's best friend, so it's only fitting that you handle this. Right, everyone. Right. Times N. Right your head. What about Chu Shi? She's Milam's best friend too, why not let her be responsible? Seeing the blame being dumped on him, Rimuru quickly tried to deflect it. After Rimuru finished speaking, Benimaru and the others looked over at Chu Shi. They saw her with Shuna, Shion, and Shiraori, studying recipes, though only Shion seemed to half understand. Why are you looking at me? Sensing a bunch of gazes, Chu Shi looked up with the clear, naive expression typical of a college student. Never mind, please continue. Benimaru and the others turned their heads back, staring at Rimuru with an expression that said, you know what we mean. Seeing everyone like this, Rimuru closed his eyes, not daring to open them. The future of the Jura Tempest Federation was truly bleak. The next day, Chu Shi, who had been sleeping in, was startled awake by an explosion. Thinking something major had happened, she flew to the destination with her long hair flowing, only to see a leopard-shaped monster being lulled to sleep by Milam. What's going on? Whoa, Rigard, what happened to your face? Chu Shi, whose brain was still booting up, looked dazed. Then, after the system explained, she shook her head to clear it, remembering what had happened. Seriously. I can't even sleep in. After Chu Shi poured a recovery potion on Rigard, Rimuru also arrived. Upon seeing Chu Shi and Rimuru, Milam ran up to them, looking for praise, and held out her hand as if to say she had done a good deed and wanted a reward. Chu Shi, Rimuru, this monster is a bad guy. He's the one who hit your subordinates just now, but I've already avenged them. Hee. Rimuru looked at Milam, then at the monster lying on the ground asleep, foaming at the mouth, and sighed, didn't we agree you wouldn't cause trouble? This is different. He isn't someone from this town, and he's a bad guy, so I'm innocent. Innocent. Sensing she was about to be scolded, Milam quickly tried to prove her innocence. How is it different, Tilda? You're guilty. But considering you protected Rigard, I'll punish you by making you skip one meal. Chu Shi, now fully awake, said with a cheeky grin. How could you? That's so mean, woo tilde, this is all your fault. One punch wasn't enough, I'm going to hit him again. Milam said with a crying tone, then raised her fist. The amount of magicules on her fist was much more powerful than the last punch, and she prepared to strike the monster on the ground. Seeing her fist nearing the head, the two of them immediately grabbed Milam. Hey, Milam, don't be impulsive. Rimuru thought that if that punch landed, the guy would definitely be dead. Hey, Milam, if you really hit him, I won't cook for you anymore. Chu Shi felt Phobio was a bit pathetic. Early on, he was either getting beaten up or on his way to getting beaten up. Arriving at the conference room, Milam ate the sandwiches and juice prepared for her, sitting obediently to the side. During the meeting, Phobio, who claimed to be one of the three beastketeers under Carrion, sat opposite Rimuru and Chu Shi with an arrogant attitude, mocking everyone as small fry and calling the two of them low-level slimes. Hey, you dare to insult my good friends. Do you want to? Milam, on the sofa behind the two, unleashed her aura to scare Phobio. Milam, if you cause trouble again, you won't get dinner. I know, I'll be good. After being scolded by Rimuru, Milam pouted pitifully. Seeing Milam looking so aggrieved, Chu Shi sighed and winked at her. Seeing Chu Shi wink, Milam was a bit confused, but then she noticed two small cakes suddenly appeared in front of her. Her grievances immediately flew away, and she began to eat them in small bites. You really spoil her. You agreed to it too. After the telepathic exchange, the meeting continued. Watching Phobio's arrogant display, Rimuru calmly retorted, we are indeed slimes, that's true, but nearly half of this forest is under our jurisdiction. If you have any such intentions, then both sides will have no choice but to go to war. So, before you answer my question, please think twice. Phobio fell into brief thought. Although annoyed, what the other party said made some sense. If he forced them to become enemies, it would be no benefit to Lord Carrion, and he himself would be punished. Then, the subsequent conversation began to soften, becoming less aggressive. I apologize for my earlier behavior, it was my fault. Lord Carrion sent me to understand the situation regarding the Orc Lord and the mysterious magic users, and to recruit the mysterious magic users. Mysterious magic users, they must mean us. It seems several demon lords are involved behind the scenes. They must have seen the footage of our battle with the orc disaster. Rimuru thought. That guy Carrion, how dare he break the non-interference agreement? Milam puffed out her cheeks in anger, releasing an astonishing aura behind the two. Phobio and the few beastmen he brought immediately looked nervous and scared. The two of them turned their heads to look, but Milam was whistling as if nothing had happened, with one piece of cake left in her hand. She looked highly suspicious. After seeing Phobio and his group off, the two came before Milam and began to pry for information, but Milam acted as if, I won't betray them. The two exchanged glances, sat on either side to surround Milam, and then began a series of coercion and bribery. And as for Our Lady Milam, she quickly gave in and spilled everything she knew. Milam. No. Rimuru. Hurry up and tell us tilde. Chu Shi. Good girl, let us see tilde. After learning the intelligence about the demon lords, everyone returned to their daily lives. However, another crisis was about to descend upon Rimuru, Chu Shi, and the others. The kingdom of Falmouth, located near the Great Forest of Jura, is a major power known as the gateway to the Western nations. Fearing the monsters and dangers within the Great Forest, the Western nations must pass through the kingdom of Falmouth to trade with the Dwarven kingdom. The capital of the Kingdom of Falmouth, Maris, attracts people from all over the world, becoming a famous commercial city. Upon learning of events such as the disappearance of the Storm Dragon and the birth of the Orc disaster, this nation commissioned Hume and his group to investigate. Hume and his group, investigating the truth of the matter, were walking through the forest when they encountered Ellen and her party of 4 being chased by a large monster, leading to a battle between the group and the monster. Meanwhile, our little brother Gobta had just finished his patrol mission and was preparing to return to town. On the way, his teammates heard the sounds of battle and rushed over, successfully rescuing Ellen, Hume, and their group, and bringing them back to town. Arriving before Chushi and the others, Gobta proudly explained what had happened, and everyone gathered in the familiar conference room for a meeting. After introductions and getting to know each other, they talked about this and that. The gist of the conversation was, the Jura Tempest Federation wants to maintain friendly relations with humans, wants to establish trade with the Kingdom of Bloomend. Dworgen has already established diplomatic relations with Tempest. Vesta came out to verify the diplomatic relations, commissioning Yume to act as the hero who defeated the Orc disaster, and learning that there is a causal link between heroes and demon lords, so one cannot casually call oneself a hero, among other things. Of course, the talking could be left to Rimuru, while Archushi was responsible for being beautiful. The two of them, one prioritizes intelligence, the other prioritizes strength. In the evening, everyone held a banquet using the large crabs that Gobta and the others had brought back in the afternoon. After that, a few weeks later, Yume and his group finished upgrading their equipment and set off on their journey to complete their mission. On the other side, Phobio in the forest was deceived by Footman and Tyr, becoming the vessel for the resurrection of Charybdis. After being possessed, he turned into a huge monster and attacked the town of Tempest. Just as Chushi and the others were relaxing, Trainee's younger sister, Tria, appeared in town and informed Chushi and the others that Charybdis had been resurrected and was heading their way. Trainee had taken her sisters to face the enemy as soon as she heard the news, but the opponent was too strong, and Trainee and her group were defeated. Subsequently, everyone began to discuss and understand the situation. The enemy is a disaster-class monster, possesses power rivaling a demon lord, or at least demon lord seed level. It is the ruler of the sky, ground forces are ineffective, and it summoned 13 minions. Milam listened and said, it's just a mere Charybdis. Leave it to me, I can take care of it in a few moves. But Xian stopped her, that won't do. This is our town's own problem, and we should solve it ourselves. Shuna also added, that's right. Relying on friends for everything is the wrong way to think. Rimuru listened and agreed. Then, a Milam who had lost her dreams appeared, looking completely aggrieved. Rimuru gave Chushi a look, and Chushi sighed, pulling Milam away to have a heart-to-heart talk. Do you really understand? The opponent is a demon lord-class monster, and even the Dryads were defeated. Said Fuse, the branch manager of the Freedom Association in the Kingdom of Bloomend, very worriedly. Rimuru thought about it, with himself and Chushi, dealing with that thing shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry, brother Fuse, you have to trust us. Then Rimuru began to arrange the combatants and had Vesta convey the information about Charybdis to King Gazel, asking him to send reinforcements. Blah blah blah, another bunch of plans. Time flashed forward to the battlefield. First, they had to deal with the opponent's 13 minions. Benimaru and the others scattered to engage the enemy. Benimaru took out one with a single move, Black Flame Hell, and Shiraori used a single strike of entanglement and constriction, turning 2 minions into pieces. The 13 were successfully resolved. Only Charybdis remained on the battlefield. Benimaru and the others began their offensive, but their skills couldn't deal any damage to it. The opponent recovered to its original state in an instant. Seeing that Benimaru and the others couldn't handle it, the two spectators moved out. Rimuru faced it head-on, while Chushi provided long-range support with her kitchen knife, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just halfway through the fight, Phobio's voice came from inside Charybdis. After the two realized that the opponent was looking for Milam, they handed the battlefield over to her. Milam, who was eating snacks under a tree nearby, was very happy to know she could finally show her stuff. Milam floated a short distance in front of Charybdis and ended the battle with one merciful Draco Nova, rescuing Phobio. Dold, the captain of the Pegasus Knights who came to support, was stunned, and then began to ask Rimuru to explain the situation, so Rimuru started to work, handling the explanation. After Phobio woke up, he told the whole story. He met two suspicious masked individuals who called themselves the Moderate Harlequin Alliance. The two Majins were named Ter and Footman, the former wore a tearful mask and the latter a mask of anger, one thin and one fat. Then he was tricked into resurrecting Charybdis. Trainee, after resting, told everyone that the other person she had fought was another Majin wearing a mask of mirth, and she drew a picture of him. Gabble had seen this person and spoke up, letting everyone know that the other party was named Laplace, who also called himself the vice president of the moderate Harlequin alliance. Soe told everyone that Footman was also involved in the incident that destroyed the Ogre tribe village. After consolidating the information, it was clear that a group called the Moderate Harlequin Alliance was responsible for this series of events, but it was not yet certain which demon lord was behind them. In this regard, Chu Shi provided an analysis and determined that the opponent was Clayman, and received confirmation from Milam. Clayman indeed likes to play tricks. After learning everything, Phobio was very regretful and knelt before Chu Shi and the others to beg for atonement. Just as Rimuru was about to help him up, the demon lord Carrion appeared not far away. After he apologized to Chu Shi and the others on behalf of Phobio, the two sides concluded a non-aggression pact. And our poor Phobio, Carrion simply picked him up and gave him an over-the-shoulder throw, putting him to sleep, with ketchup sizzling out of his head. After dealing with the stupid thing his subordinate had done, Carrion hoisted Phobio onto his shoulder, bid farewell to Chu Shi and the others, and left using teleportation magic. After the commotion of Charybdis ended, its minions were used to host a banquet that night. Must say, its minions were surprisingly delicious, earning praise from everyone. The agreements with the armed nation of Dworgen and the kingdom of Bloomond officially began, the road to Dworgen was nearing completion, and the day to go to Dworgen for talks was drawing near. Not long after receiving a new gift from Rimuru and the others, Milam announced that she was going to work. No one knew why even a demon lord had to work. Chu Shi and the others began a parrot-like farewell ceremony. Don't get tricked. You can't get tricked. Be a bit sharper. Watch out for scammers. On the other side, the culprit, the demon lord Clayman, was talking with the Sky Queen, the demon lord Frey, in his castle. After Frey left, Clayman dispatched Majoran to the Jura Tempest Federation to act as a spy. Clayman believed that the plan to awaken himself should be put on the schedule. He stood at the window looking out to the east of the castle, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Another leisurely day. What should I do today? Chu Shi stretched and walked down the street. Milam had been gone for several months. Over the past few months, Chu Shi had been training the three insectoids, Ruri, Zejin, and Apito. Although the three looked a bit fragile, dealing with B-rank monsters was no longer an issue, and they could even take down ordinary A-rank ones. Zejin, in particular, was truly worthy of being one of the future three strongest. Early this morning, Chu Shi and Rimuru were dragged off to try on clothes. Today, the two were seeing off Benimaru and Rigyur, who were heading to Eurazania, the Beast Kingdom, for diplomatic exchanges. Looking at the two massive piles of clothes, the two slimes felt a bit dizzy. After each devoured a pile, they started trying them on one by one in front of the mirror. JK uniforms, Lolita dresses, Hanfu, samurai outfits, shrine maiden robes. Watching the two change outfits one after another, Shuna, Xian, and the other girls were overjoyed. This was practically heaven. Eventually, the two settled on caped outfits, one red and one blue, and the style looked great. Benimaru was appointed as the head of the delegation, with Rigyur serving as vice-captain to assist him, along with several other Kijin members and Goblin candidates as the support staff. Dressed in their caped formal wear, they stood before the crowd gathered in the plaza. The residents below erupted in excitement at the sight of them, but under Xian's roar, the crowd quieted down. Then, the two began their speech. Listen well. The other country is composed of Mahjins who believe that might makes right. Do not let them look down on you. If you show even a hint of fear, they will lead you around by the nose. Although we might not be their match in a real fight, we must not lose in terms of spirit. Remember, we and our other companions will always be your backup. There is nothing to fear. You must convey your thoughts clearly to them. Furthermore, if it truly comes to blows, do not get bogged down in a fight. Safety first, retreat immediately. The primary purpose of this trip is to observe and judge whether there is an opportunity to continue friendly relations with this country in the future. If we must sacrifice our dignity to exchange relations, we would rather not have such a relationship. Please confirm with your own eyes whether we can establish true friendship with them without any burden. Everything is left to you all. After the speech, the entire plaza immediately erupted in cheers and applause. After giving Benimaru and Rigir some final instructions, the two set off with the delegation. Ranga was also dispatched into Benimaru's shadow as a bodyguard. In town, the newly built guesthouse for guests was officially completed and opened. Vesta was responsible for training the reception staff in noble etiquette. As for the chefs, Shuna's apprentices had all been promoted to first-class chefs. With Chu Zai's help, Shuna's own culinary skills had become even more refined. As for Xian, after constant attempts, she could finally manage to make some simple food, which even earned Rimuru poison resistance. Most of the failures were reprocessed by Chu Shi. Chu Shi discovered that no matter how strong the person was, anyone who ate Xian's poisonous food would feel a bit unwell. For reference, even Diablo felt unwell after drinking Xian's tea. Therefore, Chu Shi thought that if they encountered arrogant or annoying people in the future, they could let them have a taste, one bite and they'd be speechless. A few days later, Yum and his group returned to rest. The publicity tour had gone very well, and Yum had risen to success as a hero in the kingdom of Falmouth. A few days after their return, the delegation from the Beast Kingdom of Eurazania arrived in Tempest. The welcoming party was led by the slime-formed Rimuru and Chu Shi, followed by Shuna, Shiraori, and Xian, as well as the seasoned goblin elders responsible for national operations, including Rigard. Soe and Soka were observing from the shadows, ready to step in if any situation arose. During the time they were lined up to welcome the guests, the delegation appeared. Rows of luxurious carriages decorated with gold were pulled by large magic beasts, the White Thunder Tigers, seemingly to show off their strength. The door of the particularly luxurious lead carriage opened, and two women stepped out. The first was a beauty with straight, shiny white hair, slender limbs, and cat-like eyes. The second was a beauty with dual-colored hair, gold and black, who walked with a seductive flair, her snake-like eyes as beautiful as gemstones. The amount of magicules on both of them could rival Phobios. They were likely the other two of the three beastketeers under Carrion. First time meeting the alliance leader of the Great Forest of Jura. I am Albus, known as the Yellow Snake Horn, Albus, one of the three beastketeers under Demon Lord Carrion. I am Sufia, known as the White Tiger Claw, Sufia, one of the three beastketeers under Demon Lord Carrion. The two introduced themselves one after another, their tone lacking any arrogance. Carrion had warned them in advance not to underestimate the leader of the other side. So, the two were not deceived by the slime form in front of them and did not look down on them, especially the pink one. According to Demon Lord Carrion, her strength was likely even above his, so they must never come into conflict with them. Then, Rimuru and the others began their introductions. After the introductions, Sufia proposed a sparring exchange. And so, just like in the original story, Sufia faced off against Xian, and Yum faced off against Grusius. Xian fought to a draw with Sufia in unarmed combat, while Yum slightly outperformed Grusius due to equipment. After the matches, Chu Shi and the others led the delegation on a tour of the Jura Tempest Federation and held a welcome banquet that evening. At the banquet, both sides reached a win-win cooperation where Eurazania would provide high-quality fruit, and the Jura Tempest Federation would be responsible for producing beverages. The distribution ratio and other details were left to the representative of the dog folk merchants, Corby. Eurazania was also rich in gold and gemstones, so a series of cooperation agreements were reached, with both sides assisting each other's development. During the conversation, Rimuru's side learned about Eurazania's operation methods and learned about the situation in the Sky Queen, Demon Lord Fry's territory, the Kingdom of Fulbros, and Puppet Master, Demon Lord Clayman's territory, the Puppet Nation of Gistov. The conversation went smoothly, and the Jura Tempest Federation and the Beast Kingdom of Eurazania officially launched trade. After staying for a few days, Sufia and Albus set off to return to the Beast Kingdom of Eurazania. The Beastmen subordinates, such as Anrio and other attendants, remained in town. They had come to learn various technologies of our country, and both sides reached an agreement to learn from each other and exchange technologies. These beastmen studied very hard every day, quite diligently. Rimuru tried to use them as role models to motivate Chu Shi to work, but who was Chu Shi? How could she possibly surrender? To this, Rimuru just sighed and continued working alone. However, the kind Chu Shi still had a conscience. When Rimuru was too busy, she would still lend a hand. Also left behind was Grucius. He became good friends with Yume and followed Gobta and Yume on patrols, receiving training from Hakuro. He would never understand in his life why there was such a terrifying combat instructor as Hakuro. The road to Dworgen was completed, and the date agreed upon with the dwarf king, Gazel, was approaching. The delegation led by Benimaru had finally returned, and they brought back news of the situation in the Beast Kingdom of Eurazania. Through conversation, they learned that Benimaru and Carrion had a sparring match. They fought to a 40-60 split, but ultimately Carrion won. During the battle, both held back, and some skills could not be used. But after all, Carrion had been a demon lord seed for hundreds of years. Although Benimaru had made great progress due to special training, he had not reached an absurd level yet. A few days later, Chushi and Rimuru set off with Kaijin, the three dwarf brothers, Shiraori, Shuna, Shion, and Gobta as guards, heading to the dwarf kingdom for their appointment. On the way, they ran into Geld and his group, who were paving the road. After comforting them, everyone stopped to rest for the night. The road project and town construction were handled very well by Geld. It seemed they had walked out of the shadows of the past and officially become a part of the Jura Tempest Federation. As a reward, Rimuru took out a lot of newly brewed fine wine, and Chushi provided her new desserts. After resting for the night, they said goodbye to Geld and his group and continued on their way. 4 days later, in the morning, the party finally arrived at their destination, the armed nation of Dworgen. Under Kaidu's guidance, everyone passed through the gates. Because Chushi had given notice in advance, the scale of this diplomatic mission was not small, fully showcasing the prestige of the Jura Tempest Federation. After passing through the streets and arriving at the royal palace, Kaidu exchanged a few pleasantries with Kaijin and then said his goodbyes. After all, he couldn't neglect his duties. Coming to welcome Chushi and the others was Dold, the captain of the Pegasus Knights, dressed in formal attire. Long time no see, Rimuru-san, Chushi. It is truly fortunate to see you both in good health. Likewise, Dold-san. We are deeply grateful for your hospitality today, Rimuru replied on behalf of the group. According to local regulations, after handing over their equipment, Gobta and the others waited in the assigned rooms as guards, while the 5 from Chu Zai's group followed Dold into the palace to speak with King Gazel. After Chushi and Rimuru met Gazel, they exchanged a few pleasantries and began the diplomatic proceedings. Chushi and Rimuru sat opposite Gazel, with Shuna handling all the back and forth negotiations. Chushi provided occasional support. It must be said, as expected of the princess of the ogre tribe, the shrewd Shuna was just too perfect as a secretary, unlike Chushi, who relies on the system. After Rimuru slacked off for a while, the verbal exchanges with the civil officials successfully came to an end. Considering that Chushi and the others were tired from their journey, the meeting was adjourned. A dedicated person in charge led Chushi and the others to the prepared rooms to rest while waiting for the evening court banquet. Bored, the group started playing cards in the room, and when they got tired, they slept, and soon it was evening. The court banquet proceeded without any special incidents and concluded smoothly. Afterward, at the invitation of King Gazel, Chushi and her group had a private meeting with him. Ahahaha. You looked so nervous at the banquet, Rimuru. In diplomacy, you have to establish dominance over your opponent. If you let people look down on you like that, it's very disadvantageous for both yourself and your country. Chushi is much better than you in this regard. King Gazel lectured Rimuru in his capacity as a senior, teaching him how to be a qualified leader. That may be true, but Vesta seems to think I'm qualified, right? Rimuru is just like that in this regard. You should be understanding of him, though this is also his unique trait. Indeed, that is very Rimuru-like. Ahahaha. I know, I'll do better next time. Seeing the two teasing him, Rimuru felt a little sad. After chatting for a while, King Gazel looked at Chushi and asked, what do you think of my current strength? Is it possible to take another step forward? This question hit Chu Zai's knowledge blind spot, so Chushi pretended to ponder. Actually, she was asking the system. After learning the answer, Chushi looked at King Gazel and said, how should I put it? Your current strength should be at the sage level, right? It's the same level as a Demon Lord seed in the monster evolution line. You are correct. We dwarves are considered one of the branches of humanity. Using the strength classification from that side, I am indeed at the sage level. Then, do you know about the saint level? Regarding that, I have only heard of it, I don't know the specifics. What is the connection between the two? Also, I am not very clear about the demon lord seed you mentioned. I know that you monsters can evolve into demon lords, but I don't understand the conditions for that evolution. King Gazel pondered, his knowledge was limited. However, the literature passed down has mentioned that the Dark Emperor, Demon Lord Guy Crimson, and the Destruction Tyrant, Demon Lord Milam, evolved into demon lords by slaughtering human nations, King Gazel added. I didn't know that part. Let's get back to the main topic. One step above sage is saint. To put it simply, a sage is someone who possesses a unique skill and has honed their personal strength to a certain degree. A saint, however, transcends the scope of humanity and belongs to a spiritual life form. It is the complete fusion of spirit and soul, Chushi said unhurriedly. Then how can one reach the height of a saint? I'm not sure about that either. I only know one thing. It requires honing one's skills and will to the extreme. Normally, it requires years of accumulation, but there are also those with that talent, right? They can reach that height in a very short time. Your skills and will should still be able to be polished further. If you keep training like this, even if you haven't evolved by then, you will still be much stronger than you are now. In Chuzai's view, King Gazel's strength was among the strongest at the sage level and demon lord seed level, stronger than Clayman, but not as strong as someone like Carrion. Ahahaha, after hearing you say that, I understand. I will train in those directions from now on. From the time I succeeded to the throne until now, although my strength has been growing, it has been quite slow. It's really hard to become stronger without knowing the path ahead. But you certainly know a lot. I'm afraid even the people of the Sorcerer Dynasty Sarian don't know as much as you do. King Gazel smiled after speaking. In his view, Chushi was becoming increasingly unfathomable. Not only did she possess combat power higher than his own, but she also knew so many things that others didn't. It was truly great to be able to be friends with them. Beside them, Rimuru, Shuna, and the others listened intently to the two's conversation. Even Xian, who was a bit tipsy, perked up. Subsequently, the group chatted for a while longer and ended the conversation. Back in the lounge, Rimuru looked at Chu Shi, who was lying on the bed like a salted fish, and asked how she knew so many things. Likewise, Shuna and the others had the same question. In their view, Chu Shi was a reincarnate from another world. Being able to grasp so much information, could it be that she was a cheater? This slime isn't legitimate. What's with that look? Why are you looking at me like I'm a monster? I know so much because of my skills, you know. You also know that my skills are very special. One of my skills allows me to scout out a lot of information. I went on a trip for a while before, met some humans, and used my skills to extract the information they knew. I also placed things similar to wiretaps on them. They were likely high-ranking officials from some country, so. Chu Shi rolled over and explained half-truthfully, glossing over the matter. Your skills are really convenient, I'm a bit envious. Although Rimuru was still very skeptical, he didn't say anything. Chu Shi was one of his own and would never betray him. No matter what heaven-shaking event the other party committed, he just needed to stand by her side. Shiraori, Shuna, and Xian, after listening, admired Chushi even more. In their hearts, Lord Chushi was already an omnipotent existence. Although she sometimes looked silly, this did not affect their worship. If Rimuru was a hexagonal, all-around leader, then Chushi was a triangle, the kind that was particularly prominent in certain aspects. Oh, right, Chushi. The things you talked about with King Gazel included parts about demon lords, right? How much do you know about that? Seeing others making progress, Rimuru, as a leader, also wanted to improve. After all, he might face other demon lords later, and he still had to protect his country. All of this required strength. Demon lords, huh? Let me think. For us monsters to evolve into a demon lord seed, first, we need to possess a sufficient amount of magicals, and then we must possess corresponding skills. But I'm not very clear about the skills part, or rather, I'm not entirely sure. However, it's probably similar to a unique skill. This is somewhat similar to humans evolving into sages, but not entirely. Rimuru felt the two were still somewhat similar. One is honing skills and mental strength to the extreme, and the other is accumulating enough magicals and acquiring a powerful skill system. Shuna grasped the key point. Exactly. And then there is the true demon lord, which can also be called an awakened demon lord. The first point is still that the magical count must meet the standard, as well as one's own strength. Finally, one uses the souls of at least 10,000 humans as nourishment to let the seed bloom. After agreeing with Shuna's words, Chushi continued. Chushi, looking at it this way, the evolution method for us monsters is much simpler than for humans. That orc disaster from before evolved into a demon lord seed very quickly. Xian felt that she needed to work harder. As long as her strength improved, she would be able to better assist the two leaders. That is true, but evolving into an awakened demon lord can get a lot of people stuck. Without war, it's hard to get that many souls. Plus, if you enter the human world recklessly to get souls, you'll be hunted down. Added to that, system skills aren't that easy to acquire, and the skill aspect is too hard to figure out. Anyway, there are a bunch of factors. Monsters have their advantages, and humans do too, it mainly depends on the individual. Chushi felt that the evolution line of this world was really unclear and messy. Anyway, just following the known path was the right way to go. The distribution of skills was extremely wide, and there were so many skills in each system that it was impossible to sort them out clearly. Some people with cheats Rimuru evolved simply, while others like Carrion got stuck for a long time. Maybe they would awaken automatically after waiting a few hundred years. After enough time had passed, it should be about right. Guy Crimson had said that Carrion might awaken in a few hundred years. Then what about me? What's my strength right now? Rimuru asked, looking at Chu Shi. You are definitely a demon lord seed, and you've already climbed to the top of that stage. You have enough souls to evolve immediately. After checking Rimuru's condition, Chu Shi thought about it. If the current Rimuru encountered that captain from the west, he probably wouldn't lose. With his current strength plus the auto battle master, great sage, there shouldn't be any problems. So you're at this stage too. I'm a bit special, but I am indeed still at the demon lord seed level, though my strength is a little, okay, a lot higher tilde. After saying that, Chushi rolled around on the bed. Then I feel like neither of us can evolve. We can't solve the soul problem, and killing that many people is impossible, right? Rimuru believed that he wasn't the type of guy who could kill people just for power, and neither was Chu Shi, they weren't evil villains. Hearing Rimuru's words, Chu Shi sat up straight, feeling it necessary to give Rimuru a heads up. Rimuru, let's stop talking about evolution for now. Do you think anyone will invade our country? That's impossible, right? We haven't done anything, why would they invade? No, Rimuru, I think there might be people who view our country as a thorn in their side. Shuna interrupted Rimuru. Why? Rimuru, think about it. The Great Forest of Jura is close to the Western nations. Our country is cooperating with Dworgen and the Kingdom of Bloomend. This news will surely reach other countries soon. Our Tempest is like a circle, attracting those countries to join the cooperation. This might affect the interests of some countries, and they might think of ways to target us and deal with us. Shuna analyzed her thoughts and told everyone. After Shuna finished speaking, Chu Shi continued. That's right, my thoughts are similar to Shuna's. And didn't Gazel mention a country just now? You mean the kingdom of Falmouth. Rimuru remembered what Gazel had said. That country's king seemed like a very greedy person, someone who was quite detestable. In that case, Rimuru, Chu Shi, Xian, will take the lead and annihilate them all. Xian volunteered to the two of them. Stop, Xian, we're just discussing it. The other side might not necessarily do that, right? We can't just do that. Yeah, Xian, don't be hasty. If they really come, it won't be too late to deal with them then. We'll just shut the door to catch the dog, when the time comes. Looking at the high-spirited Xian, the two hurriedly comforted her, making her dispel the idea. They were afraid she would really go and destroy a country. Moreover, with Xian's current strength, she couldn't do that. If she rushed over and encountered danger, she'd be done for. That's right, Xian. If they really come, the two leaders will definitely have a way to deal with them. Shion, don't be impulsive. If something happens to you, we will be worried. Shiraori and Shuna also said. After all, she was too prone to being impulsive, sometimes just as gullible as Milam. Milam. Just like that, they chatted for a while longer, ended the internal discussion, and went to rest. Time came to the next day. Today was the big day to publicly announce the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Chushi and Rimuru stood on the podium in human form, looking at the citizens of Dworgen below, and began their speech, saying this and that. The lines were written overnight by the system, they were neither too long nor too short. Judging by the effect, it could score 80 or 90 out of 100, and Gazel also gave it a quite high evaluation. After the speech, the seminars and sightseeing for the next few days began. For Chu Shi, the seminars were torture. She couldn't slack off, and when she wanted to run away, she was dragged back by Rimuru, under the pretext of needing to learn and act like a leader, although Rimuru also really wanted to run away. The tour guide was still doled. For several days in a row, he took everyone to visit various scenic spots within the Dworgen kingdom, not even sparing the manufacturing workshops, large-scale teleportation equipment, and the air conditioning management plant of the great underground cavern. Chu Shi wouldn't be polite with these technologies, she copied and pasted them directly, and would let the suitable people learn them after returning. Since they were in the Dworgen kingdom, there was one place that had to be mentioned and had to be visited. That was the nighttime establishment, Night Butterfly. That evening, our Rimuru took Kaijin, the dwarf brothers, and Gobta to go have some fun at Night Butterfly. Moreover, he didn't report it to Shuna and the others in advance, which led to Shuna searching for him but being unable to find him. So, she hurriedly ran to tell Chu Shi that Rimuru had gone missing. Chu Shi, who had just fallen asleep, was confused after learning the news. Her brain had just shut down, and forcing a restart now still left her a bit dazed. With the system's notification, Chu Shi finally understood that Rimuru and the others had gone off for some nightlife. And, they didn't invite her. This was unacceptable. She had to go sanction them. It was too much. After knowing what was going on, Chu Shi told Shuna not to worry, to rest for a while, and they would go catch them later. Shion and Shiraori, who were outside, were also called back. Rimuru and the others were going to get what was coming to them soon. When Rimuru and the others had drunk enough, they prepared to leave. And as for our Chu Shi, she led the group to lie in wait not far from Night Butterfly, watching the criminals appear. In Rimuru's view, he had figured out the movements of Chu Shi and the others. Shuna was researching the recipes of the Dworgen kingdom, Shiraori was shopping outside, Shion had hit it off with Dold and Pan and had gone to participate in night training, and Chu Shi should be asleep at this time. The timing was really excellent. You all listen up, be careful on the way back not to be discovered by others. What happened tonight is just between us. Rimuru said to Gobta and the others after coming out. Kato had already cleaned up Kaijin and the others' former residence, and these few planned to go back there to rest. They were quite shrewd, knowing they would be caught if they went back, they followed Kato to run away. Rimuru himself had to go back to the guest house with Gobta and the others. Just when they thought nothing had happened, the honest Gobzo said a sentence that made everyone despair. Rimuru, what did you say? But I already confessed everything. Are we going to be finished? After hearing this, Rimuru and the others broke into a cold sweat and started planning to run away and squeeze in with Kaijin and the others. But it was too late. On an unknown street, a whole row of people were kneeling. The surroundings were sealed off by magic. Chu Shi and the other three stood in front of Rimuru, watching them repent and talk about their sins, saying they shouldn't have run out without saying anything. The process was quite harmonious, and in the end, the matter was resolved harmoniously. The four of them, Chu Shi and the others, forgave their mistakes. Rimuru, Gobta, and the others. Gobzo alone. The next day, after enjoying their last meal in the Dwarf Kingdom and signing all relevant documents, Chu Shi and her group set off back to Tempest. A few weeks passed peacefully. Due to a dream, Rimuru decided to travel to the human kingdom of Ingratia to fulfill Shizu's last wish and save the children. After giving instructions, Rimuru set off on Ranga. When asked if she wanted to go along, Chushi replied that she still had some things to do and wanted to explore other places, promising to meet him later. After Rimuru left, Chushi thought her leisure time could begin, but a pile of documents to process appeared before her. Everything previously handled by Rimuru now fell to Chushi, thus beginning her bitter working life. After processing the relevant documents using AI proxy mode, Chushi went to town to slack off. With Chuzai's help, Shuna successfully led people to produce paper, facilitating document transmission and other matters. She went to the training ground to watch, where Gobta and the others couldn't defeat Hikuro even with all their might. She checked the granary, and the grain situation was normal. Crops at the planting site were normal. Patrol operations were normal. For defense, Chushi set up several formations that could counteract negative enemy interference and taught the detailed methods to Shuna. Shuna was responsible for them. In terms of formation mastery, besides Chushi, the cheater, and Rimuru in the later stages, Shuna was undoubtedly the best. Her culinary skills were also top-notch. Seeing that Tempest's daily operations were all normal, Chushi gave some instructions to Benimaru and the others, then set off on a journey. Her destination was the Western Holy Church's headquarters, the Holy Empire of Lubelius. With forged documents from the system, Chushi traveled unimpeded. After visiting several other small countries, she successfully arrived at the Holy Empire of Lubelius. Before entering the country, Chushi had completely hidden her magicules. Now, she was no different from an ordinary person, the kind who would cry for a long time after one punch. The overall style of Lubelius leaned towards medieval Europe, governed by the luminous cult. Residents lived stable lives, but Chushi still felt a bit oppressed. Everyone seemed happy, but life looked too monotonous, like an assembly line, and there wasn't much good food here. Daily patrols in Lubelius's capital were handled by the Holy Knights, with an average strength of A+ rank, a formidable fighting force that shouldn't be underestimated due to their small numbers. Chuzai's purpose here was merely to see the sights, understand the Holy Church's situation, and observe how some countries operated. After observing, the Western nations might be able to contend with other demon lord factions, but if they encountered an existence like Milam, it would be better to surrender early. After lunch, Chushi strolled through the streets, looking here and there, completely unaware that someone was watching her. When Chushi had seen enough, she walked into a secluded corner, preparing to leave, when a girl in a maid outfit appeared before her. Little girl, are you lost? Do you need some help? Upon hearing this, Chushi looked at the maid girl, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Shining silver-gray long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a pair of red and blue heterochromatic eyes stared at her, nodding occasionally, looking a bit off. The other party is Demon Lord Luminous Valentine. You've been targeted by her. What do you mean? I wasn't emitting magicules everywhere. How can I run into the Demon Lord herself just by strolling around? Why is she targeting me? She might also be out for a stroll. She's usually as idle as you, either staying home or going out to look at beautiful women. And your outfit clearly shows you're not local, and you're being sneaky, so it's normal for her to notice you. You say that, but I just forgot to disguise myself. While the girl and the system were conversing, Luminous was already touching Chushi all over, finding her touch quite pleasant. Luminous's thoughts were simple. Hinata was out on a mission, and she had been cooped up at home for too long, so she came out for some fresh air. While strolling, she encountered a pretty little loli looking around suspiciously. After following for a while and finding the other party unremarkable, she had the idea of taking her back. If she turned out well, she could be a confidant. If not, it didn't matter, she could be a mascot. Watching the other party's hand pinching her face, Chushi quickly retreated a few steps, looking at her warily. System, why does this Luminous look so strange? Also, why didn't you tell me I was being watched? She's a Yuri. She might be lusting after your body. At first, I didn't know what she wanted to do, but now I do. Since she has no ill intentions, I didn't say anything. My appearance is illegal. Don't be like this, I'm scared. Also, next time a stranger approaches, remind me immediately. Chuzai's heart was pounding. She had never seen this situation before. What should she do? Little girl, why are you backing away? If you need help, Just say so, and I'll take you to a good place. Tilda, Luminous continued to coax her. I'm not lost, I'm just out for a casual walk, haha. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now, goodbye. Chu-Shi lifted her foot, ready to run. Luminous reached out and stopped her, tilting her head slightly. Her silver-gray long hair gently slid over her shoulder, and her red and blue heterochromatic eyes narrowed slightly, with a playful look that said, keep pretending. Just a casual walk, she repeated. Little girl, you shouldn't lie. You've been acting suspiciously since earlier, how can that not look strange? I think we should talk somewhere else. Chu Zai's heart sank. It wasn't that she was worried about not being able to win, but Luminous's way of speaking was something she couldn't handle. If this continued, it would be troublesome if she was deceived and taken away. She couldn't expose too much yet. There's no need for that, and I should be heading home. Sister, you're busy, I'm leaving now. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Chu-Shi had just taken a few steps back when Luminous pressed closer again, leaning down slightly, her exquisite face moving nearer. Chu Zai's reflection was in her heterochromatic eyes. Do you know, little girl? Luminous reached out a finger and gently poked Chu Zai's nose. I'm quite fond of you. Are you interested in becoming one of my people? Sister, I really have something to do and need to go. Chu-Shi forced a smile, hoping to charm her and find an opening to slip away, but it was impossible. What could be more important than me? You should feel honored to receive my favor, Luminous interrupted Chu-Shi righteously, speaking with an air of dominance. Chu-Shi, why did this tone sound so familiar? She felt like she had heard it somewhere before. In some aspects, you and she are quite similar. Also, there's no need for you to run away. Just chat with her, you're bored anyway. You're talking nonsense. How are we similar? And besides, your attire clearly shows you're not from this country, and usually, people from other countries don't come here. Luminous straightened up, crossed her arms, and continued to stare at Chu-Shi. A strange child with no abilities suddenly appearing, how can that not be suspicious? Finishing her sentence, she leaned closer to Chu Zai's ear and whispered, who exactly are you? Confess honestly. You don't look like a spy, you're not professional enough for that. Seeing your frail appearance, you should just come with me. Chu-Shi pouted angrily, you're full of it. I'm super powerful, I can beat up a whole group of people. Oh Tilda, you can even get angry, so fierce yet cute, not bad. Luminous nodded and evaluated, it's been too long since I've encountered something so rare. Besides my two friends, perhaps I can have one more now. Aren't we going to chat? Let's go, I need to have a good talk with you. Alright, I'd like to see what you're all about, little girl. Luminous raised her left hand, and a teleportation circle appeared at their feet. With a whoosh, the two vanished from the spot. Inside the Night Palace, Chu-Shi sat opposite Luminous, and they had been chatting for a while. So, I'm just out having fun. Also, my strength is really great, don't underestimate me. Alright, I understand. Luminous chatted while processing this information. Because of her friend, she knew some future events, but it seemed the future had deviated quite a bit. This little loli in front of her was actually one of the rulers of the Jura Tempest Federation. According to her friend, the Jura Tempest Federation should only have Rimuru as its ruler. What was going on now? Unable to understand these situations, she didn't know what to do. However, since things had already deviated this much, she might as well continue. She would return, and she just needed to wait. As they chatted, the two of them became good friends. In the evening, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner prepared by Gunda, one of the three dukes under Luminous. Chu-Shi, would you like to sleep with me tonight? My bed is quite large, and it could help foster our friendship, Luminous asked. No way. Chu-Shi made a large X with her hands. Alright then Tilda, since we've finished eating, shall we go take a bath? It's very good for the skin. That works. That's wonderful. In the bath, Luminous used magic sense to observe Chu-Shi from every angle. She was just so cute in her small form. Chu-Shi sensed the observation but didn't stop it. As the system put it, aside from getting saliva all over her, there was nothing else she could do. She had bathed with Shuna and the others before, so it was no big deal. The scenery in the hot spring was quite pleasing to the eyes, after all. Besides, other than the occasional taking of liberties and peeping, Luminous didn't do anything else. After the bath, Chushi lay down in the luxurious room prepared for her and fell fast asleep. The tightly closed door opened a crack at some point, and someone from next door began to admire her sleeping face. Just like that, Chushi stayed with Luminous for several days and met the other two of her three dukes. Roy, who became a demon lord as Luminous's shadow, and Louis, the Holy Emperor who ruled the Holy Empire of Lubelius in the open. Both of them, along with Gunda, were powerhouses at the demon lord seed level, not far from evolving. When Chushi was curious about why the real city had to be built underground, Luminous clicked her tongue and began to talk endlessly about the bad things Veldora had done. It was clear she hated Veldora very much. As she spoke, her face even flushed red. Chushi could only laugh it off after listening. After all, the system had also mentioned that Veldora used to be too wicked, constantly fighting or causing destruction, and his reputation was extremely poor. What if Luminous found out that she was close with Veldora, and then said, Chushi, since you know Veldora, and that hateful evil dragon has done so many bad things, why don't you compensate for my losses? You wouldn't want. Luminous. Chushi. A few more days passed. During this time, Chushi learned a few skills from Luminous. Feeling that her time out playing was about enough, she prepared to say goodbye to Luminous to go find Rimuru, but a thought communication from Rimuru arrived first. Chushi, are you free now? What's up? I was just about to set off to find you. That's great, I actually have something to ask of you. Okay, I'll teleport over in a bit. Wait for me there, I need to say goodbye to a friend. After speaking, Chushi cut off the communication and found Luminous to tell her she was leaving. Upon hearing she was leaving, Luminous reluctantly took some liberties before watching Chushi disappear as she left the Holy Empire of Lubelius. Because Hinata was away on a mission, Chushi didn't get to meet her. After returning to the palace, Luminous lay on the sofa and became a slacker again. Lady Luminous, traces of that demon causing chaos have appeared in the kingdom of Coleus. Gunda appeared to relay the scout's intelligence. Is that so? It's starting again, that cunning demon. Luminous rubbed her forehead and said viciously. She comes out to cause trouble every once in a while. It's so annoying. Send people to watch that area, I'll deal with her when the time comes. Understood. Luminous in this world has an ultimate skill at this time, and her strength has increased. Without a name and a physical body, Violet cannot defeat Luminous when she goes all out. The location shifts to the kingdom of Ingratia. Watching Chuzai's ability to teleport while ignoring restrictions, Rimuru was very envious. Although he had also learned teleportation, it wasn't as outrageous as hers. To this, Chushi just patted his shoulder and told him that he would be this awesome in the future, so he shouldn't be in a rush now. Which country did you go to play in? Rimuru asked. He wanted to know where she had gone to wreak havoc. Although they had talked via thought communication, what Chushi said was muddled, and he couldn't quite understand it. I don't know. I just wandered around a few countries on the way, and then I ended up in Lubelius. I met a friend there, she's a beautiful girl. But in some aspects. Right, why did you call me here? Chushi answered honestly, though she left out a lot of details. About that, the school is holding a field training activity, and I want you to accompany the children. After hearing this, Chushi thought that was all it was, accompanying the children on an outing. Simple. No problem. Leave it to me, rest assured. Chushi patted her small chest and said. That's great. Then I'm counting on you. Rimuru was overjoyed, feeling that with Chuzai's help, this competition was in the bag, and his antique table was secured. Then, he pulled Chushi aside and started talking about the competition rules. After the two returned to the academy, Rimuru introduced Chushi to Chloe and the other four. As for Chushi, Chloe and the others knew a little bit about her because their teacher Rimuru often mentioned her. However, upon seeing her in person, they felt something was different. She looked like an ordinary little girl, which was quite a big gap from what teacher Rimuru had described. To gauge Chuzai's strength, their classmate Kenya Masaki requested a spar. He wanted to see if this little girl, who was only a bit taller than him, was as exaggerated as teacher Rimuru said. He also dragged Ryuta Sekiguchi along, preparing for a righteous group brawl. 2 against 1, the advantage was theirs. As for the result, naturally, they were schooled. The two of them didn't even touch the corner of Chuzai's clothes before they were knocked unconscious by a chop to the neck from her. This sent Kenya Masaki into a depression. It was one thing to not be able to beat teacher Rimuru before he was saved, but now that he had been saved and become stronger, he still couldn't beat someone else. It was so fake. There's a cheat. Can't play. After getting to know each other and messing around, Rimuru took everyone to hold a welcome party for Chushi. At the welcome party, Chushi showed everyone the scenery of the countries she had visited, while Rimuru boasted to Chushi about his glorious deeds here, wanting to establish an image of me. Rimuru is very awesome now. After eating and drinking, and sending the children back to their dorms, Chushi followed Rimuru to where he was resting his luxurious staff dormitory. It had a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The space was quite large, and the bed was soft and big, making it quite comfortable to lie on. Chuzai's arrival reduced Rimuru's workload. She could help substitute teach and formulate new training plans. She was simply a professional at childcare. Chushi. Rimuru. When the day of the field training arrived, Chushi and teacher Tis sat in the RV prepared by Rimuru and set off with Kenya and the others. There was no danger on the road. Some low-level monsters appeared, but they were all taken care of by Kenya and his friends. It could be said that their coordination was quite tacit. By noon on the third day, everyone arrived at their destination. Upon learning they were in first place and had arrived in the fastest time in history, the children were very happy. After eating a sumptuous lunch, Count Grader told the children that because he didn't know they would arrive so quickly, the rooms weren't ready yet, and asked if they wanted to go into the cave to scout it out first. After confirming it wouldn't be against the rules, and with the consent of teacher Tis and Chushi, they were led by the butler and began their cave tour. As they walked and chatted, they quickly reached the entrance of the cave. During the casual conversation, they learned that Count Grader's wife greatly admired people who could go on adventures, but because of her own health issues and frail constitution, she had always supported the activities of the Freedom Academy, and as her husband, Count Grader naturally supported his wife as well. Count Grader's wife was also teacher Jeff's younger sister, and part of the reason he became a teacher at the Freedom Academy was for his sister. Shortly after they walked inside, a few unconventional-looking bandits surrounded Chushi and the others, wearing villainous, grins on their faces. Although I don't know why you're early, it'll be fine once we tie you all up. If you obediently surrender, we might consider going easy on you, ha 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 ha. Watching these unconventional bandits' arrogant remarks, Chushi was just about to make a move when the children beat her to it. Gale summoned an earth spirit to protect Chushi and Tis, and then the five of them stepped forward to engage the bandits, easily resolving the situation. However, Chushi noticed that the kid Kenya's habit of reciting attack lines while just doing basic attacks was just like Veldora after he successfully escaped from prison. This was something that needed to be corrected. Just as one of them took out a recovery potion to heal, Kenya knocked him unconscious with a single strike of his sword. HMPH. Teacher Rimuru did tell us that adults often use such despicable tactics, and it seems he was right. Yeah. After all, Teacher Rimuru is different from Teacher Shizu. Teacher Rimuru is a very cunning person. It's not just about being cunning, Teacher Rimuru is too underhanded. Teacher Rimuru has so many tricks up his sleeve. I really like Teacher Rimuru like this. While Kenya and the others were chatting, the butler acting as their guide revealed his true form as a demon. He boasted about being a commander among demons, releasing an astonishing amount of magicules, but that pressure was quietly suppressed by Chushi. Just as the group prepared to step forward to fight the demon, Chushi reached out and stopped them. It's a good thing to have the courage to face a strong enemy, but you can't just charge in brainlessly. Leave this to me. Teacher Tis, I'll leave these little ones in your care. After Chushi finished speaking, she extended her small hand, and a barrier appeared, protecting Teacher Tis and the other five. She then walked toward the demon, and the moment it tried to speak, it was punched into the wall. Next, she used a hand chop to rescue the butler, then used telekinesis to send him into the barrier. The demon, having fallen to the ground, tried to resist, but was met with another punch. Lesser demon Tilda goodbye. A wisp of pale blue flame appeared in Chuzai's left palm. She lightly tossed it forward, and the demon was instantly ignited, turning to ash before it could even scream. Such immense power stunned the six in the barrier. After dealing with the demon and retracting the barrier, Kenya and the others gathered around, chirping with praises for Chu Shi, which left our Miss Chu completely bewildered. Chu Shi. After tying up the few non-mainstream bandits, the group dragged them out of the cave. Of course, before leaving, under the system's reminder, Chu Shi left a message for a certain demon who owed a favor, telling him that the matter had been resolved and apologizing for making him run a wasted trip. And our primordial black, after hearing Chu Zai's message later, became even more interested in her and Rimuru. In order to meet the two lords sooner, the infamous gotcha clearing plan was launched. The demons of the Black faction could never dream that they were about to be purged by their progenitor. Regarding Diablo, I plan to boost his strength to match Rouge when he evolves into a demon lord. What do you think? Returning to the Count's residence, Count Greater learned of what happened in the cave. He dispatched soldiers to thoroughly investigate it again and expressed his gratitude to Chu Shi and the others. Over the following days, other teams arrived one after another. Because of the demon, this training activity was terminated early, so Rimuru's money was gone, and the antique table was also destroyed. Rimuru, upon learning all this, made a miserable face, but after Chu Shi treated him to a big meal and bought a better one, he came back to life. This bad behavior of Rimuru was used by Chu Shi as a negative example to teach Chloe and the others, telling them not to imitate Rimuru, as he was just a childish brat. As for where Chu Zai's money came from, that's none of your business. Walking around outside, you're bound to run into bad guys, right? Everyone understands the logic of defeating monsters to drop loot. After this incident, Chu Zai's name spread like wildfire throughout the school, and her popularity skyrocketed. Once Rimuru informed the five, including Kenya, that Chu Shi was also a slime, they understood why she was so strong. After all, the slime that is Rimuru was already overpowered enough, having another one was quite normal. Slimes are truly becoming more and more terrifying. Additionally, regarding the condition of Count Greater's wife, it was resolved by a jar of Apito brand honey. The honey was provided by Rimuru, and the one who explained it was Chu Shi. Everyone was very skeptical that honey could save someone, but they agreed under the two strong assurances. The Countess's body began to improve, and Jeff, who had been the most skeptical, did a 180-degree turn in his attitude toward the two. Count Greater and Jeff were very grateful to the two for saving his wife's sister. Our shrewd Miss Chu didn't miss this opportunity either. She heavily promoted the Jura Tempest Federation, saying the people there were great, the clothes were beautiful, the equipment was high-end, and the forest scenery was gorgeous. She was like a pyramid scheme leader. After returning to the Freedom Academy, to celebrate the end of the field training, Rimuru took Chu Shi and the others to find a restaurant to celebrate. A few days later, Rimuru accepted a commission to go to the kingdom of Coleus, and after telling Chu Shi to take good care of the children, he set off. During the days when Rimuru hadn't returned, Chu Shi became idle again. Classes were now being taught by teacher Tis in Rimuru's place. Chu Shi occasionally went to serve as a teaching assistant, and in her spare time, she taught the group how to master spirit abilities, and the rest of the time was spent taking them out to eat, drink, and play. On the other side, after finishing her mission, Hinata Sakaguchi frowned as she looked at the information on her desk provided by an Eastern merchant. A monster kingdom had suddenly appeared in the great forest of Jura, the Jura Tempest Federation, inhabited by many high-level monsters. They were on good terms with the armed nation of Dworgen and the kingdom of Blumend, and their influence was constantly expanding. The two rulers were named Rimuru Tempest and Chu Shi Tempest, and the one named Rimuru had killed her mentor. About 10 days later, Rimuru returned from the kingdom of Coleus and told Chu Shi about what happened there. In summary, a demon was causing trouble in the kingdom of Coleus. He met the prince, princess, and others there. After dealing with the demon causing trouble, he sensed two powerful auras nearby. Upon rushing over, he only saw a beautiful girl with long silver hair and heterochromatic eyes, who glanced at him and then disappeared. Chushi nodded from time to time as she listened. Regarding these events Rimuru experienced, she had a general understanding after reading the side story plot book, but she was a bit surprised that he managed to see Luminous at the end. It seems Rimuru has grown a lot recently. Not bad, not bad. Time came to the end of the term. That morning, Chushi and Rimuru took Chloe and the other 5 for a picnic in an open field on the outskirts. They received a thought communication from Shuna. Lord Rimuru, Lord Chushi, there are troublemakers in town. Lord Chushi, the matter you entrusted to me has been completed. That Majin has been controlled by me. Shiraori's thought communication also followed. After hearing this, Rimuru quickly looked at Chushi. She was right. Chushi had told him some things over the past few days, but he had thought her worries were unnecessary. However, under Chuzai's arrangements, the Jura Tempest Federation had remained in a state of alert. Lord Rimuru, just as Chushi anticipated, a large army is heading towards Tempest. If not for Chuzai's warning, we might have been caught off guard. Soe, who had scouted the enemy, also said. Okay. I'll be back soon. Keep up the alert. After Chushi finished speaking, she prepared to use teleportation to return. Rimuru grabbed Chuzai's hand, showing an uneasy expression. I'll go back with you. What are you going back for? Don't forget we're still having a picnic. We're leaving here tomorrow. Once I go back and handle things, I'll bring the gifts I prepared to host a lively farewell party for the little ones. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will happen to our home. If there's any situation, I'll notify you immediately, okay? Be good. Trust in my strength. Chushi smiled and patted Rimuru on the shoulder. Seeing that his emotions had stabilized, she activated teleportation and vanished from the spot. Rimuru stared in the direction where she disappeared for a long time, not saying a word, until Chloe called him a few times and he finally came back to his senses. Returning to the streets of Tempest via teleportation, Chushi looked around. Rigir was leading a patrol team to guide the surrounding tourists to shelter, while 3 troublemakers were held down on the ground by Gobta, Gobzo, and Gobchi. Shuna stood in front of the troublemakers, interrogating them about something, with Hakuro and Shion by her side. The former held a blade in his hand, while the latter was unarmed. Upon seeing Chushi return, everyone except for Gobta and the 2 others knelt on one knee. Welcome back, Chushi. Chushi quickly waved her hand to signal them to stand up. Don't do that, it's quite awkward. Shuna, what is the current situation? After everyone stood up, Shuna reported. Chushi, after my brother received your order, he took people to the 4 directions. They are already fighting the enemies who set up the formation. Soe is still monitoring the movements of the main enemy force, and Shiraori is on the way to the guesthouse to imprison that magic user. Understood. Now, let's deal with these 3 fools first. Knowing that the situation was entirely under control, Chushi walked toward the 3 men and extended her left hand. 3 hands manifested from magicals appeared before her, lifting the men up. Gobta and the others retreated behind Chushi. You detestable creatures, let us go. Otherwise, I'll make you regret this. Everyone, come help. The monsters are hurting people. Won't you stop them? We are humans, how can you let monsters run wild? Let us go, you lowly creatures. Hearing the 3 scumbags still spouting nonsense, Chushi couldn't be bothered to indulge them. She clenched her right hand into a fist, gathered magicals, and delivered a blow to each of them, instantly silencing the 3. Shut up. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Everyone saw what you did. After saying this, Chushi turned to look at Rigir. Rigir, you continue leading the tourists to the shelter to rest. Everyone, I apologize for the inconvenience. After the incident is resolved, we will provide each of you with a bottle of high-grade potion as compensation. As you just saw, it was they who deliberately provoked this incident. It has nothing to do with us in Tempest. Please evacuate in an orderly fashion. After the tourists left with Rigir, Chushi looked back at the 3 men, her expression darkening. Alright, let's hurry up and deal with you so I can get on to other things. Seeing they were done for, the troublemakers wore expressions of fear and were just about to beg for mercy when Chushi struck them on the mouth again, silencing them. As the saying goes, hit the mouth first to prevent the opponent from surrendering. Next, Chushi waved her small hand, and the three were lifted into midair and brought together. A black spherical barrier enveloped them. Sounds of painful wailing came from inside, but it only lasted for a few seconds before falling silent. It was a few seconds on the outside, but inside, it had been extended to a billion seconds. The three, now devoid of life, fell to the ground. There wasn't a single injury on their bodies, but judging by their expressions, they had likely experienced something truly terrifying mentally. At this moment, Benimaru and the others, having finished dealing with the enemies, returned. Chu-Shi, the enemies in all four directions have been eliminated. The mission is completed successfully. Benimaru said with high fighting spirit. The four directions were handled by teams led by Benimaru, Rigard, Geld, and Gabel. Chu-Shi, the enemy army has set up camp in an open space 20 kilometers outside the town, but a leader is heading here with 200 men. Soe appeared from Chu-Zai's shadow to report the enemy's movements. Oh, how convenient. Benimaru, you all come with me to the gate to intercept them and use them for practice. Shuna, go to the shelter and help Rigir maintain order. If anyone else causes trouble, have Rigir drag them out and eliminate them. Yes. Times N. Chu-Shi activated teleportation, and the group arrived at the town gate, preparing to welcome the enemy army. Once the enemy army arrives, I will cut off their retreat. You go straight in and annihilate them all, there is no need for survivors. Not long after Chu-Shi finished speaking, the enemy army arrived nearby. All that awaited them was slaughter and regret, death was their final destination. After Chu-Shi cast a barrier to trap the enemy army, Benimaru and the others charged in. Within a few moments, they had taken care of the 200 men. Having dealt with the vanguard, Chu-Shi sent Benimaru and the others back to guard the town, while she flew toward the main army and took away all the enemy corpses. After a while, Chu-Shi returned to the town. As she walked to the plaza, she saw Rimuru's figure. He was talking with Benimaru and the others. Rimuru, why did you run back? I thought you were supposed to continue your picnic. How could I not come back when someone is invading? I brought them back to the academy, had Tis-sensei help look after them, and immediately returned. Tell me about the current situation quickly. Before Chu-Shi could finish, she was interrupted by Rimuru, and then she began to recount what had happened. After listening, Rimuru breathed a sigh of relief and then asked about the state of the enemy's main army. The answer was that they were trapped in a formation and no one could escape. Even the corpses of those killed had been thrown back inside to see if it would induce fear in them. You didn't deal with them directly. No. Let's talk about that after we finish our teaching career in Ingrasha. Now, we have to go to Shiraori to resolve the next matter. Okay. Rimuru was still in a dazed state, his brain not working quite right, so he could only follow Chu-Shi. On the way, Chu-Shi explained Majoran's situation to everyone, such as her being controlled, Clayman pulling the strings behind the scenes, and how Majoran was a pitiful person. Arriving at the room where Majoran was being held, Majoran, Yume, and Grusius were all tied to chairs with spider silk. After bowing to Rimuru and Chu-Shi, Shiraori began to report the situation. Chu-Shi, as per your instructions, I controlled her the moment she prepared to use her ability. After those two followed her here and became emotional while questioning that witch, I tied them up as well. Shiraori, well done. After praising Shiraori, Chu-Shi looked at Majoran. We can talk about some things later, but for now, please die. As soon as the words fell, before anyone could react, Chu-Shi delivered a hand blade strike that pierced Majoran's heart. Just as someone reacted and was about to speak, Majoran, who had lost her life, lifted her head again, and her heart area was perfectly intact, with a confused expression on her face. Chu-Shi, you. Chu-Shi, this. Seeing that they wanted to ask something, Chu-Shi waved her hand. Stop, stop, stop. Everyone, don't say anything yet. Shiraori, release them all. Receiving the order, Shiraori released the three. Chu-Shi told everyone what she had just done. There was a listening device in Majoran's heart, and that strike had destroyed it, while also installing a new one for her, and so on. After Chu-Shi finished, Majoran expressed her apologies to everyone, informed them of the purpose for which Clayman had sent her, shared the parts of the plan she knew, and pledged her allegiance to Chu-Shi and Rimuru. By this time, Rimuru had also gradually recovered, his brain able to function normally again, and the group returned outside. Chushi used thought communication to notify Shuna that the people in the shelter could come out. After confirming no one was injured and giving each person a bottle of potion, she had them evacuate Tempest in an orderly manner. Myormals acted as the spokesperson for Chushi and Rimuru, conveying information to the merchants from various countries. They would take the news of the Kingdom of Falmouth's unauthorized invasion and provocation of war back to their respective home countries. Ellen and her two companions, who had come to Tempest for a vacation, joined Shuna and Rigurd's team to assist with the evacuation mission. Security work continued, with Benimaru organizing the personnel, Shiraori in charge of information control within the town, and Soe continuing to send clones to monitor the surrounding movements. Evening arrived, and Chushi and Rimuru returned to the Freedom Academy with gifts. Seeing the two return, Chloe and the others ran over to express concern and ask if something had happened. The two glossed over it with vague answers, reminded them to rest early, and sent them back to the student dormitory. On the way back to the dormitory, Chloe didn't know what she was thinking about, but she stared at Rimuru and Chuzai's faces for a while. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more